so hyper game dev up in here. That's what we are. We're doing some hyper game dev up in here. That's what we are. That's what we're doing. I'm working in Godot. I'm making a game of, I don't know, a medium size, and I want it to be in, I think, a different version of Godot. I've been using Godot 4.1 for a while, even after 4.2 has already been released, because there was an issue that I was having with the, there was an issue that I was having with the animation. So the character walks and runs and does a walk and run cycle. Hey, what's up, Dungeon Martian? No ping! That's okay. I tried to set up a Discord channel in a tizzy. That is to say, very quickly, without much thought, that would let people know when the stream starts. And it probably didn't work, and I don't think it did. But that's okay. So this walk and run animation here, it had some problems in Godot 4.2 whenever we go in there. And so I was just like, well, I'm gonna stay in 4.1. What's the point in worrying about all that hassle? And then what I found out was when I moved that animation to an animation tree in 4.1, the same animation glitches popped up as were happening in 4.2. And so, you know, there must have been some similarity in how animations blended in 4.2 in the animation player that reflect what 4.1 had in the animation. Anyway, the point is I fixed it in 4.1 in the animation tree, and so therefore I have a feeling that in 4.2 it's gonna be fixed as well, which means I don't really have a reason not to upgrade to 4.2. And Dungeon Martian, by the way, made something kind of cool. Last night, Joe Schmo made a suggestion that, I don't know, it's okay. It's an okay idea. It's a good idea. It's not an idea that I'm like completely sold on, but you know, one cool thing about having y'all hang out with me while I work on this is you can try things. The GitHub repo to this project is in the description box, so you can literally try things. And well, let's just say not Killa. Hey Killa, welcome. It's going well. Not Killa, but Dungeon Martian tried the idea, and the idea was to have these helicopters bobbing up and down. And having some like gentle motion. Now to me, that doesn't really make sense because helicopters don't do that, but it would add more like visual appeal, and I can get that, you know. But like also, you know, these helicopters are going to be like shooting you. They just haven't had that set up. You're going to want to kill them quickly, so they're not actually going to be on screen as long as these are. They're actually taking credit for my contributions. No, they're not going to be on screen as long as we see these. So that's why I kind of don't really care about it. But now that I kind of see what it looks like, I can see that there's something here to it. So hopefully I won't mess up my internet trying this. My internet was being a little goofy the other day. But here's what it looks like. This is Dungeon Martian trying to set it up. Marceline, the Transpire Queen over there on Discord. And you can see they just bob up and down a bit. And you know, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but you know, it's cool. I kind of like that you tried it out. So, you know, the thing is though, is Dungeon Martian put this together in 4.2, which look, I can drop this code in my 4.1 if I want to, no problem. But here's the thing, some people have contributed to this via pull requests. Like I said, the GitHub repo is in the description box. And you know, like, I'm not saying I need Dungeon Martian to do a pull request, but what if I wanted someone to and not have to go to 4.1? Let's do 4.2. I'm gonna upgrade it today. So that's what I wanna try to do today, and there's other things I wanna do today as well, which is just like general optimization stuff. Just general optimization things. It's hard to tell sometimes, but the loading in, so this is a terrain block, right? There's like these tiles, these strips that represent the terrain, and the terrain spawns in and moves past the player, right? First we get a bunch of blank ones, and then come the ones that aren't blank, with blank ones interspersed. And the thing is it's really hard to tell sometimes, but when the game first loads, it lags a little bit. It's hard to tell. I kind of have to show you more particularly. But the reason why it lags is because in the terrain controller, I'm actually loading in a new path, and that's how it's getting those terrain blocks. Is we're basing it on these paths here. And the path changes mid-game, which causes it to stutter a bit. So I might want to adjust that. And then who knows, maybe other stuff too. What else did I say I was gonna do today in the title? Optimization, yeah, so that's kind of it. I'm looking at maybe doing some profiler, some debugger profiler stuff, you know, and just seeing like how things are running. Maybe refactoring some code. I don't know, stuff like that. Maybe adding in a new feature. I don't know, but I don't wanna stress too much. I just want to be open-minded, but generally we're kind of improving the environment the project is running in. That's my goal today. Wow, what a freaking gigantic 6-minute intro. I have a lot on my plate. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to set up the Godot 4.2 for it. So that's gonna be very interesting and weird, I guarantee it. Sunny Marks, welcome. Sunny Marks says, participating in my first game jam, realizing every day is about figuring what I don't know. Nice! Like a game jam, like right now, you're participating in your first game jam? That's awesome. That's cool. Yeah, game jams, what I like about game jams is how they force me to like cram as much as I can of what I maybe know into a short amount of time. And yeah, you find out what you find out what you don't know. But for me, that's like a big advantage of doing game jams, is finding out what I don't know. And I love that you're figuring that out too. Killa says to Dungeon Martian, didn't mean to do that. Just want to say, you didn't do anything. You didn't do anything. You doubled the number for the video clip there. You liked it at a lower number, but you wanted to be more visible. Oh, okay, I see. Noted. Yeah. But yeah, you just posting that and saying it was in 4.2, maybe be like, oh, you know what I needed to do? I really need to think about upgrading and getting that over with. Because Godot 4.3 will be out in no time, and then I'm gonna just be so behind. So we might as well get that going. Insane Alpha Beta is here, and guess what? Since you're here, Insane Alphabet IAB, since you're here, I'm gonna sing you a song because you're a member. Thank you for supporting Epic Game Dev. IAB, you are here. IAB, you are here. IAB, you are here. IAB, you are here. Oh, IAB, thank you for supporting Apple Game Dev. Oh, IAB, thank you for being a member. All right, there's your song. Very much, I appreciate you. Frank is not a member, despite my chat app continually marking them as a member. They are a moderator, however, which is why it gets confused. So you better be careful. Frank is gonna make sure you're doing nothing wrong. Open-minded optimization. Yes, you might say that. Sunny Marks, yes, lots of hellos, lots of love in the chat. I appreciate that. So, yeah, so let's get this upgrade. Let's get this thing upgraded. I do actually have, so this is going to be pretty simple if you think about it. Edward in the house, I'm just going to open up Godot 4.2, which I do already have on here. Bad words, just bad words. That's the whole sentence. Is bad words. Dungeon Martian feeling a little cheeky about that. Edward, not so sure. All right, so all I gotta do is open up Godot 4.2, which I have right here, and what you can see right here, good words. We never talk about good words. It's always bad words. What about good words? Bad words more like Edward. That's pretty funny. So as you can see, there's a little like warning symbol there, right? A little warning symbol. And that's telling me that we are not in the current version for this project. This project's in 4.1. So let's frickin' see what happens. So when I go to open this, it's going to give me a little warning. It's gonna give me a warning. Opening will change it. This isn't the first time I've tried this. The last time I tried this, it introduced that bug, and I said, I'm out of here. We're done with this. But today, I think that bug should be fixed because I found it in 4.1 as well. And I fixed it in 4.1. So I think we should be good and I can upgrade. Yes, here we go. Now this is one of the most annoying parts. Is what it's gonna do is it's going to start like converting all of the meshes, which there's a frick ton. Like all of the assets in the game are custom Blender meshes that I made. And like, you know, Godot is going to be converting every single one of them into a 4.2 compatible format, which is interesting. Okay, right here you can see, let me get out the way. This project uses meshes with an outdated mesh format. Check the output log. Wow. Okay, I'm checking it. I'm checking it. So I guess it's did it do it? I mean, it took a long time last time. It took a long time last time. Is it not going to take a long time this time? That would be great. Sorry for yelling. I'm really excited. Oh. Oh, you can see some of the lag I was talking about. See that lag? But hey, that was easy. Why was that so easy? Well, I thought it was going to take forever for it to load up all the meshes. Maybe, I mean, I wonder if since I've done it once before, if somehow it was like quicker this time. I don't know. Wow. But that doesn't make sense. I've changed all the meshes. Well, in any case, I'm not going to complain. I'm delighted. That was fast as heck. Now, you can see some of the lagginess happening. So task 1 done. Yeah. So made some changes to the interface. Absolutely. The font looks wacky. This was just one that I had on my computer. Oh gosh. Did you see that? And that wasn't even happening in the 4.1 version. That much of like of lagginess. Or was it? I don't actually know. It's hard to say. I feel like it was. We just didn't see it right away. But yeah, so Edward, that, and there's more I want to kind of do with that, but one thing I got set up yesterday was, did you see how slow that was? You see the number pop up there? That was where I used the font first, is because I wanted like a nice bold number to pop up there every time you score a dunk of one of these meat objects. Oh, wait. Oh, look! Some stuff isn't working. Stuff isn't working. Look, when I hover over cows, when I hover over anything, the arrow hover doesn't work. Stuff is broken! 4.2 upgrade, not done yet! Not checked off the list. So in the 4.1 version, when I hover over objects, an arrow is supposed to pop up, but it is not popping up. I can still click on things, and that still works, but the pop-up isn't there. So we got to figure out what that is. That's just a simple, it's like basically checking if the mouse has entered the body or the area. Look, you see how laggy it gets when I do certain things? Man. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is, but there's something. So that was the first place that I used that font, was that little pop-up. And then this over here was not like matching well, and so I realized I need to match it. Oh, there's one arrow. There was one arrow there for no reason I can understand. Okay. All right. There's some mysterious things happening. This is, yep, here we go, guys. This is today. This is today. I mean, generally it like works. There's just some quirks. It works, but there's quirks. I really want like there to be like a particle effect that showers from the sky when the abduction goes up, and I want this number to do an animation as well. And you know, this UI isn't necessarily going to be like the final UI, but it's something. It's workable for now. Okay, wow. So what's going on with the arrows, and why is it lagging so very much? Anything in here that is helpful? So let me just clear this so we can see some fresh messages, some freshages, and hopefully that will shed any light on this. So that lag spike right there, that's interesting. 131. Okay, so wait. Did we not? I don't think we've converted the meshes. I feel like we haven't actually done that yet. A surface of res objects buildings uses an old surface. Yeah, it's not upgraded yet. Okay, so maybe there's like a button somewhere up here. Help. Editor. Yeah, I think we need to do that. Customize engine build configuration, install. Where is it? I know that it exists somewhere. I just don't remember where. And needs to be upgraded. Yeah, right. So where do I do the upgrade? I used to know this. Check the output log. Right, I gotcha. But like where I remember, if I remember correctly, there's something you can press somewhere that will just do it. But I don't remember where it is. J. Jordan, hey, hey, you're here. J. Jordan, hey, hey, you're here. You're a member, and so I sing you a song. Hey, hey, J. Jordan. Hey, hey, J. Jordan, you're here. Oh, hey, hey, J. Jordan, you're here. Hey, hey, J. Jordan, you're here. Hey, hey, J. Jordan, you're here. Oh, the fun of upgrading to a new version. Surprising how much stuff often needs fixing. I know. Godot 4.2 mesh upgrade. Someone out there is gonna help me. Do. Where's the button? Where's the button? Upgrades it. Oh, it upgrades it at load time. It doesn't iterate over the project and auto detect meshes upgrade anything, so it can't exhibit a loading bar. But I understand the issue. When it's finished, I see toasts and I see all warning spam in output. We can change the window title while meshes are being upgraded, but not much more can be done if the editor is unable to display toasts. So there is no indication of progress? That can't be true. Really? So it's like happening in the background and I can't see it? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. That's no fun. Is that true? Project Tools up. Thank you. Oh, Project Tools upgrade. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dungeon Martian. I knew it existed. I knew it had to exist. Help a sister out. Okay. So now we're getting, yes, saving the day for sure. Now, unfortunately, you can't see it because it's on my main monitor. Oh, there it goes. Hey, let's go. All right, this is what I expected, is that we'd have to sit here and wait. Oh, and see, it's doing the arrow, so that may be why the arrow in part wasn't appearing and stuff. Might have given some lag spikes that aren't as helpful. Well, I'm gonna play some music and think about my life. I wonder what can I work on that's like, I guess I could clean up my hack and plan, my project manager. If I'm thinking of tasks that I can do while I wait for this. I guess I could go into Blender. I have been meaning to do an animation, a grab animation. How am I today? I'm tired. I'm not going to be streaming next Wednesday or Thursday. And the member stream is happening on Tuesday, not Monday. So I'm kind of looking forward to next week because, I mean, it would have been nicer if the member stream was happening on Monday so I could have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday off, but that's okay. So I know that there's a reason. We're going to see the solar eclipse at like a university on Monday. It's like every 40 years, like not even. It's like a super rare event, so I'm excited to go check that out. So that's gonna. So I think next week will be a nice way to catch up a little bit on some sleep, on some low stress activities, although let's be real, I'm just going to be working on YouTube videos the whole time anyway. You feel that? Nice. What'll happen when you get 30 to 40 YouTube members at once? You'll be singing the whole stream. Yeah. So, I mean, look, I'm not one to anticipate that kind of growth. I mean, I do anticipate it, but I don't expect it. So I don't really think about it too much. I'm just like, oh, like, you know, maybe we'll ever have that many members here. Maybe, you know? And if so, the plan would be they just get shorter songs. These are gonna be shorter songs, you know? I'll weave them all together. They'll be short and sweet. And that's it. So enjoy. So be a member now. So that way you can get the long version of the songs before, as some predict, there might be more members. And then also remember to turn on your gift memberships. You can find that somewhere in the chat. There's like buttons you can press, and you can make sure gift membership receiving is turned on. So that way you can get a gift membership in case that happens. Yeah, I'm really excited for the for the gift memberships. Sign up for gift member. Opt into gift memberships. And thank you for being willing to. Oh, we still got some slowness. Oh, no, the arrows still aren't there. Still no arrows. Can't say that this is much better. It's still getting terrible lag spikes. Yeah, we're still having issues. I'm glad we upgraded the meshes. When I strike it rich on gamedev, you'll be the first on my list. Thanks. Thank you. I'll hold you to that. No, I'm just kidding. It kind of scares me what the future of this channel would be, especially if you get famous, because Game Jam member songs are really only for small communities. Game Jam member songs are really only for small communities, and Hyper Game Dev has been shooting up recently. I don't know if that's true. Gravitas M! Gravitas M! Do you feel the gravitas of Gravitas M becoming a member today? Do you feel the gravitas of Gravitas becoming a member? Do you feel the gravitas of Gravitas becoming a member? Do you feel the gravitas of Gravitas becoming a member? Do you feel the gravitas of Gravitas becoming a member? Welcome Gravitas to the Hyper Game Dev membership family. Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Gravitas. Welcome, yes, enjoy the emotes, the member stream on Mondays, next week on Tuesday, and stuff like that. Member songs, these types of things. 11 arrows down for 131 though, so that's true. That's a good point. We did reduce the number of errors. Such hype. Oh, Olaf. Oh, Olaf. Olaf. Oh, Olaf is here. Welcome to the stream. Oh, Olaf is here. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Oh, Olaf is here. Welcome to the stream. Oh, Olaf is here. Welcome to the stream. Oh, Olaf is here. Welcome to the stream. It's good to see you today. Alright, there's your member song. Welcome, Olaf. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so I upgraded to Godot 4.2 from 4.1. I would say there are some problems. We have reduced the number of errors, kind of. I think these are different errors here. Yeah, don't worry about those errors. We can ignore those errors. I'm surprised at how, so something I want to do today is optimization stuff. I'm curious to know if we run the profiler, will we notice some of these issues? So I've run the profiler here. So there was a huge issue right there, right? Wait, what? Did it appear on here? You saw it just lag so hard. But I don't know if I see. Okay, there we go, right there. Okay, we got a spike. We got a little spike. It's very tiny right now. I don't know why it started out so beautiful and then it just got ugly. We got another spike kind of here. So these are the kind of things that I just wanna think about today. I wanna focus on today. In terms of the channel's been blowing up, or growing or whatever. I don't know. I mean, it has. It's been very steady. To me, it's been very steady, the growth. There is. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm a little confused with what I'm seeing down there, if I'm being honest with you. I'm a little confused. Just a bit though. So I'm just running around a little bit, just doing a few things. It seems to be, in my opinion, running much worse in 4.2, but I guess all the more reason to upgrade and start figuring out what those problems are. All right, let's hop out of here and let's see what the report is. I feel like we've been growing pretty steady, and really I think what's gonna make the biggest change is when I start uploading YouTube videos. I know I keep saying it, and I'm still not doing it because I'm working on it. I've got like 5 videos that I'm working on, you know, and I don't know which one I'll get done first. Okay, so what's going on down here? What is all this mess? How do I even analyze this? Okay, so we've got frame time. Let me make this a little larger or something. See if that helps the situation. So we've got frame time 63.71. Now I believe in theory this can help us we can find like what it is that use the most. You can press the up and down arrows on the right side to adjust per frame. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's very helpful. Now I just gotta figure out how to read this thing. Physics process frame time. Physics time. Physics time. That seems to be what's doing the most here. Right? That seems to be what's spiking the most. And that's affecting overall frame time, yes. But it's this physics time. Actually, the physics frame time is constant. So does that help me? Something in the physics? Here, physics process, 46.11. That's interesting, right? That's like useful. Anything above 10 is pretty bad. Wow. Progress terrain. So the terrain loading, which I knew was definitely causing issues. So right here, this is kind of one of those terrain loading spikes that I'm noticing. So I have an idea on how we can try to eliminate this and see if it's better. But I have a feeling these aren't that. So let me see what these ones are. So this one is considerably less high. It's at 31, but it's still pretty high. Still physics time. A little bit terrain. What's the other part of it? I'm always confused about how this adds up. Like, how does, is it because we're doing 12 plus 12, which is like 24? Yeah, I guess that's where that comes from. But then it doesn't make sense over here, because over here, with this big spike, if I can even find that spike again. This is hard to use. Am I bugging, or is this hard to use? Like, wasn't it like 60 something before? There it was, found it. Okay, so this is adding up to 56.82. Right? Yeah, we got it finally. It's adding to 56.82. But we have two 46s, which by my math is much bigger than that. And since those are the same, I would think those are one and the same. And that's one call. So I feel like this is definitely the terrain. I mean, I don't really understand why the terrain would be causing issues again if it already loaded in. You know, maybe it trying to maintain 2 path folders simultaneously is part of the problem. But everything else seems pretty fine. So I really think it's our terrain stuff that's causing most of the issues. So what's going on over here? This one gets up to 11.79 or so. More than that? 16? 62. There's 62 right there. Which is actually very consistent. Okay, so it's the terrain. It's the terrain. I think we can be pretty sure that this is the terrain. So let me see if, first of all, let me see if I can resolve the issue. So the terrain controller, basically, I don't know, I just have a song in my heart. The terrain controller, works in kind of a funny way. Now, I do have to, every time this comes up, I do have to iterate that I do not know much about this code. I copy-pasted it from a YouTube tutorial. A great YouTube tutorial. I mean, it's okay. It's good. It's a good YouTube tutorial. It just like, it didn't explain line by line how it works. It explained like generally, like block by block kind of how it works, like function by function. And I don't fully understand like how each line plays into the other ones, but I kind of get it. And so something that I wanted to do, so let me try to show you the way that it used to be. I actually wedged in my own code in here, which is when the lag spikes started coming. So I need to refigure that out. So I think this first blocks here, I believe this is the danger. So if I actually get rid of that, just comment that out, that might be enough to resolve those lag issues. Now, there's not going to be anything spawning, so let me change what spawns in. We're going to say terrain blocks. Is it just debug? Is that the name of the path? No, it's just terrain debug. Okay. So this is where we load in all the things. Now, the reason why I added in that function is you're going to see immediately everything is going to spawn in. See, that's why I did this. Now we come here, no lag spikes. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't know if I'd say there's none. It seems like when I run into things, there's a bit of an issue. But that might be a coincidence. It's hard to tell because it's supposed to stop you when you run into things. Let me just like, no, there's still some, but you know, maybe they're not as extreme. All right, let me pull up the profile. But also let me explain. The reason why I wedged in this code is because you would start the game right on top of objects. Sometimes there would be a hole in the ground, right? Like that's one other type of object that can spawn, is a hole in the ground. So that way you have to dodge it. But then you would just start the game and you'd immediately fall in a hole. So what I did was I tried to wedge in some blank strips. So that way it would have a buffer before it started loading in everything else. And it didn't quite work like I wanted to because they would then also be interspersed throughout. And the way that those terrain blocks load in is their paths. So over here on the left, in the bottom, you can see, here's the terrain folder, right? And we have these different terrain folders, and these, basically what I can do is I can plug these in here. So I could do terrain, I don't even know what's really in there, probably not much. Terrain military, right? And we can load this, and this is gonna load all of the terrain blocks that are within there. which I don't know what those are. So those are these. There's actually no collisions on anything in here. So it's, oh, there is on that actually. And actually this seems to be running much smoother. So this just has like different stuff on it. And so if I open these up, what you'll see is there are a bunch of different things in there. Is frame time being 20 milliseconds good? I don't know. I don't think so. But I'm not honestly, I have no idea. I might have to do some research or ask the geniuses in the chat to help me answer that question, because I have no clue. Is the game chunk loading? I don't know. Welcome, Sriram. So look, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. Sriram? Understand that I am extremely new to this type of game development in general. I'm very new to Godot. I'm new to all of this. Less than a year I've been using Godot, and you know, even just only about a year have I been learning this type of software like Unreal Engine, Unity, and stuff like that. So I really don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. How complex are your collision models? Could be. True. So, some are probably more complex than others. I have been trying to reduce the complexity and just use like a simple like sphere or box where I can. But I don't know if I've updated all of them. Actually, now that I think about it. I don't think I've updated them all. We might have to look into that. You want to keep frame time about 10 milliseconds. Most monitors have a response rate of 1 to 30 milliseconds. Whoa, that I didn't know that those went together. That like the refresh rate was linked. I didn't know that was linked to the time that we see down in the profiler. That's interesting. That's very interesting. So yeah, so there's a bunch of stuff in those terrain folders, and ideally, since this is the way this code is set up, ideally what I'd be able to do is mix and match these terrain paths in order to load different terrains. But just the act of loading them causes spikes and causes issues. And I feel like in a lot of games, what you'd have is like a loading screen when those things change. I had hoped that if, let's say I load 2 paths simultaneously, that it won't need to reload them constantly, but maybe somehow it does. I don't know. But yeah, as far as collisions go, there's definitely a couple that aren't great. So if I come to this terrain block here, not this one, this one. Oh yeah, look at that. These trees don't look good. That I probably auto-generated that. That collision is bad. Look at these. Look at these trees. Yeah, these trees are devastating with their collision. Yeah, we need to fix all the trees collision. This should be pretty simple, but it actually, no, this is also potentially generated. Yeah, so let's try updating the collision so we can eliminate that. In your first blocks function, you can array clear to remove your empty tiles before you add the new ones if you don't want them to appear again. Oh, interesting. It's the physics frame time that pushing my game till 20 milliseconds. It's the bane of my existence. Oh no! Dang. We're in it together. I don't know. We're gonna get there somehow. We must. It's too important. We have to figure it out. And so yeah, so I mean, are you able to like see like what is causing that? Like I guess if it's just physics frame time, that's really all you got. which is unfortunate because that's not a lot of information that you can use. I would recommend a simple cube or 2 around the trees for trunk, 1 for leaves. Then you have a slightly more complex one in your character. Right. No. Gravitas, that's what I'm gonna do. That's absolutely what I'm gonna do. Wow, even on the helicopter, look, I've got like a custom collision on here. My map is huge, so I'll just reduce map size, and it will go below 5 milliseconds. Whoa. Also, it's 2D. Oh. Interesting. Split your physics frames into smaller functions so you can see what's causing you the most. Right, so that's what I was thinking, that maybe you could try that. But maybe they already tried that. I don't know. All right, we're just gonna go through and we're just gonna change some collision shapes. It also is worth noting that there's often multiple collisions. So there's one here for the copter area, and then there's yet another one in here for the obstacle area. So while it's a helicopter, it's like an NPC, and it has a detection area for being that. And then after you kill it, it flies through the air as an obstacle or an object, which gives it a different collision. So we're even doubling those collisions, which isn't great. So, let me real quick just do a GitHub commit before we start making changes. We upgraded to 4.2. We'll make a commit so that way we can always roll back to our 4.1 if I panic and I don't want to do this anymore. I think I am going to commit to it, though. So I'm just going to say upgraded to 4.2. Don't need to say much there. Oh, I guess I also commented out some stuff. I should say that as well. I should add that in there. I should. So I'm gonna adjust the commit notes because I'm thorough like that. I'm thorough like that. Commented out first blocks function in terrain controller as part of optimization debug stuffs. Changed the block path to. All right, just wanna add that in there. The cube is much mathematically less complex to detect than a polygon because it's essentially a less than and greater than check for X, Y, and Z. Totally, that makes sense. And then, you know, it seems like a sphere would be the absolute smallest or the easiest thing because it only has to calculate 2 points and then it can like draw the circle around those points. A frame time of 16.67 milliseconds is roughly 60 FPS, if that helps. Whoa, that does help. Thanks, Super No Commentary Gameplay HD. Welcome. I need to like, I feel like I need to like make a post-it note of this and put it on my screen. Where do I write this down in my life? Where do I take this note down? I never want to forget that for the rest of my life. 16.67, 60. 16.67, 60. Okay, maybe I memorized it. Excuse me. A sphere is one distance calculation that gets compared to a radius. Gotcha. That makes sense. So I feel like maybe we could even get away with that with the copter. So I'm just gonna let's just start reducing collisions, and then we're gonna go into figuring out what the heck to do about the terrain blocks. It seems like Dungeon Martian had a suggestion or two, so we'll look into that. But for now, I'm gonna start with the collisions. So we're gonna clear that. We're gonna do a sphere shape. I think we could get away with the sphere because it kind of has like a tubular appearance almost. Maybe a capsule would be best actually. Oh, I see. I can't make it be an ellipsis. Okay, never mind. I see. I understand now. Okay. Now a capsule, is a capsule okay? Is a capsule okay? I feel like a capsule would be nice. for this. Oh, this is the wrong copter. Wait, is this the wrong copter? Or is there only one copter? Hold on. Let me make sure I have the right copter. I do. Okay, there's only one copter. Sometimes I have a second version. I really thought that I did change. I thought I changed the size of the copter collision once upon a time, but I guess I didn't. Maybe I, like, for some reason didn't save that version and I forgot about the copter part or the collision part. Because to me, this is perfect. Look at that. That fits. That's snug as a bug. You know, almost. Almost. Maybe kind of like that. I know it's kind of hard to see, but there it is. It's not bad. You know, it gives it a little extra, but whatever. We can always adjust it if it feels wrong. I'm gonna bring it a little tighter around. Thank you all so much for your help. Truly, I need to add credits for everyone who's been contributing thoughts. You all have helped me so much. So I believe this goes into debug. I mean, we could say optimization. Actually, maybe this goes with optimization. It is kind of debug, but it's also kind of optimization. So you know what? We're gonna add a column for optimization. Dungeon Martian been helping. Gravitas been helping. I don't think Gravitas is on here. So we're gonna add Gravitas on there. We gonna get this sorted out. Gravitas M, to be specific. Who also came through with that membership today. Sririm was certainly sharing thoughts with us. I think there was more questions. The company is appreciated, though. And then we've got Super No Commentary Gameplay HD. I thought gabgames.com was our longest name ever, but you have taken that title with the longest name on this list. Yeah, I guess that about does it there. Alright. Credits applied. Whoops! So, that looks good. And then I need to take this same shape, I'm gonna copy it, and we're gonna paste it right over here on the other collision. Alright, helicopter collision, oops, not reduced. We need to also apply the transform, it would seem. It would seem we might want to adjust the transform values as well. I can understand that. Can see how that's relevant to the situation. So let's do that. Alright, now they are the same. Great. One down. One down. The human has a simple collision. The cow has a simple collision. It's just a box. The player collision needs a lot of work in general, so we're not even gonna worry about that right now. It's simple though. It's simple, but it shouldn't even be what it is. Now this mess we need to deal with badly. So this one has one collision shape and it's chaos. So let's sort it out. I'm gonna make it a box. I think that was a great suggestion on Gravitas's part. that we have a box for the trunk and a box for the leaves. I like that very much. Good enough for me. Now I know I might, I don't know if it's bad if they're overlapping, but at some point I might have the leaves get destroyed off of there. So if the player attacks it, like all the leaves go away, and then sometimes there just might not, maybe one will spawn without leaves on it. So I'm gonna actually make this be the full length of it. Hopefully that overlap is acceptable. All right, looking a little better. You know, part of me I feel like I'm not gonna include those branches because I really want these collisions to feel sort of precise, like not super precise, but the main, like one of the main ways that you play this game is avoiding obstacles. And I think it's gonna be really frustrating to the player if it looks like they should be avoiding it, but then they don't, you know? You know, a part of me is almost like, oh, but like, look at that little like scoop out right there. You know, what if the player tries to calculate it so they miss it? But yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. To me, that's something that like, if it comes up and it's like, oh, this is feeling continuously really unfair. Every time I you know, run into this tree, it feels unfair, you know, then I'll come deal with it. Let's duplicate this. Bring the leaves on back. Move it up. Give it a resize there. Oops. I forgot. We need to make the collision unique. So that way it doesn't copy the properties of the other one. Very important. Get those sizes right in 3 dimensions. Also important. I enjoy thinking about 3 dimensions myself. You know, at first it's a little trippy, like for like the first long time, like several months of working in 3D ever, like realizing that I gotta look at it from every angle and make sure it makes sense, but I don't know, I still enjoy it. It feels so satisfying knowing something is set up on every dimension. I can't explain it. I don't know, I have like a strange attraction to 3 dimensions. All right, this is pretty good. I kind of want to undershoot it a little bit. That's just me. All right. My physics frame time is at 16.67. Whoa. Over frame time is 20 ms. So does that mean the game is running over on 72 FPS? Whoa. I was asked to Super No Commentary Gameplay HD. Is that how that works? My main problem about 3D is either having to drag things over from the world root over to where I'm working, or having it in the rightish place. But then my scene tree is messed up. Do I understand what you mean? Now, I have to say, I don't use 2D. I like never make things in 2D. I hate doing 2D. So I don't even know how to relate to what you're saying. Wouldn't that same stuff happen in 2D? Or it is different in 3D? Maybe I'm just so used to it, and I don't realize how annoying that is. All right, this looks good. You can print your frame rate with print string engine get frames per second. That's a hot tip. That's a hot tip right there. Wow. I feel like I should do that. I'm gonna be real with you. I feel like I should do that. I'm gonna hop off this for 2 seconds, the collision task. I'm gonna set that up right now. Gravitas says, I spent the whole of yesterday messing up modeling and animating a 3D clownfish. It's my first Blender project. Wow, that's great! You got this? That struggle of like trying to figure it out, messing it up, and like having to like fix it. That's learning. That's what that is. That right there is learning. A clownfish. That's awesome. I have a clownfish. I have a clownfish on my arm. Right there. That's a clownfish. Clownfish are cool. A little scary when you look into their biology. They're actually very scary. Like, you know, they're animals and they like compete over territory, and it's like, Jesus, like, chill. I don't know. I know you're animals, but God. Print debug off-screen position. What does that even mean? I don't know, but please don't do that. Instead, let's print what Dungeon Martian was saying. String engine get frames per second. Dope. I'm gonna say current FPS. And we'll just put that in there. But I want it to actually like toggle being printed. I don't want to just have to like hold this button down. So I feel like what I'd rather have happen is show FPS true. Create a variable. Show FPS. Give us a little process function here. Wait, what is this? Input event? Let's get a process. If show FPS, then print it. See if I did that right. Hell yeah. What do I want this to say? It's saying 100, 111, 112, 101, 99. What is that? What do I want that to be? I'm so ignorant. I'm so incredibly freaking ignorant. I mean, I know like when I make like videos and stuff, you know, I can do 30 FPS or 60 FPS. Or I'll do a live stream, right? I can live stream in 30 FPS or 60 FPS. Right now this live stream is 30 FPS and 60 means it looks better. But you're telling me this is running at 100 FPS? Like, that sounds freaking amazing. So that means we're good, right? Like right now it's good. I think is what that means. Let me see if it goes off if I press the button. It does not. Oh, I don't think I set it as a toggle. I see. So we don't want to just say it true. We want it to be show FPS. Show FPS. Like maybe like that. See if that toggles it correctly. I want to be able to turn it on and off at will. Toggled on, toggled off. There we go. Cool. 110 is good. Don't forget to toggle the FPS off when you press the button. So instead of show FPS true. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, we got it. We did it. 3D adds another dimension that makes it more complicated. True. Yeah, when you're trying to move stuff around. Yeah, that makes sense. The physics ticks per second isn't related to frame rate, other than maybe impacting it at higher physics ticks rates. Oh, interesting. I don't think, at least. Frame rates are funny. Great. Oh, great. I love dealing with funny stuff when I'm trying to make something that works a certain way. You can set your project's max FPS. Whoa, why would I want to do that? What's the advantage of maxing it out? Bigger number is gooder. I think all gaming monitors run at 60 FPS now. Gotcha. If your frame time is 20 milliseconds, then that would be 50 FPS. I mean, I almost want to print other stuff too, like these frame times, physics and otherwise. Right? Why am I relying on this profiler? I could do this. I mean, the profiler is cool too. There's also 144 plus. Are you telling me that, like, this is not even, like, this should be faster? That's wild. Try full screening and see how the frame rate changes. Oh no, but then I won't be able to see the output. All right, let's try it. So let's get a baseline, right? So I'm just like wiggling, I'm jumping, whatever. Not much is happening. It seems to be around 100, 120, something like that. Maybe like 105, 111, if I'm being more precise. Full screen it. Jumping and running, jumping and running, jumping and running. Whoa, it dropped down so much. 94, 93, 95, 73, 52. It went down to 52 at full screen. Oh my god, 50. It hit 50. You can put an on-screen label that has a text of your get FPS. That's a good idea. It's a really good idea. Wouldn't that use up frames per second though? I feel like that's gonna be its own little hog. Maybe it's minimal in the grand scheme of things. I'll do it. I don't care. I'll do it. Anchor it down. Oh, the debug control node is configured badly. Let's add a margin container in there. Put that margin container. Let's make the debug node everywhere. Margin container down here. Something like that. Put show FPS in there. I'm even gonna add me a little H box. Stick it in there. It might have a marginal impact. All right. Let's make that font a little larger so we can see it. It's all optimization today, baby. That's the task. Simple as a pimple. We can make it look a little better, right? Maybe give it like an outline. Just so I can see it a little better. I like seeing things. I'm a big seer. Hey, what's up, Dragonblade? Dragonblade, drag themselves on in. 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 Welcome, Dragonblade. I'm doing optimization stuff today. I also upgraded it to 4.2, which didn't not continue to introduce the optimization issues. There's even some bugs, things that don't work the same, which is just exciting. So yeah, I'm deep in all of that today. That's it. That's the way this is gonna go. So right now I'm setting up an on-screen FPS counter. Yeah, there's just things that are bothering me about the way things run. I'm also adjusting collisions. I'm also checking this, checking that. There's so many things that I'm checking here. Max FPS is good for consistency. If it occasionally hits 140, mostly runs at 120, then it will look weird on monitors that can display it. Jesus. Was it bad that it was hitting 50 at full screen? I'm so horrified about that. I was like, oh, we're great. It's good. But then I made it full screen and it was just absolute chaos. Okay. So here's a little FPS label. Wonderful, beautiful. We don't want it to be visible though. I'm gonna give it a unique name. Put it on the clipboard. Come back over here. And that was an interesting way to do it. If visible, set text, get FPS. That's an interesting way to do that. So we're going to say if show FPS, and we can just put that in there. We could do... I don't know, would that work? Percent label, we gotta put it in quotes. Oh, I did a dash. I forgot about my consistency in naming. Show FPS. Let's do it. Let's keep it consistent here. You said get FPS? That's not a thing. You mean like do this, basically. FPS and then the string situation. So like that. Is that gonna work? Oh, also I forgot to make it visible. We also want the label to be shown. If it's not true, then we want it to be false. All right, let's see what we got. See how broken it is. See how wrongly I did it. Very. Quite. Yeah, I don't think set text, but that's okay. You need to concat the strings. That is a wild way to say anything. So let me look at where I set labels otherwise. That word did not help. Plus instead of, oh, okay. I hear you. I didn't have to do that for the score dunk. Are those, I can't believe those are real words. I mean, why would you say them if they weren't real words? Concatenate? That's amazing. That is just one heck of a word. So I managed to do it here with this dot text is what we want, not set text. Dot text equals. Oh, you're spelling it wrong. Concatenate. It looks better. It looks more like a word I've ever heard of. I'll give you that. I will give you that much. But I was able to not use the plus here. Confiscate. What's up, Medcart? Confetti! Yeah, why not just be a fun word? Come on. I'm gonna not do the plus. Expect the end of statement, found comma instead. Oh, I probably should wrap it, actually, a bit. We should probably wrap that. Wait, why did I have to... I'm confused. Hold on. Let me go. Oh, because I was inside. Oh, you're right. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, Dragonblade. Because we were doing this... Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. I see that now. I see that now. I see that now. Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. You're right about that. To optimize in 3D, you should be conjugating rather than concatenating. Totally, totally, totally. Hey, it works. Let's freaking go. Awesome. Sweet. Look at that drop. Look at that drop at full screen. Dang. That's quite a drop right there. I mean, it's solid at 50. It's absolutely solid. It's like, nope, that's what I can do. Wow, when I run into things, it drops even a little lower potentially. Unless that was just a coincidence. Well, this game ain't running in 60, I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you right now, at least not today, not yet. Not today, not yet. I kind of liked the idea of it printing it as well, though. You know? So I think I'll still tell it to print it. Maybe that's overkill. Yeah, maybe that's overkill. Don't do that, Liz. We don't need that. How many draw calls are happening? What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I'm gonna go back to doing collisions while we figure out what that means. I think that might be a problem. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So, okay, so we did do some profiler earlier. And one of the places where we were having issues was the terrain generation. Which I need to optimize very badly, was the way the terrain is generated. And even with that eliminated, so let's actually see what that looks like with that kind of eliminated. It's a CPU telling the GPU to draw something. All right, let me set up the profiler here. Let's set up the profiler here. Now, it was a lot more extreme earlier. Is this what you're talking about? Like getting information from here? I could also try going into full screen as well. My arrows stopped working. They kind of work, but they don't work the same. It's really weird. A lot of weird stuff broke when I upgraded to 4.2. A couple weird. It's like one weird thing, pretty much. Alright, so let's make this bigger so we can see that lovely frame rate tank happen. Having a lot of different materials can create a bottleneck. Jeez. I mean, yeah, I guess I create different materials. Alright, I think it's a good amount of testing. But like, it's a game. Like, I'm not supposed to put materials? That's not what you're saying. Oh wow. Look at the full screen section. It's just like so obviously different. I think that's what that was. That must be what this section is. So is this information helpful for us today? I saw my FPS as well, but my FPS is always stuck at 50, even when I place more objects or when I increase resolution. Whoa. Didn't you say you capped it? Right. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Because, like, Godot does that by default, right? Where it will instance materials and keep them locked if you know, duplicate them or whatever. And so often I make them unique so I can make them different. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I don't know. Instead of creating new videos, use an already existing one, but change values around. Yeah, I'm a little, I mean, is that something I can quite do in Godot? I mean, and I feel like you're describing this in a general sense, not necessarily in a Godot sense. Also, I have to say, the materials are very simple in this game. Like, very, very, very simple. I hear you, but I don't really know what to do with that information. Yours doesn't go up or down, you haven't capped it? Wow. You can optimize even more if you get your hands dirty with some shader programming. Yeah, I do plan on doing that. But, like, everything is so simple in here. Like, I'm not even doing complex things with the materials. So I kind of feel like, I don't know, but I hear you. I hear what you're saying. Like, if we just use the shader stuff to set colors and styles and things. I don't think it's a problem with graphics either. You might have VSync turned on and your monitor refreshing at 50. Oh, to Cerebrium. Oh, nice. Good call. Ooh, 2 folks. See if you got VSync going. There's barely anything happening on the screen. Right, exactly, exactly. You mostly have experience with this from Unreal Engine. As far as I know in Godot, when you create a new material, it's saved as a resource somewhere. Yeah, yeah. I mean, something like that. It's good to think about, though. And I am definitely going to be setting up my own shaders for more complex things. I don't think it's a graphics issue either. Alright, so what's going on right here? 21, 8. And the thing that's causing it is process time. What's happening with process time? I don't know. Is that, I mean, that's probably not the FPS or anything. I mean, is this very bad? Like, I don't even know what I'm, like, looking for here, you know? I'd say finish simplifying the collision models and see if that works better before worrying about other things. Yeah, yeah, I'm with you on that. Like, someone said this should be 20 or less. Process time is the process methods. Right. In the entire game. Right. Right, and so I guess it would be, you know, that certainly doesn't narrow anything down. I mean, I see we have 0.22 milliseconds here on some script functions, but you can see that that's, let me get out the way. That's such a small amount. Like, I don't even know where it's not really breaking it down for me. It's just like, oh yeah, the process time. But is that bad? Is that a bad process time? Yeah, that's what's called every frame. Turn off VSync. My FPS just shot up to 500. Nice! Let's go. I guess VSync is a good thing for my game. Wow, right, because you wouldn't want it to be too high. Interesting. Very interesting. It's not horrible. It's probably worth fixing since it gets worse in full screen. Oh yeah, let's see what it... Yeah, right, in full screen. Somewhere in your code, the process function is doing a lot on that frame. Right. Hey, Guy, welcome. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. How you been? You know me, trying to optimize. I wish there was more clues, like which process function, like which ones are doing more than others that's causing that. You know, and like, I'm trying to keep it below 5 ms. Oh, for frick's sake, dude. All right, I mean, we can try reducing these collisions, but there's just not that many in this scene. There's one thing that has collisions, and that's the this. Oh, I guess there's the helicopters. There's the helicopters, and then there's this. So I'll fix the collision on this one, and then, you know, maybe we can try removing the helicopters and see if that helps somehow. But the rest of this stuff is just meshes. There's nothing. There's no collisions on them. There's nothing going on. This one, or this one, has a texture on it. On the top, like that's not a material, it's like an actual texture image that's on top of the roof of this, but like, you know, it's not really doing that much. Navigation agents, but I'm biased against nav system in Godot. Yeah, the navigation system in Godot is not that impressive. If you name your script classes, it should show up in there. Really? This is where breaking it down into smaller functions is helpful. Wait, I could do that? Thanks, Gap Games. Yeah, you know, it's literally just like one asset that I'm working on a hanger in Blender. And this is kind of the most up-to-date version of it. And it's not complete yet. And then these were like older versions of it that have like doors, and I'll probably put doors back on it. And so this is for like the military level. And then the idea is that, you know, you can like go in here, there's stuff, enemies will come out of there and stuff like that. But this is going to, in theory, be like the military level, in theory. Yeah, maybe it's the navigation agents. All right, so let's fix the collisions on, I'm just gonna do it on that cow barn, since that's actually in that scene. Let's fix that. And then we've already fixed the helicopter collisions, and then see what happens if we remove stuff little by little. So this has a couple different collisions on it. It's got a separate one for the roof and a separate one for the overall thing. Let's change that. Let's make it just one. It is essentially, it's more of like an on rails type of game, but the idea is you're going to need to get a minimum number of abductions or points per level, and once you hit that minimum, you're then going to advance to the next level. So it's not endless in that sense, but it is endless because going to the next level won't change much other than what around you changes. You'll still be moving forward constantly. So in that sense, it is kind of an endless runner. If you have something in your process that moves an entity, move it to a move entity function that's called in the process. I don't know if it helps, but I noticed the clone set huts are slightly floating above the ground. Causes a shadow cast under each. Could cause some unnecessary calculations? Maybe. I doubt that. I mean, if so, we're talking very, very minuscule calculations. Maybe. There's also possibly other graphics settings, speaking of, that I've set up. Like, maybe the lighting in general that I have is doing a bunch of crap it doesn't need to be doing. So I could try turning that off, you know? But, okay, so you're saying I can... If I name my... Is that what Dungeon Martian is talking about? I'm completely confused what the heck you're talking about with this entity move stuff. Like, I mean, I do have functions that are called in process and then run separately. And I don't see them appearing. But I know there must be some way to get them to appear. But I don't know. So I have a lot of questions. I don't understand how to implement anything you guys are talking about. But it sounds really useful. Okay. So let me improve this collision shape. We're going to add a box. Stretch it out. Until it's about the right length. Perfection not necessary. Not bad from that angle. What I mean by naming, if you look in the profile at the bottom where it says script functions, you can see you have multiple process functions there. Right. If you put class name in your scripts, it will show up as the name. Really? That's interesting. That sounds useful. All right. Almost. I don't know why I can't talk when I do this. It's like I'm trying to be very precise. Just get it like just so. Okay. Is this nope. Is this close enough? No, it's not. All right, I'm willing to be okay with this. It looks a little no, that's fine. Okay. All right. Collision changed on there. So now everything, I don't know, Godot, just familiar with some 3D rendering where shadow maps are an area for optimization, just throwing it out there. Yeah, thank you for throwing it out there. I don't think that's it here. These are some very uncomplex shadows. All right, so, I mean, the FPS seems worse. I mean, the collisions have been changed, so that's good. At least we can eliminate that. Again, there's not much going on this level. Everything's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. I don't think the shadows have anything to do with it. We could, just for the sake of stuff and things, I guess the other, okay, so it's something that really irritates me is that the profile doesn't come on automatically. Is there a way to do that? Keep debug server open. When this option is enabled, the editor debug server will stay open and listen for new sessions started outside of the editor. I don't think that helps me. I really wish it would automatically run the profiler. I find that so annoying that I have to hit play. Move this out of the way. Hit debugger. Ugh. It's so annoying. Especially when you're trying to do something as precise as debug. Like, why is it this way? Why are you like this, Godot? Profile slows down the game too. It's why it's not auto start. Right, but like what if I could press a button that would make it auto start? Like just let me opt into it being auto start. Is that asking too much? All right, so I'm doing stuff. It's actually not terrible in the profiler. Like the FPS isn't beautiful, but we're not getting too much chaos on the profiler here. It's staying below 10. Attacking the helicopters makes it go up just a little bit maybe, but it's not bad. It's not that bad. That jumped up to 16 there. Let's go full screen with it. All the helicopters are dead. FPS is dropped, to be sure. Shrink this down. There's our full screen section. Overall, it seems better. Just take a quick look at the collision model on the main character. It's pretty simple, Gravitas, but I'll show you. It's just capsules. Spikes as we hit the huts. Well, the huts don't have any collision on them, so it shouldn't matter. They're literally just husks. But it's just capsules. There's 2 sets of each of them, but they're just capsules. Very uncomplex. So there's 1 set here for each area for detecting things, and then there's another set down here for other reasons. This may be the first time I've seen for like physics collisions. First time I've seen 3D models face of that alien. Makes me sad that we won't see it more. Makes me sad too. You will see it more. Basically, when you'll see it for now is going to be when you eat meat. The monster's gonna turn around and face the camera and gobble up the meat, and blood's gonna fly everywhere. So that would be every single time you go to heal yourself, it's gonna turn around and you'll see its face. But I just haven't implemented that yet. The alien was a NEET who now has to go to work and has to meet the quota of abduction. I don't know what any ET is, but yes, it does have to meet a quota. It does look like the overall process time is down, but it doesn't look like there are any more to gain by looking at collisions here. Yeah, I think you're right. What annoys me about the debugger in Godot, and it doesn't have a log tag, and the game engine automatically changes to the output tab, which is the log window. And when you start the game, the engine automatically changes to the output. Yeah, right. That's kind of what I mean too. Right. It like goes away from it. It does. It's not starting it, and it takes you away from it. So I got to come down here and I got to click back through it. It's simultaneously cute and horrifying. Let's go. Could load the game in with the monster walking towards the camera and then spin the camera into its intended position. What? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So that's, yeah, I definitely want to play around with cinematics at some point, for sure. Yeah, but like in terms of regular gameplay, you'll probably most frequently see it when you eat food. But yeah, there'll definitely be stuff like that, of course. We're not at that point, though. Can you scroll down the profile to see the script? Oh yeah, let's do that. I would love to. I thought you'd never ask. Okay. Okay, yeah. Oh, so they are listed here. Yeah, they are listed here. Let's go to some spiky point. This is 8.39, 11, 13.3. So I guess there's just some things I need to parse out. But this is what confuses me. Is look, this doesn't add up. That doesn't add up to 16. In this case, it's actually mostly physics frame time, but also process frame time. But it doesn't add up. That's what confuses me. So even if I had these, you know, listed out, it's not really helping me. I mean, I guess there's 13 hit points. Oh, maybe I should be looking at that more. The number of calls. The raycast doing 3, but still it's not that much. Hover your mouse over the highest process function. It should tell you the script file. Really? Camera. I didn't know you could hover over and get some more details. That's interesting. I mean, that makes sense. The raycast is doing a lot. You don't think I have a physics problem? The alien drops from the sky like a titan in Titanfall, then stands up and starts running. Yeah, that kind of stuff. I love that. Yeah, I definitely want to do stuff like that. Yeah, 100,000%. Yes. I love that. Why don't you develop old games? Like Spider-Man 2000 Crash. I'm doing a remake of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2003. You know, actually, future games, I do have cooking in the old noggin a game jam that I want to do. So I do a game jam every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern. It's an hour game jam. We just come up with a theme right then and there, and we do a game in 1 hour. It's really hard to do. The results are okay. But it's a lot of fun, and it's really useful to do it. But I want a longer game jam. So my idea for a longer game jam is to do something I want to call the copycat game jam, which is actually very similar to what you're describing. It would be like 1 to 2 weeks long, and it would be literally about creating other games. And that's the whole jam, is make this other game. That's the jam. But, you know, I'm more interested in creatively expressing myself through making new stuff. Like, that just motivates me more. But in general, I do think there's a lot of value in recreating other games. So that's something that I do want to do as well. Hang on, silly question, but do you have your collision mask? That's cool. Also, it's cool that you're setting up, that you're doing a remake of an old game. That's also really cool. Do you have your collisions masks set so that only the alien can collide, i.e. the helicopters don't check for collisions with each other? Yeah, you know, that was something that we did fix once upon a time. And I think all of that is pretty well optimized at this point. That is something that I had an issue with at one point, and we did make those changes. I might want to go through and double, triple check that, but in case anything has changed, but that was an issue that we had once, and I had to go through and update all those things. Yeah. For sure. That's a good thing to remember. Go look at project settings, physics common. I think it's set to 16.67. What? What's in there? Then because your processing is now lower than 16.67, it's not an issue. It's when... Wait, what? What is this in response to? What are we doing this for? It's very interesting. It's when process time is greater than 16.67 that it's a problem. Try Phantom Camera for smoother camera plugin. Maybe it might even reduce your FPS. Check on Phantom Camera docs if it helps. It's cool, but copyright infringement. Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, that's the other reason why I don't want to make... That's why I don't like making old games. Or other games. I mean, look, if you're making fan stuff, whatever. And for the game jam, I don't think it's an issue. I think it'll be fine if we do it for the game jams. And I think what Dragonblade is talking about is more like if you're selling stuff, right? If you're making money off of it. A long explanation? Okay. So yeah, that's interesting. The camera's doing the most, but again, this doesn't all add up to that. So I don't know. Anyway, let's see if I make some certain changes, if things happen. Turn the turtles to samurai rabbits? What? What, mate? That's taken. Asset flip games? That's true. Yeah, I mean, asset flip, I mean, as I understand asset flip, like that means, like let's say you buy or use free assets from an asset store. Mechanics, stuff like that, and you just, or even like a default project that comes with Unreal, you know? Stick some other models from Mixamo in there, sell it, bam, you're good. That can be quite illegal. That's what I understand asset flipping to be. Do you know how to use VFX? If you know how, I learned it because I find it difficult to learn it. Maybe? Is making a Vampire Survivor clone copyright infringement? No. No. Every frame Godot allocates a certain amount of time to physics processing. In your case, I think it's allowed to be 1666. So no matter how uncomplex you make your game, it will always stay there or whatever. Interesting. Is that what an asset flip is? I guess, is it? All right. I've heard it used differently. And that way. Right, if you make the game from scratch, yeah. At least 16.66 milliseconds to process physics. Your processing is currently taking 13.3 milliseconds to do the processing. This is below the limit of 16.66, therefore you will not see any further gains from physics optimizations. Interesting. So I mean, so right now, it's like fine. Is that what I'm hearing? That like, in this scene right here, as everything is set up, well, did you see that little issue right there? Did you see how it kind of like dragged for a second? What the hell was that? Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. There's also a little issue where you're supposed to be able to hover over things and the arrow appears, but when I upgraded to 4.2, that went away. I'm not saying that that is causing an issue, but maybe it is. But it sounds like what you're saying is this scene, as we are right now, is pretty okay. And things aren't terrible. Sounds like the situation at the moment. So let's put it up a notch. I thought those were templates to use too. If I take Vampire Survivor, change the assets, have anime style, and oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I guess that is asset flip. Yeah, that makes sense. Right. Yeah. Then it's an asset flip. That makes sense. I see. And copyright infringement. Gotcha. I guess I was getting confused between when people say flipping assets versus an asset flip. Like I hear some people, game devs, say like, oh, if I'm flipping assets in a game that I made from scratch, right? So they made a game, the code from scratch, Or they borrowed code from somewhere else and they flipped that code. You know, I just hear people use that terminology. But like an asset flip, you're saying, is if you keep the code the same or mostly the same and you change other things about it. Turn a cat blue and say I made it. I think that's what Dragonblade is saying, pretty much. Using free assets is not asset flipping, but a lot of asset flips do that. Use free assets. Yeah, alright. I see. There's like a correlation there. Alright. So what am I doing? I think I'm going to try a couple things. I'm gonna switch my... Let's actually... Well, I'm gonna keep doing... I'm actually gonna keep doing collision stuff. Because I want to put this scene back in here. This scene has a lot more going on in it. I updated this tree. I'm gonna update these other trees as well. So let me adjust this collision. Albeska, Albeska, how I'm trying to rhyme with Albeska. How? Albeska, how are you? Albeska, how are you? Albeska, how are you? Albeska, how are you? It's a member song for members. We sing the songs for the members, even if they suck. Albeska, how are you? Fresca, but how do I make that into a song? Albeska, how are you? Albeska, how are you? Albeska, how are you? Do you use mesh colliders or box colliders? I don't know. What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Do I use box colliders or mesh? I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that means. Even Unity has that reputation. Well, not that prevalent anymore. But, oh, Unity logo on startup. Must be an asset flip or must be bad. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that. The attitude. That seems... the attitude, like, I feel like is a little dated. Like, I think when Unity was, like, earlier in its life cycle, I've heard that was more of an assumption. Where is my... But, like, now, you know, enough games have come up that it's fine. Why is it so tiny? Right, when it's, like, released for free, yeah. For Unity games are required to have the Unity logo on startup, but paid users could remove it, leading to people believing only bad games are made in it, right. But, like, that's not true anymore. Also. Like, you can pay money, and it still costs a crap ton. Why is it so small? Oh, it's not visible. I was like, what's going on? Where's this box? It was tiny. That was the only thing. Mesh collider follows the shape of the mesh more or less closely, so it's a more complex shape. Oh, so I'm using box then. I'm actually changing it. So I was using the mesh collision, and now I'm changing it to a box collision. People started to use it for their own games even when they never made a game and just release it, right? Or assist in asset flips. Yeah. Okay. So let's just finish doing this. We're not necessarily worried about this being a huge problem. As far as like collision masks and things go, it's possible. So this is actually... This is a little tricky because technically this should be on layer 3 and it doesn't need a mask. But here's the thing. I don't actually set it on here. I set it in the code. So in the code, I say that layer 1 is false, layer 3 is true. Here we have mask 16 true. That's because mask 16 is running into the player, I don't really need this to be true. Only if it's like a solid object, but sometimes the obstacle is solid and you can run into it, kind of. I still don't know that I really need that to be true, now that I think about it. But, and then all the obstacles share the same script, so they all should be pretty good as far as masks and collisions and layers go and stuff. Done that it took them until 2023 to allow you to remove the logo on startup as a free user. It does nothing but bring bad reputation to the engine. Yeah, it was a questionable choice. I feel like they're bringing it back though, and like you have like on even like certain plans you have to have it. Even on like paid plans you have to have it on there. I don't know, man. I can't with Unity anymore. Alright, I'm gonna shrink this down a bit. As far as optimizations go, I mean, at this point, I feel like what I need to look at, maybe reduce how the raycast behaves. I mean, the raycast, or the, you know, the cursor clicking on things, is so important to the gameplay overall. It's so important to the gameplay. Something that bothers me, I don't want a box for this, because I feel like we should use something else. Or at least... Convex polygon. Like, would that be a bad idea if I do it? Yeah, probably. Because here's the thing, is like if the player might encounter it from the side, and I want it to kind of have like that angle a little bit. And so maybe I could do like a few boxes of like different sizes that stack on each other. I don't know, and maybe I'm overthinking it. And it's gonna be like a little annoying to set up too, because I have to like size it for each one. But the reason why I'm doing more collision stuff is just because I want to use this more complex scene to test with. Would a capsule that just goes under the ground not work? It would, but it wouldn't have that angle, you know? Wouldn't have that angle that I'm looking for, right? Think a mesh would be better? I don't disagree. They released version 6000. Yeah, there's some Unity news that sucks. I didn't look too deeply into it because I'm not using Unity, but I did think about it. You can select the mesh and there should be an option to make, right. So that's what there was, right? And that's what we're replacing. So there was that. And I like that. But, you know, we're just worried that that's like gonna cause optimization problems, which is why I'm changing it. And also, so I think the one I would usually do is like single convex, right? Like this one. But it does create so many more polygons. And while I like it, I cannot tell you how many people come through here and they're like, don't do that. And so I'm like, okay, fine, I won't do it. And that's why I'm not doing it. Because people tell me not to do it. And they sound really serious. And so I just obey. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should stop doing that. I did want to know what the difference was, so thank you. Yeah. You could try with a cone shape. There is no cone shape. Not that I saw. At least not with the simple default ones, right? We've got a separation ray, a sphere, a box, a capsule, a cylinder, a height map, a world boundary, a convex polygon, and a concave polygon. And the convex polygons, I often get like errors with those, and I don't even know how to use them also. And I feel like that's what gets created when you do the wrapping around mesh generation thing anyway. So my assumption is that those are less optimal in a way that makes it worthwhile to avoid. I don't know. Again, I'm still not fully convinced that this is the most important thing to do. But now people can't come in here and say, you need to make the collision shapes more simple, because I already did. It's usually paired with foot and hand inverse kinematic motion. I think that's what it's called. I like to have hands press against a wall versus an invisible box. Okay. All right. I don't know. I believe you that that's related to what we're talking about. I do believe you. Technically, I just don't know what that is referring to. I forgot. You know, and it's like here I am making tons of collision shapes. Is this so much better than just doing a convex polygon shape? I don't know. But I know I want it to have some degree of cascadery. And so this is what I'm doing. And again, I guess it's more of a process of elimination thing in terms of whether or not this is causing issues. I think since the player character is so large, you could have some gaps between the cubes and still be fine, right? Yeah, you're probably right. Is it okay if I don't, though, since I already did it without them? I mean, is it bad that they're overlapping? You know, it's like I already did it that way. You know. And I could just readjust them. It's not that hard. But like, what's the advantage of there being gaps? You know, why even do it? Just curious. Yeah, maybe could, probably. You must please the audience. Just restart the game from scratch. I mean, look, and here's the thing. It's like, I believe what people are saying when they say that. You know, that will help with optimization. You know, I'm just, in a lot of ways, kind of ignorant about it. And so, you know, I'm just eliminating possibilities. And, you know, then I can just be like, well, I did do that, and it didn't matter. So, all right, let's add another box collision. Water or Coke? Water, every single time. Water, 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 water. Water is an amazing drink. It's a fantastic drink. Rebuild the whole game in Scratch. I mean, literally, you'd have to have a gun to my head. And even then, I'd really have to think about it. Sorry, I know some of you guys like Scratch. Okay. A tree is gonna be as strong as a GTA tree. Do I know what that means? What makes a GTA tree particularly strong? compared to non-GTA trees. Dragon Ball instead of Dragon Blade. That's hilarious. I guess there's worse things for autocorrect to do. You can nuke a tree in GTA and it will not break. Oh, gotcha. There's static bodies, you can hit them with cars and they don't move. That's silly. But also, I can understand why they would do that. Like, not worry about setting that up. It's usually unbreakable at the wrong time. GTA game dev is really interesting. They have breakable fences. A fence? Oh yeah, sure. Breakable. A tree? Nonsense. To be fair, trees are very strong. I will say. They are very strong. But maybe not nuke strong. Probably certainly not nuke strong. Alright, there we go. We've got a bunch of Christmas present collision boxes stacked on each other. Looking like a Minecraft voxel tree. Everything's just voxels under the surface. Wood is greater than unbreakable. Wood product. A wood unbreakable. Wood product easily breakable. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. In GTA terms, I can see why I can see why they'd make that development decision. All right, one more tree. One more tree. This one's very simple. All I gotta do is make it a sphere. Shrink it down. Look at that. Snug as a bug. Almost. A part of me is like waiting for the calm before the storm when I start needing to work on the terrain stuff, because I have a feeling that's going to be where a lot of the challenge today lies, is dealing with the terrain loading in. And so this is a nice calm before that storm. And I guess also finding out the optimization issue with the... Well, I don't even know what the issue is anymore, if I'm being honest. Okay, so we're gonna turn this into, get rid of the leaves. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, Psychonic, welcome. Good to see you. There's literally metal fences that you can break by punching and kicking a few times, but wooden fences that don't break by driving a tank into them. Game dev is fascinating. Sphere or 10 voxel cubes stacked. Which one? I wonder. I thought it was because it was too many colliders to keep up with to determine that they should be breakable. I don't know. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? I'm a little tired, but I'm doing okay. Personally, I'm working on, I upgraded it to 4.2. There are a few, well, there's one apparent issue. You chose Coke that I need to fix. But overall, it's not too bad. And now I'm just trying to deal with some optimization stuff. And I'm eliminating what is often brought up, which is that I'm using non-simple collisions. So I'm making my collisions very simple. So we can eliminate that as a cause of any bad optimization. I should stop buying Coke. I mean, that's up to you. Maybe Pepsi next time. I think the main problem with your terrain generation script is that it adds all of the terrain scenes to the array on the same frame. Whoa, if you break that up over a couple frames, it'll be better. This is an interesting suggestion. That is a very interesting suggestion. I am keen to try that. By the way, the GitHub repo is in the description box, if anyone wants to understand that. You're not doing that already? I mean, look, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I snatched that code from a YouTube tutorial for the terrain generation. And I kind of understand it. I say in short time, let's study it. Like very soon here, let's get into that and let's study how it works. Yeah, this song is awesome, right? It's just a nice free one that they have on YouTube. I like it. It always gets commentary when I play it. All right, collisions updated. Reduced, improved, recycle. Now this should be the last one. Oh, maybe, oh gosh, look at these fences. Oh, jeez. The fences are kind of messes, if I'm being honest. Again, I generated it. All right, we're not done yet. The fences, I'm still not really sure how I want to handle the fences. I don't think I want to handle them like this, though. Yeah, I gotta do the fence. The fence... Eastern music scales just sound so good. Totally. Yeah, I love Indian, South Asian music scales. I want to learn them. I want to learn them. And then we just go chaotically to a totally different type of music. Because why not? But yeah, the fence... I'm thinking that the posts will actually be unbreakable. And the only thing you can actually break... the only thing you can actually break will be the boards in between the posts. Because I said so. And also, I don't want to think about it more than that. And I might even say that these don't even hurt you or stop you or anything. You just like clip right through these. But for now, let's put the collision on there. Should probably copy this collision shape so I can reuse it on the other ones. Although then it'll have attached. They'll be linked. So if I change one, it'll change the other, and who knows what mistake I make there. Okay, that was the fence post. And then this is like the left side fence. So I think what I might change this to is just the post and then the boards in between, and then that'll be its own object. For now, I don't quite have anything set up like that. And so I get to enjoy doing all of this, even though I know I'm gonna change it one of these days. Anyway. Wait, where did this even show up at? It's up there? It's a different place. But yeah, with the terrain controller, I just kind of use it the way it is, and I didn't even know that it was doing them all on the same frame. That does seem like quite a mistake. Because I really need the way that the blocks come in to be solid. Like, that is the entire game. The entire game is going to be the terrain loading and unloading. it needs to be halfway decent. Responding only one terrain per physics frame. Oh, that isn't what's happening. Nice. And you know, I feel like the tutorial that I got it from was like the code seems nice. Like it seems like good code, right? It seems like good code. All right, well, that was a good theory, Dungeon Martian. I'm disappointed that it's not as easy to fix as that. I think it's just like, honestly, Godot loading the paths. But it adds a whole list of scenes as an array on one frame. No. Oh. You guys are getting me so excited to look at that right now. I remember reading something about queuing events throughout several frames. I forgot everything, but it was interesting. Oh my gosh, I'm dying that we're still doing this. But I can't. I can't just like stop in the middle of this task. But I want to. I want to so bad. It's too important. It has to get done. It's probably good enough, honestly. All right, I'm gonna copy that. And then open up the other one. Again, I'm gonna change how this works. I think I'm just gonna have just the boards in between be a separate object at some point. But for now, we'll keep it the way that it is. But your days are numbered. Left and right side fence models. Alright, looks good. That was simple. Have I done them all yet? It's adding the whole list of scenes to an array on one frame, the first frame of the game, and that's it. It doesn't run multiple times. So, if you look at what I commented out, the first block one, that's another thing that I need to sort out. Because I actually just commented that out. Yeah, the first blocks, right. So the first blocks, that was something that I slapped in there. That was not part of the original code. I slapped that in there. And I bet you it shows. Okay. But honestly, I just commented it out. Okay, so all of that, all those collisions are good. Collisions are much better on everything. I don't think these have any collisions, so we don't care about that. The only other things, as you can see, are around are these navigation areas. Those are those red boxes. We might want to try turning that off. That might be something. But I'm going to bring this back in. So let's start looking at the terrain controller situation, because I need to switch it from the simple one that we're doing now, the military one. I'm going to switch it to the debug one, which is the terrain that has all of this stuff on it. And I'll be interested to see how it performs. And so this already brings up one problem that I have. So the reason why I made that first blocks function is because otherwise it'll just load everything as soon as you start the game. And what I wanted to do was insert a few blank blocks that spawn in before all of the other stuff spawns in. So that way you get some time leading up to this. And the way that I set it up, or didn't set it up, means that it would also intersperse some of those blank ones throughout in between. Now right now, that's not happening. And so we get caught on an obstacle as soon as it starts. It's just gonna be pure one after another, this block with a bunch of crap on it. And for the sake of just consistency and tracking, I'm gonna do another profiler here. I'm gonna put up FPS, and let's see let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. It's there's so many things to bump into. This scene, there's things way too chaotically placed in here. And the collision on the player, so there's a lot of problems. Number one, the collision on the player doesn't shrink. So that means we're colliding with our limbs that are still big. That the collision of the limbs needs to be reimagined 100%. Like, that's a whole thing that I'm procrastinating dealing with. Which makes navigating this area very difficult, but that's okay. That's okay. Overall, I don't feel like I'm seeing much worse performance. I mean, it is, right? It's down at like 70, 80, as opposed to like 90 or 100. So like the frames per seconds are lower. Do I care? Does that matter? I don't know. Heck if I know. I'm gonna kill some helicopters, break some houses. Whoa, did you see that? Did you see that? The game just lagged so hard when I started clicking on some stuff. See, the first time I click on the cows, it lags. I feel like it's gotta be the raycast, too. Dude, the raycast is causing some issues. And then I'm gonna make this really big. Perfume bottle alien. I'm gonna make it big, and I'll do some light stuff and some heavy stuff. Now it's dropping below 50 FPS. I mean, these have to be problems, right? You'll see some glitching at the bottom. That's just the terrain getting deleted before the camera gets in front of it. I'm not too worried about that. It totally looks like a perfume bottle. That's very funny. Alright, so let's hop out of here and let's see what it looks like. So the whole full screen section is pretty obvious. Let me make the chat bigger. Psychonic says, I had to work with threads to make a loading screen for my game so it doesn't just freeze while it loads. Right, and so that's what I'm thinking, that I need to like add something like that in. But like, how am I gonna do that if I want, I mean, no, I might need to do that. I ended up faking part of the progress bar because it wasn't smooth and linear by default. You got to. I feel like you have to. You must fake it. Right, it has to be fake. But nobody wants to see it getting stuck. You gotta make it smooth. You have to. The engine was giving me jumpy values and it didn't even get to 100. I had to lerp it to 100 manually. I love that. There's a few 87 millisecond calls. So here, this is after we went in full screen. Let me scooch it. Hopefully it'll be in view. Yeah. So this is after we went into full screen, which doesn't super surprise me. 75, I'm seeing. It looks like the highest one to me. I think the orb loading in poorly is a problem related to instancing. You could try having the game start with it on screen and see if that helps. The score dunk is always there. It's not being instanced. So I don't know if that adds important context. Control nodes show when there isn't a camera in the scene. Wait, why are you saying that? Oh, for like loading and stuff? But yeah, the score dunk, the orb is always there. It's just, it just goes higher or lower. That's the only difference. Physics time. Bunch of stuff going on there. Progress terrain. Terrain controller. Look at all that the terrain controller is doing. And this is after I made it full screen. This is well into the test. After I made it full screen. It's the progress terrain function. Like, it's the terrain stuff. Like, that's what's causing our chaos, I think. More than anything. Like, there is this ready function with the arrow. I mean, this arrow, this broke in 4.2. So there's something here that I need to figure out in general with the arrow. That's doing a bunch of calls. We also have 90 calls here for the physics process for health objects when we grab things. Probably because you are moving all the nodes, especially with all the collisions. Dang. That's troubling. So, I mean, what, do I just start moving the player instead of the level? Maybe that's what I need to do. Is figure out how to set it up so the level isn't constantly, which is, oh god. Oh man, so much of the game is built around assuming that the level is moving. But, I mean, if that's not scalable, this game is only gonna be scaled. Like, there's so much more scaling that needs to happen. That if just things moving, nodes moving is causing the problem, we're in danger. We're in serious danger here. And then I have to wonder, maybe it's certain nodes moving versus others. So like you were also talking about, maybe the navigation has something to do with that. It might not be that. Maybe something weird. So most of where it's happening is with progress terrain in the terrain controller. So I suggest I go look there. I feel like that's going to be a place to go. So let me just look at some other spikes. There's another one further down here. You just have to trust me that it's there. 21, 22. Not a huge spike, but it's definitely a spike. And in this case, it's mostly the physics frame time and the process time. It looks like this must be like when I grab the cows and stuff. I feel like that must be grabbing. Oh, and then we have hit points, making a lot of calls. So definitely doing the grabbing of stuff and dunking it is causing a lot. Attacking things, which kind of makes sense that would be, that would cause some kind of stuff to happen. But that's, you know, not the worst of it. So, okay, a couple things I want to try. Before really digging into this terrain thing, unless y'all are keen on me doing that. Loading screen is usually done by instancing the load scene itself, showing it on top of the previous scene, unloading the previous scene, creating a thread that loads the new scene in background. Oh. Yeah, I feel like I might need to do something like that, unfortunately. I mean, it makes sense. You know what'd be cool? If, like, I could keep the character walking over, like, the loading screen being underneath the character walking. So that way you still get that, like, movement. So, okay. So here's what I want to try. I'm going to go into the scene that we're loading, which is this one, our cow farm. What if, well, actually, before I do that, let me get rid of, I'm going to get rid of the helicopters. Gotta go dot. Okay. Thank you for letting us know. I see what you did there. Thank you, Kai Guy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Take care. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, right. We'll see. I'm not sure how I want to handle that stuff. But thank you for explaining that a little bit. I'm sure I'm going to have to do it. So, okay. Actually, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to get rid of the helicopters. We're just going to eliminate the helicopters from the equation. It's a very simple thing to do. I just have to go to the NPC spawner scene and tell them not to spawn. No helicopters spawn. I'm gonna bake some cookies with cookie Godot. Yep. Yep. There you go. It sounds like the same word. All right, no more helicopters are spawning. Oh, one spawned in. Okay, you know what? We don't even need to do it there. We'll just get rid of the spawn timer even happening. No spawn timer. Goodbye, helicopters. So I'm gonna hit play. Let's pull up the debugger. Check it out and see if our like baselines are lower. Or whatever. I just want to eliminate as many things as possible. So one thing that's happening with the helicopters is they are navigating a bit. They're using like the navigation agent to get around and move around. Oh, you saw the little spike? Whenever I grab this, we get a spike. Right, and so then Dungeon Martian was saying maybe it's the orb. The orb is just always there and it just lowers. And when we look at the report, it's talking about how the health script is the one that has a bunch of slow stuff. It is the first time it comes in. And I think maybe after a while as well. I don't know. Yeah, that it could be the score dunk. I don't know. What makes me think that maybe it isn't, at least not directly, is that in the profiler, it lists stuff that's on the health script, which is for the meat objects. So that makes me think that maybe it's not that, but I don't know. All right, I'm gonna attack some houses. Oh, see, look, when I attack the house, it's slowed down. And that's the same thing that happens the first time, right? Whenever I grab a cow. And so that's why, another reason, I think it's not the dunk itself. I think it's something else. I also don't necessarily remember this happening in 4.1, which, it honestly just irritates me. That that's even possibly true. All right, let's look at this big spike. Mm. 1838. 38 looks like our highest here, which is considerably lower. Granted, I didn't go full screen this time, so it might have been higher. I probably should have gone full screen to really do the test right. And it's mostly process time with a little physics. Terrain controller, terrain controller. Health script has some stuff here. I'm gonna look at this spike down here, which there's one way at the end. It's not that high of a spike. 34, that's actually pretty high. I think this is when I clicked on the house, maybe? Or a cow? Physics time. Oh yeah, particles. So like this would be when I clicked on the house. We have a bunch of calls for the house particle effect. 240 times 0.15 plus the 48. Then we have health stuff too happening. Hit points going down is doing a bunch. I don't know if these are like too muches though, or just like it's kind of okay that it's so much. To me, it still seems like the big thing is the terrain. But then again, you know, if I just jump around to some random spot, it seems like it always coincides. Like the terrain jumps up and other things are jumping up. So it's like the terrain needing to do some kind of update alongside of something like the particle effects, which is interesting, I think. I don't think it's a problem with calls if they are doing something and it isn't affecting the frame rate. I mean, wouldn't it be like, if it's calling 0.15 milliseconds 240 times, wouldn't that be 240 times 0.15 more or less? And therefore that would be the milliseconds? Or is this saying it took 0.15 milliseconds to do 240 calls? I mean, I'm not really sure what that means, to be honest. If that's what that means, if it only took 0.15 milliseconds to do 240 calls, like, that's amazing. Well done. Good job. You know, in this case, it's doing one call and it's taking 44 milliseconds. So clearly that's doing the most. You only barely understand it. Yeah, me too. Alright, so I guess that was interesting or something. So let's look at the terrain control. I mean, well, okay. The other thing that I wanted to look at was the navigation agents too. So I wonder if I remove... Well, the copters are gone, so why should the navigation agents matter? I mean, they are on, they are like activated on all of these. Let me try this, just to like eliminate it. I'm just gonna literally, I'm gonna just delete it. I'm just gonna delete it. I'm gonna pull up the house here. And I'm gonna delete the navigation obstacle 3D. I'm just gonna yank it off of there. And then I'm gonna try to attack the house. I'm just gonna eliminate that as a possibility. And we should see a lag spike. I mean, the cows don't have a navigation agent, and we see a spike or an issue when that occurs. Gosh, I gotta move these trees. So like I grab the cow, we're gonna see a little lag. We did it that time. We don't always. I don't even know what to think. See, it doesn't always happen. Even the first time, it doesn't always happen. Hit the house, doesn't happen. Like, when does it happen and why? This is chaos. Surely just getting rid of that one navigation area didn't fix all of that. Was it the new obstacle? What does that mean? the new obstacle. No lag. I've never used them before. Oh, yeah, navigation things. They're all right. I don't think that's doing it. Okay, so that at least eliminates that for me, personally. So let's look at the terrain, for real now. For real now, let's look at the terrain. I maybe understand this script. We're gonna go through it line by line. The entire thing, line by line. It has comments on it. Again, I did not make this script. There is a YouTube video that accompanies how it works, but it doesn't go line by line. It's been a while since I've gone through it line by line. So we'll see how this goes. There's a lot about it that confuses me. And our progressed terrain is what's doing the absolute most here. Especially in times of spiking. And that progressed terrain is being called in the physics process right here. That's the only thing in the physics process. And it's doing some stuff. All right, let's back up, see what we got. So, it is going to hold the catalog of loaded array terrain block scenes. So we have an array, an empty array, called terrain blocks being created as a variable. Got it. The set of terrain blocks which are currently rendered to the viewport. So we have the terrain belt, which is an array looking for mesh instance 3Ds. So this is a different array. There's two arrays now. There's the catalog of loaded terrain block scenes, and there's the ones that are actually appearing. So it's like loading all the blocks separately, and then it's having a separate array where the ones that are loaded in are being added. That's the terrain belt, where things are being added. Terrain blocks, storing them. Terrain belt, where they're being added and moved. We have the terrain velocity, which is how quickly it moves. This actually does change if you run or you walk. This is a little different than the original code. The original code just had it as a constant, but I made a variable of it because when we run faster, the terrain velocity increases, so it seems like you're moving more quickly. So that's actually interesting. And real quick, let me run a little test here. If I grab it normally, we don't see a lag drop. If I'm running and I grab it, okay, well, real quick, I'm actually going to adjust these tree positions because they're really irritating me. They're way too in the way. This is not how things should be done. So I'm just gonna grab this tree, move it out the way, so I can actually, you know, run and test things without running into everything. And while we're at it, let's move this out of the way. Okay. Alright, so if I grab things without running, this is what it's like. If I'm running and I grab things, nothing seems very different. Alright, I just wanted to try it. I wanted to see if maybe increasing that speed. I mean, there is some, like, chugging happening. Actually, there is some chugging happening for sure. You can really see it. If I just hold... And look, I mean, look, the stream isn't chugging as much. Like, I'm moving fluidly. But this is kind of like doing that, you know? I'm not even profiling right now. There's no profiler running. It's not even running. But I see what you're saying. That, like, maybe with the grabs, it might have been when the profiler was going. But right now, the profiler isn't going. No profiler. And then I have to say, you know, like maybe that amount of lag that it adds, like, isn't that in some way, like, maybe simulating someone's computer? Like, or whatever. Like, if someone has, like, I don't know, a program running on their computer or whatever. Like, maybe it's okay to have the profiler be adding a little bit, you know, because that kind of simulates an environment of a such. But if we're moving at this speed, I don't really notice the change as much, or the like, it's hard to tell because it's so much slower. Actually, maybe I do notice it. I wonder if, actually, I kind of do see it. I wonder if it's either when things are getting deleted or when something is getting added to the end of the belt, right? Because there's when things get removed from the belt after they pass the player, and then there's stuff that get added to the belt at the end. And I guess those happen simultaneously, so it's a little hard to tell, I assume. I don't know. So it's kind of hard to tell which one might be impacting it. It's very interesting to think about. Something else that I could change in this terrain script. So here, so we talked about that, right? If I speed up, this float changes. Otherwise, it stays at the constant. The next line is the number of terrain blocks. This is how many blocks are going to be in the belt, right? So when things get deleted and a new one gets added, it's going to make sure that it's adding up to 7, or always 7. So if I bring this down to 2, you'll see there's only going to be 2 strips in the belt at a time. So much less there. Wow, did you see it? It didn't this time, but it looks like it might be this scene even. The house one doesn't seem to cause the lag. Can you tell? I can tell. But when it loads the cow farm one, it seems to lag a little. You know what I'll say about the cow farm one? I've put a ton of cows on there. Not like maybe like twice as much as this one has. So I don't know if that's really all it. All right, let me go faster. You see? If I go fast, you can really tell. It's whenever the cow farm loads in. So arguably, there's something on that terrain block that's causing issues. Yeah, it's noticeable, right? So what is it on that terrain block? I wonder. Look at that. When it's all of them, when it's only those, when it's doing a bunch of those, it's so jilted. So, I mean, let me try this. I'm glad, look, if we don't have to go through this whole script, I'm gonna be happy. But let me try this. I'm going to unload the cow farm and then do a profiler check and see if we experience similar problems and spikes and stuff. All right, there's the cow farm. I'm gonna drop it into a different folder, in the unload folder. So now it's only going to load the one with the houses. There's 18 cows. There are 18 cows, right? Is it the cows? I don't know. But I mean, it's a cow farm. It's a cow farm. There should be a lot of cows. It's a cow farm. There's not gonna be a lot of cows in a cow farm. Looks like some of the cow collision shapes are overlapping another mesh. That's interesting. You know, now that you mention it, I might have added a bad collision situation in there. Now that you mention it, I wonder if it's that raycast. Ooh. That's a pretty good clue, actually. Okay. Let me just do this anyway. Let's do the profiler anyway. But actually, you would kind of see the issue here, too, if it's what I think it is. You know what I think? You know what? Okay. You know what? Actually, I think I might have an idea what's happening here. Yeah, they are really goofy. You're not wrong about that. Actually, you're not wrong about that. Oops, I didn't mean to open the Blender file. That was an accident. That's okay. Take your time, Godot. Take your time. I got curry-flavored quinoa and green beans. I'll be alright. Aw, poor little goofy cow. I did my best. Dude, making a cow face, I found to be incredibly challenging from an artistic perspective. Even in 3D. But I might be able to do it better now. Okay. So I think it might be this raycast here that's causing the problem. That raycast, well, it's looking for the ground. It's looking for collision mask 1, or it's looking for collision layers 1. So I mean, it's going to be constantly seeing the ground underneath it, right? What if I just turn that off? I'm just going to turn that off, and I'm actually going to put, let's just eliminate that as a possibility. And I'm going to put the cow farm with all 18 cows back into our terrain belt. And let's just see if that resolves that problem. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna get the houses out of there. And let me actually rename this. I don't like the name of this. I'm gonna rename this to block. It is debug though. No, but it is the debug one. It's pretty funny that it's the debug one. Let's just say houses, cows, person, whatever. All right, put this over here. So the only thing that I'm loading in is the cow farm. That's the only thing that's in here. The raycast is not possibly to blame. And let's take that even a step further, and let's get rid of all those cows. Let's take it a step further. Let's get those cows out of there. But let me also look at the cow script before I do that. I want to look at the collisions that it's set up with. Yeah, there's not much really set up here. It's on 4, which needs to be true. Mask value 1, so it collides with the ground. Mask value 16, that's so it collides with the player. It's false. So, actually, it's pretty clean in terms of collisions. There's not really much going on there. And the raycast should be turned off at this point. Well, I'm less excited now. The other thing is I really want to emphasize that there is a bug right now where the arrow isn't appearing correctly, and that's when I upgraded to 4.2. So part of me also wonders if this mouse entered, mouse exited thing not working is an issue. Something to think about. But alright, so it's not just the collisions. Let me come to the cow farm and let's I guess get rid of all the cows. Let's get all the cows out of there. Goodbye, cows. Thank you so much for your service. No more cows. The cows have been eliminated from the cow farm scene. They are gone. Does it load more quickly? A little bit. Like, sort of, but not really. I don't know if it's the cows. I don't think it's the cows. I mean, it's not slower. So let's add them back in. Kill the cows. Shoot them. It's definitely worse with the cows in there. But that's not the whole story. So I'm going to remove them again. And this is what it's like when the cows aren't in there. It's a little better. It's a little better, but not like a lot better. I kind of want it to be a lot better. But you can still see it's a little jilted. Why? The trees, you know, these trees I made a long time ago. You know, maybe they're bad trees. I'm going to get rid of all the trees that aren't... I'm just going to get rid of all the trees. No more trees. The trees are dead. Shooting the trees. Goodbye, trees. And then let's try it and see if it loads in more quickly. Much more quickly. Considerably better. Now I'm gonna put the cows back and only remove the trees and see what happens. It's not too bad. It's kind of hard to tell, but it doesn't seem that bad to me. And our frame rate is good. The frame rate is solid right now, you know, relative to when it's been bad. So the 18 cows, I don't think are to blame here. So I'm even going to see if we can eliminate it further. And I'm just going to remove types of trees. I'm going to remove tree 1. So those are all tree 1. They're the tallest tree. Let's remove those and see what happens. Definitely looking laggier. The FPS is a bit lower. But the lagginess, you can really feel it jilted whenever we load a new one in. So I'm even going to add those trees back in there. And I'm going to remove tree 2. And leave 3 and 1 in there. See what we get. I think it's pretty similar. Maybe even a little worse in terms of the stagger that happens. Okay. Gotta load 2 or 3 ahead. What does that mean? I'm gonna get rid of tree 3. See what that does for us. What do you mean 2 or 3 ahead? Oh, you mean like before they appear? Honestly, this is much better. If I'm being honest. This is like a lot better. It's not, like, it's still staggered. So I think tree 3, amazingly, despite being not that complex as far as I'm concerned. The tile pieces you are loading one at a time, right? I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. I don't honestly know how to answer that. The draw distance will look cleaner. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that. If you're able to like parse the code, the GitHub repo is in the description box. I don't really, I don't understand the code that well, if I'm being honest with you. So, I mean, I don't really know how to explain it, unfortunately. I mean, I can try to finish going through it, but I'm not really sure how to make sense of what you're saying. So your cow barn scene is loading in 49 objects, and your other scene is only loading 13. Each of them has their own scripts and subnodes. That's kind of right. Yeah, that's pretty much right. I mean, you know, they're instanced, right? So this tree has all the same properties as this tree, but they are separate instances. And so in that sense, they have their own nodes and stuff like that. I didn't say I wasn't smart. I'm just saying, like, you know, I don't have all the knowledge about how things are working and how things should work. Right, so there are a lot of things in here. So, like, you know, honestly, I don't really need stuff this far out in the periphery, right? These could be just, like, decorative trees, right? We could set boundaries here. You know, maybe part of the issue is just, like, that we're having fully destructible objects and things. The Pokemon known as Gwiz has announced themselves as Gwiz. Welcome, Gwiz. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. I think since it's making so many objects all at once, it'll just be slower than the other scene. That makes sense. And you know, yeah. So, yeah. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, honestly. That would just happen. It's going okay. I'm a little tired. You know, but I'm here working on games. That makes me happy. So it's going good. How's it going with you? Hope it's going well. I'm trying to optimize things. Try to just figure out. I just upgraded to 4.2 finally, which has raised at least one little issue. And then besides that, just trying to identify some performance things that are cropping up. And yeah, that's about it. Seems like it's at least related to generating terrain. That is to say, these strips that move towards the player and get deleted when they pass the player. Then a new one gets added on to the end. Right now I've set that to 2. Only 2 things, 2 strips spawning in at a time. And yeah, you might be right, Dungeon Martian. I think that makes sense, that there's just the number of things that have a bunch of stuff loading in all at once is causing this jilted, you know, thing to happen. My code suggestion that wasn't right for the project would maybe work well here because we could offload the creation of each type of object off by a frame or 2. Oh, I see what you're saying. Right, so then we wouldn't be placing the things ahead of time, and they wouldn't be loading in. But you know, it would be like spread out more. Yeah, that's interesting, and so that makes me think more. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? How does that relate to this? Multi-threading? You're going to have to be more specific. But I've heard you. I've heard you. So, tech wizardry. Yes, certainly. I'll just get my wizard wand and I will wave it and then we'll have multi-threading. Sounds good. Spawn chunks on a different thread. I think if this was like 1% specific, this was like 2% specific. So, well done. Thank you. Thank you for helping me. Yeah, so I just, like, I don't know things, you know? Godot doesn't use multi-threading by default. You'll have to set it up manually. Okay, cool. Wow. Using more of the computer's processing power. Cool. Cool. It's interesting. I mean, maybe that's something I need to set up. I don't know. And so based on the cryptically short messages G was sending, is what you're implying. Does that mean Pierogi gun is not gone? Pierogi gun is not gone. Pierogi gun is not gone. Pierogi gun is not gone. Pierogi gun is right here. Pierogi gun is right here, here, here. Welcome Pierogi gun, who is not gone. Welcome Pierogi gun, who is not gone. Welcome Pierogi gun, who is not gone. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. There's your song. I'm so sorry, but you're also welcome. Does that mean spawn them off screen, then teleport them instead of spawning them? I don't know if that's what that means. CPUs have multiple threads. By default, Godot only uses one. Right, and so, like, what are the implications of me doing that? Like, if Godot only uses one, is there a good reason? Is there a good reason? Do I need to make sure that I don't use too many? And if I do use more, you know, what's gonna go wrong? What's up, kitty cat? You wanna cuddle? All right, let's do a quick cuddle. Uh-oh. Let's do a quick cuddle. Oh, man. Okay, I might have... Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Okay, cuddling with the cat may have caused me to drop something. Oops. Okay, never mind. I guess we're not cuddling with the cat. The chaos of cats. Ooh, I'm fine. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm fine. Yeah, so, like, if I do that, is that going to, like, raise problems that I'm then gonna have to, like, keep in mind and deal with? It just seems like, but maybe, but it also sounds, it sounds like a good idea. It sounds like something I should do, if I'm being honest. My computer science friend has talked about multi-threading a lot, but I've never looked into it personally. Like, oh, their game uses too much. Their game uses too much. A lot more work, probably. Your computer will work much better on high-end PCs. The game will work better. Will my idea work anyway? Spawn them off-screen and then teleport them instead of spawning them. I mean, that is a lot of work. That sounds like a lot of work. I mean, look, here's the thing. It's like, I have to do that with everything? I have to do that with everything? Like, the amount of effort. I mean, here's the reality. Like, I do want... There's some good points here, actually. And it raises a lot of questions about how I need to move forward in developing this. G-Wiz says, spawning them off screen won't do anything. It's interesting. Because I don't actually want to set everything on the terrain. I kind of want it to be procedurally generated. But I'd be open to doing that a little differently. For example, putting a few things on a terrain strip and having it procedurally or randomly generate different ones of those. And then I could just set up these and it just gives us different tiles. I would be pretty okay with that. Because the thing is, we can make these as thin as we want and it'll still work. I could shrink this down to a very thin strip and it would still spawn in a bunch of them right next to each other. Or, you know, we could just have these blank tiles and then things just like, you know, like you're saying, come on from off screen. But yeah, I mean, G-Wiz seems confident that that won't do anything. I don't know, we'll see. Won't stutter if you're using a different thread to spawn the chunk. And that won't have consequences in some other way. Since instantiating is what's making it stutter, not rendering. Oh. You made a tutorial on it. I'll make a picture, I'll put it in chat. You can't add nodes in a thread. Ooh, Dragon Blade. Dragon Blade with some important points to consider here. G-Wiz's confidence not sounding so confident. Yeah, like what even does that, I mean, what's the point of multi-threading then if you can't, because nodes are just everything. What can you multi-thread? You know, if not nodes, then what in Godot can you multi-thread? Maybe that's part of why it's not set up, because it doesn't do much. Shaders. I don't, the lack of specifics. You've said something with a question mark. Somebody understands. I used multi-threading on a game to load in a resource-intensive main menu. Oh, for using multi-threading. I see what you're saying. Shaders don't use multi. So if nodes don't use it, shaders don't use it. But a resource use threads to do heavy calculations. So maybe like what I'm doing shouldn't have to even necessitate using multi-threading is kind of what maybe Dragon Blade is implying. Because look, I feel like, yeah, there's a lot of objects, but they're not that complex. Like, why should these objects be causing so much stress? Aren't the scenes preloaded? Shouldn't that not cause hiccups on instancing? Yeah. You would think, right? You made a slideshow? Okay. Yeah, they are supposed to be preloaded. That's correct. From what I saw, the problem comes from moving the tiles. Is this generation on GH? GitHub? Oh yeah, it is. 100%. Yes. So if you go to the main scene, it is in the terrain controller. Right here. The terrain controller. Right there. That's the script. Godot doesn't have multi-threading because not all computers have multiple cores. Right. It just seems like, I just feel like that seems, yeah, check it out. So this I also got from a tutorial. I barely understand this code. I do kind of understand it. So yeah, so what you're saying seems correct, right? That so it has this array right here, terrain blocks, and that's supposed to hold the catalog of loaded terrain block scenes. So it loads the terrain block scenes right here, right? Into this array. And then it takes those scenes from that array and it adds them to the terrain belt. That's what it's supposed to be doing. Godot literally has multi-threading. What are you talking about? Be nice, young man. So it should, in theory, be preloading them. But let's keep going through the code. So we did start it a little bit. Let's just recap what we've seen here in this very short read through of this so far. Very short. So it creates an array that's supposed to hold the loaded terrain block scenes. And then it also creates an array that holds the ones that are actually spawning on screen. This controls how fast it moves. This controls the, well, this is also the speed, right? And so if you move forward, you run faster, and this speed increases. So that's just the velocity of the terrain belt as it moves forward. Now, Dragonblade is saying that the movement is causing the problem. But, like, I don't really know how to test that. Like, how do I even test that, you know? I'd be interested to. Alright. So then we have this, which I changed to 2. This is how many blocks spawn at a time. So I could say 2, I could say 1, right? Only show me 1 at a time. And it'll be pretty ridiculous. But there you go. So you can see it's just loading 1. If we increase this, usually I put it at 7. So now they're loading way in the distance, right? Yeah, I mean, maybe it's the moving. I just don't know how to test that. You know? Like, how would I test it? Because, I mean, I guess I need to set up a different way. I need to set up like a debug button that I press that removes and adds one. Because the only way that it adds more to it is if it moves past the player. So I would need to set up a button that just nukes it and adds a new one automatically. So maybe going through this code, we'll find out a way to do that. Alright, so that's what that does. Path to directory holding the terrain block scenes. So this is where the block scenes, the one that you see, this is what it supposedly preloads, right? That's this folder right here. And it just has the cow farm in it. Okay. In the ready function, it runs 2 other functions, load terrain scenes and initiate blocks. There's one that I added in there to make things different. We don't have to worry about that. That's not really an issue right now. So load terrain scenes, terrain block path. So it runs, oh, it's a variable. So it's, right, that makes sense. So it's taking that path and it's feeding it as an argument into this function. This function, load terrain scenes, is, I don't even know what this is. So it's setting a directory, directory access open, target path. What if I put, does this make any difference if I just stick a pre on that? What if I just stick the word pre on that? It doesn't like it? Okay, sorry, never mind. It has to be a constant string? That's interesting. Alright, never mind. Yeah, so it's not technically the word preload that you're gonna see, but here's where load is. So, yeah, I mean, you're right. There isn't the word preload, so maybe that isn't the way to describe it, that it's preloading. It says it holds the catalog of loaded terrain block scenes. So maybe what we need to do is, instead of just having it hold this catalog, it needs to load it. But it's a little confusing because if you think about it, it's already loaded, right? Like there's one instance of it right here, and then right? Like, isn't that what preload? I don't really know what preloading in this context would do. Anyway, but based on the way this code is set up, it doesn't look like I can even just set the word preload. There's a lot about this I don't understand. But, you know, if I try to switch this to the word preload, it doesn't like that this isn't a constant string. So that's real. So it's using this direct access open. It's opening that path right here in the ready function. So technically, it's loading this at the start. It's opening this path at the start. I think there's a function that preloads all the blocks by getting them from that path folder. A function in Godot. Okay. It's not preloading. And so when you say that, is that because this doesn't say the word preload? And if I do type in preload, it tells me that the path must be a constant string instead of building it out of this. Which, like, I could try just, like, jamming it in here, right? Yeah, that is what you're looking for. You can't dynamically get all the files and preload them because preload require them to load before the code executes. Right. That sounds like something that makes sense. Because we're telling it to appear when another one gets deleted, then add a new one. So it doesn't know to add a new one until we tell it to. You know, I'm not beyond just remaking the terrain controller entirely, but I assume this is superior to anything I could make. Can you make a string variable, set it to that thing you highlighted, then put... I was thinking about that. Just to see what happens. I don't know if what I was thinking about is what you're describing, but... like, what if I just copy this and just slap it in there? And then say preload. Oh, it still doesn't like it. Preload file does not exist. What? That's chaos. Maybe the file list can be grabbed first and then stored in a constant or something. Whoa. It's looking for a mesh instance. I passed it a folder. How do you know it's looking for a mesh instance? Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. I mean, I kind of understand what you're saying. For every C... oh, I see. I see, right. Because... I see. So I don't think we can make this a constant. Because... Yeah. Because it's iterating on everything that's within that path. Right. I mean, I guess I could just put that one thing in there. I don't think loading the assets is the problem. You're doing that only once at the start. Really? You don't say. Okay, let's jam that one thing in there and see what happens. Not any faster. Still jilted. So that doesn't help. At least we can eliminate that. Okay. It's hard to say if it's the problem. Maybe debug view would help. Debug view? We've definitely been looking at debug view. And debug view points, if not you bet it's movement. Debug view points to this function. Progress terrain. This function is the one that's causing the highest spikes. The entire load function happens once at the start. Yeah, because that function that we were just looking at, that's set up in ready. This function runs in ready. Load terrain scenes. That's how we got here. Load terrain scenes. And then we also have initiate blocks, where it puts basically the first blocks down to get the belt started. So in the number of blocks, if I have 2 numbers of blocks, which is interesting, that it's just an integer. For block index, where a block is the terrain blocks, it picks a random one and instantiates one. If the block index, what is block index? Oh, I see. If it's 0, I see. So before this starts, because number of blocks, if you're on number 0, 1, or 2, right now there's only 2 coming in. But if you're on 0, then put the block at the size of them. Basically, I think what this is doing is it's checking to see what the end of the belt is. And it's saying, put a new block, a random one from that path, put one at the end of the belt. Or rather, start it at the beginning, or else put it at the end. Is I think what this is saying. Put it at the beginning, or if it isn't 0, that is to say if it's the first one, put one right there at the beginning. If it's not the first one, append it to the end and get rid of one of them, or something? Something like that. Anyway. So that's the other thing that's happening in the ready function. So 2 things. It's loading the scenes ahead of time, and then it's putting stuff in the first spot, otherwise adding something to the end. Right? And that's the ready function. Then we have the physics process. I think this checks if the first block is there. If it is the first block, it pushes it forward by half its distance, so that the player is at the far edge of the first block. Oh, that's much smarter than my explanation. Divided by 2. I see. Else, if it's not the first, append it to the far edge of the belt. I kind of want to, like, comment that in there, if I'm being honest. Push first block forward by half its distance. So that player is at the far edge of the first block. Else, if it's not the first, append it to the far edge of the belt. if not the first block, append it to the far edge of the belt. Helpful. So after that ready function goes, we get the physics process, and we get progress terrain, which is in the debugger what has the highest lag issue, or the highest, takes the longest amount of time, is progress terrain. So this is maybe where we really want to focus efforts of understanding. For every block in the terrain belt, block position Z, add the equivalent of the terrain velocity times delta. So this is just moving the Z position of every block in the terrain belt by the velocity times delta. Okay. Delete first index if it passes a certain spot. Right. So this is how we tell it to delete itself if it gets past the player. If terrain belt 0, that is to say the block that's in array position 0, if its position Z is greater than or equal to the terrain belt 0's mesh size divided by 2, then create a variable that is, whoa, terrain belt -1. I'm a little, is this, what is -1 doing? Is that removing, is that what deleting something from an array looks like? If you do -1? First terrain belt pop front. -1 in array means the last element. The last, meaning like the one at the end. It's modular. We already got to it. This is modular arithmetic. Oh, nice. Oh, cool. You were talking about that the other day. Now look, I didn't write this code. Someone who knew that greater than me put it in here. So when you say the last element, do you mean like if it's 0 through 10, -1 would mean 10? Or by last, do you mean the one before? -1 is the same as the largest number you could put, and there'd still be an element. The last one in the list. Yes, 10. Okay. So whatever its size is, that is, how the hell was I supposed to know that? What? -1 here means the last block in the array. The last block in the array, or the highest number, or i.e. the highest number. I have to comment this thing because I barely understand it. Because modular is like a circle. If you go backwards by 1, it means you're at the end of the loop. Okay. All right. Okay. I bet that makes sense. I bet it does. Hence why clocks are modular. They are circles. Okay. So you're saying this is modular because of the fact that it removes something and then adds something on there? Okay. Why are you teaching me this? So that's what this is doing. This is setting last terrain to being, well, what is the last terrain, which is -1 on the terrain belt. Got it. First terrain. Now what the hell is pop front? Removes and returns. I do not ask why. I only teach removes and returns the first element of the array. It removes and returns? How can you remove and return something? If you remove it, how is it returnable? Wouldn't you have to return it and then remove it? I don't understand. What? Returns null if the array is empty, without printing an error message. On large arrays, which this is not, there's only one thing in the array. This method is much slower than pop back, as it will re-index all of the array's elements every time it's called. The larger the array, the slower pop front will be. I feel like this isn't super relevant. It removes it from the array, and the function outputs what it removed. Okay. Alright. I guess I can still access that information, even though it's disappeared. Return has returned the value of the function call. You can store it in a variable. Now, why would I want to do that? Let's find out. Oh, because it's going to delete it? But I thought it removed it. Oh, it removes it from the array. But it's not like deleting the block. It's just removing it from the array. Okay. And then we're deleting it after. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and clarify that for myself as well. Pop front removes the first block in the array from the array only, and then returns the name of that removed block. Okay. Alright, and then it's going to define a block as terrain blocks pick random instantiate. So, I mean, to me, it seems like it's a little weird that this is at the end. Wouldn't it, like, just visually make more sense and be more readable if it was like this? That doesn't break anything, right? Like, who cares if that's before or after, right? Like, that doesn't matter, does it? I don't think so. I don't know, it just looks a little confusing to me that that's at the end. But maybe I'm making a huge mistake and I'm breaking everything into a million pieces. I don't know. You know, maybe they're just trying to do all the variables first. Because block doesn't need to be defined for this to work. So, okay. So then we have variable block, terrain blocks pick random instantiate. First terrain isn't called again after, it's probably fine. I hope so. So it's going to append to the far edge. What the hell is append to far edge? Oh, it's a function. Oh, geez. Okay. I see, because it has the underscore. Gotcha. That's how you know it's a function. Okay. So we'll have to figure out what that does. It appends the last target block. Last terrain is the target block. And then the block that's being appended is the second one. So is it essentially, it's replacing it. It's checking the position of the block that was removed from the array. Okay. It's checking the position of the thing that was removed from the array, which I have to say, then I'm starting to think that wouldn't that be a problem? Because if you're deleting it before it runs this function, how does it know what the position is? The moment when you get mad at a function you wrote. I didn't write it. I didn't write this. Please, God. Can you please not think I made this code? I am not this smart. I am smart. I'm not this smart. Okay? I'm not this smart. I did not write this function. I wish I wrote this function. But I didn't. I'm also not mad at it. But yeah, I have to wonder, how does this even work if I moved this? Because wouldn't this, if it, oh, that's the first one that we got rid of, right? The last one is the one we're checking. I see. We're removing the first, so we don't need the first information. Okay, never mind. I'm not stupid. I'm wrong. Okay, I see. The last one. Okay, I see. So it's checking the edge for the edge of the one that's at the end, and it's making sure that it puts it right behind it. That's what it's doing. Okay, I see. It all makes sense now. Forgive me. So moving this doesn't matter. It's going to check the last one that we didn't remove from the array. Of course, we wouldn't want to remove it because it's at the end. We want it to be there. And it's going to check the random one that it just chose here. So it picks a new random one. And it's just going to make sure that it's at the end of the one that's already there. It's going to add that child to the scene tree. And then it adds it to the array. So it becomes the new last one if it's appended. Okay, that makes sense to me. And that's it. I mean, that's the whole, we literally just went through this entire script. That's the entire script. That's the whole thing. We looked at it all. And so, you know, if I'm going to try to identify a pain point of where the slowness must or might be happening, I would think that it's happening. I mean, I don't know, here? Because that's not even the load point. Like the load, it's already loaded it. It's already been loaded by this point. It got loaded down here, right? So it's not that it's loading it, it's just when it's instantiating it. And then, you know, sometimes I've noticed lag spikes like at the initiation point too, the beginning too. And that there also has an instantiate. So it has to be the instantiate line. It has to be what's happening. I think the order is 0, the first terrain is spawned. 1, remove and queue free first terrain. 2, pick a random from the new array list. 3, spawn new terrain you picked. 4, add the one we chose to the list. Yeah, I think that sounds correct. That makes sense to me. You get a break in line 66 to see if there's a spike in the profiler. Ooh. Ooh. I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. I very much like that idea. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, but then I have to be able to run the profiler before it happens. Wait, it's not stopping. Wait, it doesn't get to line 66. It doesn't get that far. You mean sooner than that, I guess. And then I also have to hurry up and click the start button before it happens. Oh man. Oh man, I'm gonna need a hit of almonds before I do that. Oh man. Alright. Add a pass. Okay, I can do that. Oh my gosh. All right, here we go. I gotta click fast. And then I have to move the window out of the way. I can't make it that quick. It's impossible. Because it runs immediately. Unless there's details I can find outside of there. Can I tell it to only run the breakpoint? Because I know I can run the breakpoint in code. So maybe I'll say this. Maybe I'll say if it's done it a couple times. Oh. Wait, no, I can't. Okay, so here's the thing about the Godot profiler, Rogi. It won't, it doesn't start automatically. There's no way to tell it to start automatically, which I continue to be irritated by. But it's true. It will not start automatically. Which means I have to hurry up and come down here. And the thing is when I press start, it's gonna, a couple things. Number one, it's gonna cover up my options down here. When I hit play, it changes it to the output from the debugger. So I have to come down here, I have to click debugger, profiler, and then hit start. So, but here's my best idea here. Is I could add like a variable that counts up or something, right? I mean, this is super ridiculous. Variable debug counter equals 0. Okay, this is my idea. This is my idea. And we say when it passes this, debug counter, debug counter, add 1 to it. And then we say if debug counter is greater than 4, I don't know. Then breakpoint. How about that? Await a timer. Yeah, we could do that. What if we do this? Will this work? I still have to hurry up and get down here in time. Profiler start. Okay, I started it. It's profiling. Assuming this actually works, which I don't know will. It did! It worked! Ha! Okay. There's no way to start the profile in code either. I don't know. I have to take your word for it on that. I'm a little concerned because I don't really see a spike. I don't really see any spikes. That's the thing, is I haven't really studied what the spikes look like in this iteration of anything. It's really hard to see what's going on here, if I'm being honest. It's so tiny. Is the red line bad? Maybe. It's accounting for a lot of render time. That's for sure. I don't know what I'm looking at. So the spikes, so here's, I mean, the issues we were having. Here, I'm gonna comment this out for now. And let me just try to reproduce where we had the biggest issues. So I'm gonna grab, I mean, we had helicopters before too, and more destructible things. I can technically destroy these. They don't have particle effects and stuff, but whatever. I don't know why that cow didn't get reparented, but it didn't. For some strange, oh, because I turned off the raycast. I remember now. Okay. So anyway, we're doing some stuff. We're abducting cows. We're moving along. We're running into things. We're spawning in a bunch of stuff. I forgot to run the profiler. Dang it! I forgot to run the profiler. Alright, I'm gonna push this up. Debugger, profiler, start. Now let's run it. Grab a cow, drop it in here. Run around. Jump up and down. I mean, we're getting a lot more spikes here. There we're getting spikes. Okay, let me restart. So that may not be the point. Honestly, it may not be... Maybe that breakpoint isn't the issue. Actually. Let me not do the cows thing. So we might have learned something from doing that. That isn't the issue. Although, to be fair, the issue didn't even pop up before then. So I'm not sure. Alright, let me try running the profiler. What I'm going to do is not speed up the terrain. I'm just going to sit here. We're just going to sit here, let it walk, and let it record. There's a little spike. We might... You know what? I wonder if it's right after the breakpoint. Not before. Oh, but see, then it didn't happen again. But sometimes it does. Every single block that comes in should be creating a similar problem. Alright, I'm gonna use the loo real quick. I've been drinking a lot of tea. I'm gonna let this keep running. Let me know if something interesting happens. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna be like right back. 2 minutes tops. 2 minutes tops. I'm gonna put the BRB up here so it's not in the way of our research. I'll be right back. So yeah, I think maybe it's happening after the breakpoint. Might be the issue. Be right back. Alright, I'm gonna stop it. I mean, it seems like a lot of those spikes early on happened more. Actually, since we have so much data, I'm just gonna start running fast. I'm just gonna start speeding. And just see how that changes it. Seems like it's happening more frequently. I think it might be that the spike is happening after that breakpoint. Possibly in the calculation. It looked an awful lot like every second terrain chunk was causing the spike. Yeah. I feel like, I think you might be right about that. Now it's interesting because It's not even like there always is a spike. It's really hard to, like, I don't know, for me to interpret this. See, I missed a bit. Rest in peace, draw distance. Oh yeah, yeah. We just reduced how many spawn at once, just to like make it a little easier to see like what's happening. Actually, let's keep the chat big, but I'm gonna move it over here. What are we looking for? I am looking for where this terrain controller script is slowing down. At what point things are slowing down. I added a breakpoint on line 70 here. And we didn't see a spike before then. But then again, I don't know. I might have needed to let it run more to really tell. All right, let's just look at the spike. Let's take a close look at it. 64. 64. That's kind of a lot. So I'm trying to just identify where the slowdown is at. We're sort of just like peeling away as much as possible and trying to just look in what's the moment where things slow down and what are the implications of that. Physics time. Ah, yes. Indeed. 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 You know, we get some process time things, but nothing too bad. Physics time is new? Is it? So no, this is why we're even looking here. So if I hover over the terrain progress, actually I'm gonna uncheck all this. And we look at progress terrain. Terrain collider. And not only that, but it's progress terrain. And so that's why I'm looking at that function so closely. But I mean, I wonder if the terrain blocks are registering collisions when they spawn so close together. Whoa. Maybe we have to make terrain blocks not collide with each other. Interesting. And I raise you. So why does removing objects from there speed it up so considerably? The progress terrain function runs in the physics process. So of the terrain controller script, progress terrain. And what this does, first and foremost, it moves every block in the terrain belt by the velocity times delta. And then it's going to delete the first index if it passes the player. If the block moves past the player at that velocity, it's going to delete the first index. It then sets a variable for the last block in the array called last terrain. It then sets a variable for the first block in the array. And at the same time, it's also removing that block from the array via the pop front function. We then have it getting rid of the first thing. So that way, when it goes past the player, it gets rid of the first one that's there. Is it possible to comment out the line for loop or something to see if it's the issue? The for loop. We could comment it out, but then it won't move. And how can we test anything? You know? Like if so we won't get any more spawns. Everything should just sit there. Right? Because remember, the player doesn't actually move, except left and right. Player only moves forward. So if we were gonna test that, which maybe I need to do this, I need to set up like a debug button that instead of expecting the blocks to move past a certain point, press a button, and then it deletes the first one and appends the next one. So I could just spam a button and it does it. If a quantity of objects colliding with the terrain and being moved with it. Interesting. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Debug mode is a pretty common thing to include. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I guess I'm still, like, not sure if we need to bother doing that. I'm kind of procrastinating just doing that. Yeah. The reason that's my guess, too, is because physics time sounds to me like physics calculation. Alright, so let's look at Psychonic's idea. Commenting this out, and this is also something Dragonblade was implying, was that the movement has something to do with it. So I think I am going to make that debug button. But first, let's look at these collisions that you guys are talking about. Alright, so we've got all the cows on here. We've got all the trees on here. Now my question is, to myself, as I've puzzled this out, are there actually collisions happening? So let's find out. So the terrain itself, the ground, is a static body, 3D. Its collision mask is set to 1, which, by the way, is ridiculous. There is no need for this to be set to 1. Let's get rid of that. That's already ridiculous. Don't need that. We absolutely need it to be set to layer 1, so that way the player lands on top of it, the cows land on top of it, stuff like that. Now I hear what you're saying, there's still like the collision happening and the movement, but let me just try removing that. That's just one little thing, because this mask would mean, by having this set, that means indeed, if there are overlapping collisions between this and the other terrain, which I don't know that there are, but if there are, then they will collide with each other per the mask being set. So let's just unmark that, and for now comment back in the movement and see if that makes a noticeable difference, just to start with. Personally, I don't really notice much of a difference there. Let's even get some data to back it up. What were we hitting, like 60 something? Start the profiler. Do a couple without running. I guess I'll do it until there's a spike. Because it doesn't, it's weird that it doesn't spike at first. Because you can visually see that it's lagging a bit. Although it's not too bad when we're walking. I actually don't really notice it right now. Oh, there's a spike. I get a little confused by what the profiler is showing. Is it just me, or is it sometimes like inconsistent? Or at least not as real time as I would expect. I think it must be that. Alright, let me do some speedy. speedy stuff. And what physics it is suddenly calculating on spawn, if not spawn? What physics is it suddenly calculating on spawn, if not spawn collisions? What about the mass of the trees? Yeah, we should do that next. I'm starting with this though, but we should do that. All right. If any of those are colliding with the ground, just changing the ground might not make a big difference. Yeah. Well, I was testing. So what I was testing was the idea that they're overlapping, right? The two, like a terrain and another terrain. If those bumping against each other was causing anything. And since I was able to literally eliminate that possibility by turning this mask off, that made it testable. So I wanted to see if that one vector changing made a difference. At least. Try moving that for loop into its own function so we can see what part is lagging. Ooh. That's interesting. I wonder if that'll help. All right, let me just examine what we got here and see if these are comparable. I mean, it looks pretty comparable to me. It's a good idea. All right, we should try it then. All right, but I'm just gonna examine this. It looks like it isn't better, would be my guess. But let's just confirm it. 63, yeah, it was like 64 last time. I think it was 41. So like, if it's making a difference, it's minuscule. Not minuscule, but relatively minuscule compared to the overall problem. So, okay, not that. Maybe it helps, doesn't make a big difference. So if we check the masks of things that are on there, now I do want the calows, but not no difference. That's true, not no difference. Absolutely. Now the trees and the buildings should absolutely not be colliding. If they are, they need to stop. There's still hope that it's collisions and there's just a lot of them. There is. So now I want to say that the trees and the buildings their collisions are being set in code. That's where their collisions are being set, in code. So keep that in mind. So I'm going to open up the script. This script is the obstacle script. It governs the collisions and the masks for every single object. Every single obstacle. And, well, yeah, just every obstacle that's in the scene. That is to say, anything except for the cows. So the fence, the trees, the buildings, they're all having their collisions set by this script right here. So we're saying that the layer is not on layer 1. Yeah, I don't think that's the problem. Layer 3 is true, and the reason why that's true is because we want the player to be able to detect if they've run into the obstacle. The ground does not have the collision mask 3 set, so there isn't a collision happening between that. Here we have mask 1 specifically set to false, which would mean that the trees and the buildings are not colliding with the ground. They are not colliding with the ground. It is specifically being told not to. Finally, we have collision mask 16 set to true. This is the player. The player is on layer 16. The player is also on mask 3. Yeah, so maybe the cows. Let's go to the cows. So I have tried removing the trees, and it was better. So I left the cows. So I think that's gonna make it a little more confusing. If that's the case, can you try moving that row of cows to interact with the barn mesh back? Interesting. So, okay, so I left out one little detail there. which is that the barn here doesn't have any collision. This building has collision right here. This one doesn't. This is literally just a mesh. Doesn't even have collision on it. If I can find it. Here. This has no collision. So if we say editable children, you'll see all that this is, actually this is this one. All that this is meshes. So the cows aren't colliding with this barn because this barn is just a mesh. There's nothing on it yet. I haven't had time to set that up. The trees made it worse. The trees made it worse. Let's try it again though to confirm. Let's try it again though just to confirm. Okay, so we've gone through the scripts. We see that this is not colliding with anything that's relevant to our problem. This is on every obstacle. And then, so let's look at the cow before we move on. So let's look at the cow. This is the cow script, and this is also on the humans as well. So it's on layer 4, which again is so the player and the raycast can see, oh, that's a health object. And this is not what the ground collides with, or any of the other obstacles collide with. They're not on layer 4, or mask 4, right? The obstacles are not on mask 4. This is on layer 4. Mask 1 is true. Now that's so it can collide with the ground, meaning the cow does collide with the ground. It absolutely collides with the ground. 100%. The cow collides with the ground. Because the cow is a physics body. It's a rigid body. And it needs to stand on the ground. This is the player. It doesn't collide with the player. Moving the movement to its own function will help with debugging substantially. Alright. I'm willing to try it. One thing at a time, though. One thing at a time. I'm here for it. I'm here for it all. Let's do it. You guys are amazing. You all are amazing. Thank you all so much for helping. I appreciate it. I'm just like I'm in like, let's go mode. Let's do this. So let's try this test. Right, now that we understand what all collisions are happening and aren't happening, I'm gonna remove all the trees from the scene. No more trees. In fact, let's remove the barns as well. Now I'm gonna leave the ones that in my opinion don't matter. Which are these meshes. Because they don't have any collisions on them. They have no collisions. Oh, let's get rid of the fence too while we're at it. No fence, no obstacles. All the obstacles are removed. The only thing that's left is this mesh. I mean, what the hell? We could remove the mesh too if we wanted to. But maybe it'll be less scientific that way. So all I removed was the obstacles. We have the health objects, which are the cows. Alright? And let's see how it performs. Task list 1, check the cows. 2, check the trees. 3, move for loop to its own function. 4, move the movement to its own function. My approximation of the task list. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, here we go. We're going to start this. And we're going to run the profiler. I was thinking that too, Dungeon Martian. I was thinking that too, but I didn't want to say anything. Okay. I don't know about you, but that's moving a lot more smoothly. All the obstacles are removed, even though we know they aren't colliding. Visually, it's much smoother. The profiler, while still spiking, is not spiking as badly. You can tell because the line isn't itty bitty. Those trees are deaf. Evidently. Evidently, they may well be. But you can see we're still getting a spike. Still getting a spike. But yeah, so to me, this says collisions are not the issue. And it certainly gives some indication that the number of things that are on the terrain, or that are spawning with the terrain, matter. So let's see what the results are a little bit more carefully here. I mean, interestingly, some of these spikes are much more significant than others. So like back here, there's a couple really big ones. I don't remember noticing that. And then we have like some smaller ones here. What the hell is a spike down? I don't really understand that, but I'm sure it means something. Let's look at this little one. This is 1399. Physics frame time. Process time. It goes into the future. Oh! I wonder if instantiate technically is called once for each node in the scene. Whoa! So that could cause the spikes when there's so many things. Interesting. Now I want to test adding just like just a mesh in there, or like, you know, a mesh with a bunch of nodes on it. Ooh, that raises a lot of questions about tests, which I'm keen to try. So it's still the physics process that's doing, but it's not much. I don't think this spike is a terrain spike. I think this is basically nothing. I think this is perfectly fine. There's no issue. This is not related to our problem at all. The problem basically goes away, as far as I can tell. And we're just seeing kind of normal stuff, or stuff that is not of grave concern. Here's the highest point here. And this is just, yeah, this is just other stuff. This is just other stuff. Hey, Thoughtsy! Welcome! Good to see you. Actually, progress terrain is very low down here. So let's look at this big spike that came in. I am looking at some optimization for the game that I'm making. And we've narrowed it down to at least being related to the terrain spawning in. Somehow. And we're digging deeper. So this was the progress terrain. So sometimes it shot up to 16.25. I know you can't see it. Let me zoom out. So sometimes it shot up here. I don't really know what made this different. Maybe this is when I was running. I don't know. So even though this is lower, the problem is still happening. This is still way too high. We still wouldn't want this to happen. So even though removing the number of objects has improved the performance, I think there's still something going wrong here. You know? It's the game physics clock. Is it possible to look up what physics time means? Dungeon says game physics clock. I'm sure it's possible. Are you asking me to? Physics. Godot, what is physics time? Physics processing happens at a fixed rate, 30 times per second by default. This is independent of your game's actual frame rate and keeps physics running smoothly. Does that answer the question? Maybe that's just because the function is in the physics process. Yeah. Absolutely. I think that's definitely it. And so we can actually set our physics FPS, which I think somebody said earlier. that answer your question at all? Okay. So we still have that being the cause of these spikes, which to me says that it's not necessarily the number of objects. There's still something fundamentally, I mean, I don't know, I could be wrong, but it seems like there's still something fundamentally happening with that progress terrain function. Okay, so I guess even just to like push the test further, I'm gonna get rid of all the cows on here. You know what? And let's, well, okay. I was gonna say I could also just do like a blank terrain. Let's just get rid of everything. Get rid of all this stuff. Get it out of here. Goodbye. Nothing is on there. Run it again. See what happens. Start the profiler. And see if we can reproduce it. I'm gonna run, I'm gonna jump, whatever. I don't need to jump, really. And see if any of the spikes that come up are attributable to the terrain progress function. Can we check it while it's running? Oh, we can. Oh, we can't. Wait. Uh-oh. Okay, it didn't like that. It didn't like that at all. It was like, how dare you click outside of the game onto there while we're trying to calculate. Sorry. Jeez. Out of curiosity, the biggest spike that we got was right here. It wasn't a big test. 8.78. And it's not progressed terrain. So it seems like it might be directly related to progressed terrain depending on how much is on there. What does it do? So what it does is this. It will move the terrain forward at a certain velocity. So the terrain on the z-axis will constantly move forward on the z-axis. And what it's doing is it's checking a bunch of files that are in an array, that are randomly loaded into that array. And then it's going, once the first block gets past a certain point, it's going to do some stuff. So this is checking to see, is the first block in the array past a certain point? That's what that's checking. It then defines what the last terrain block is in the array, and then it defines what the first block is in there. In so doing, it also removes that block from the array, and then we delete that from the belt that's actually rendering the blocks forward. Finally, it creates another variable for, and this is actually where it's instantiating a new terrain block. And this is what it's going to add. So if they're moving forward, it checks the first one, it removes the first one, and then it instantiates one. And where it puts that is happening in append to far edge, where it takes that last terrain block that we defined. It checks the position of that terrain block, which is now target block. It checks the position and size of it, and it puts the new block that was instantiated here, it puts it at the edge of the last one. So that way it keeps adding them in like that. So it's that moment of adding a new one in, chosen randomly from the path folder that's defined elsewhere. It adds that child, and then it appends it to the array that appears on the screen. And then we have this debug counter here that I set up just so we could do a breakpoint to see like where the spikes occur. I might need to set this like higher to really be able to see that. But yeah, so that's what that does. Where were we on testing things? I know something that I want to test, but please, I know Rogi made an itinerary, but I'm now inspired to try something that it seems that seems hard to calculate. Maybe load them if there are a lot of objects. Right. So here's the rest of that script. You're saying it shouldn't be difficult for it to calculate. So here's the rest of that code too. So in the ready function, it's loading the terrain scenes based on this path. So we have this path right here. This is where the blocks exist. And this function is loading the files in that path and appending it to the array. So, and this is running in the ready function. So is this not what you're saying? You're saying maybe load them if there are a lot of objects. Is that what this is doing, or is that not what it's doing? And if it's not what it's doing, how do I do that? Okay. So, my idea real quick is to try putting a bunch of crap on here. If it isn't in process, that's good. Okay. So we are doing what you were suggesting already anyway. Disappointing. I'm just gonna add some meshes in here. I'm gonna make them spheres. Disappointing because I was excited for that to just work. I'm just gonna add some spheres in here, all right? Let me just add one. I'm just gonna add one mesh in here, all right? I'm not getting complicated here, but I'm gonna complicate it. So I'm just putting one. There's an orb right there chilling, minding its business. Now, I'd expect that this is not gonna do diddly squat, but I'm doing it anyway. I don't care. So running. It's loading a bunch of these balls in. They don't have collision. Nothing is happening. It's just a thing that's a node. Blah, blah, blah. No big deal. Not that complex. Okay. Everything looks pretty chill. I think by now we would have seen a spike if something bad was happening. I'm going to stop it. And I'm going to check the highest point that I can, like, guess is the highest point. Maybe this one. And see if the terrain progress is that. So that's 10. It's not. Terrain progress, or progress terrain, is not even here. So no issue doing that. Makes sense. That's what we expected. I'm going to try something else. I'm going to save this as a scene. I'm going to save this as a scene. I'm going to make a little folder here called debug. I'm going to say debug scenes. I'm just going to save this as orb, debug orb 1. Okay. I'm gonna try instancing it. Probably won't make any difference. I'm being meticulous. But I'm gonna complexify it, I promise. I just want to eliminate what steps are causing problems. This, I guarantee you we're barely gonna notice anything. But I don't care. I'm trying it anyway. I'm trying it anyway. Run it for a little bit. Blah, blah, blah. Things are happening. Probably nothing too severe. I will be complexifying it. Okay, I've had enough of that test. Maybe it's not a script. What do you mean? Maybe it's a render thing. So, I don't know what you mean, but, so we've been running other tests, and it's been taking us to that progressed terrain, but I feel like you saw that. Maybe it's a render thing. Yeah, maybe. There's different theories that have been going around. That maybe it's the movement of the terrain that's causing the problem with the rendering at the same time. Oh, maybe. Honestly, Thoughty, I honestly may have messed with some of those things. There's a darn good chance that I've messed with these kinds of things. You tell me. Is it on? At world environment. Oh. Yeah, oh, I forgot that test. I wanted to try eliminating the world environment to see if that would help things. Oh, I see. We open this up. Gotcha. And then I guess I have to search through here. SDFGI. It is on. Is that bad? Is that bad? Real quick, I'm gonna undo all these things we've done to this. Switch it off. So that way we can test the original test. Turn that off and do the original test. So for comparison, here's the original test. You can see how it drags every time we walk past here. Not necessary at open world. Instantiate 3 terrain pieces ahead, it'll look better. I know. We're not worried about the way it looks right now. We're just trying to debug, and so I want less because, yeah, of course it'll look better. But I want to put as little in here as possible for the sake of debug. Alright, so we obviously are having the issue because you can see it staggering every time a new block loads in, right? You're saying it's not necessary. I don't know what that sentence means, but it's interesting. Like, unless it's an open world? Okay, so now I'm going to turn that off, per your suggestion. I just moved the movement into a separate script on my end. It's not the moving objects, it's the creation part. Oh, thank you, Dungeon Martian, for saving us that time. Not that I'm maybe not going to try it. Okay. So not only does everything look considerably worse, but that's not why it looks choppy, Gab Games. It's not why it looks choppy, I assure you. Change where your eyes look. No. You are wrong. I will show you. So here it's choppy, right? We can make it unchoppy very easily. And I'll even... But yeah, anyway, so what you were talking about, Fati, that didn't improve it. Hopefully you can see that that didn't improve it. I'm glad we tried it. Yeah, Gab Games, that's just not it. But I appreciate you giving ideas. I always appreciate all the ideas. So here's what I want to do. I'm going to actually... that's really interesting, Dungeon Martian, by the way, that you've eliminated the movement. And that you didn't update the meshes either. It's also interesting. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a... We're going to get a new debug terrain. Actually, I mean, whatever. Yeah, let's make a debug terrain. So I'm going to duplicate this blank one here. And we're going to call this debug. That's all I'm going to call it. Is just block debug. I'm going to drop this into the debug folder. Let's get cow farm out of here for now. No more cow farm. Get out of here, cow farm. And on this debug scene, it's just a blank terrain. And I'm going to add my debug object that we had created. Where did I put that? In the debug folder. Debug scenes orb. There we go. There's our orb. Okay. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add a bunch of these orbs in here. Alright, they're all over the place. I kind of wish, okay. I kind of wish that they were smaller, I'm gonna be honest. I kind of have a problem with this. Can we just like put this in the center and make it not ginormous? I think that's gonna make this test a little better. Just my opinion. Okay. Duplicate it, move it, just so we can see them. It's more visually interesting. I don't know how many to put on here. I'm just kind of arbitrarily putting these on. What did we see it giving a problem at? Maybe at like 20 objects. We already saw a problem. How many do we have here? 4, 2, 4, 6. We have 10. Now there's 12. 7, 8, 9, 10. 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so there should be 20 objects in here. I thought about disabling the SDFGI because it's resource intensive and causes lag spikes when it periodically recalculates the areas. And there's not much point in having it enabled in open areas, so it can be safely turned off, regardless of whether or not it's the one causing the particular issue. Keep in mind that the objects in your scenes are more complex because they have scripts attached. Yeah, well that's the point of my test. Sorry for not explaining it. I mean, I tried to say I'm going to complicate it, but I guess I could have explained it more. So what my plan is to add this in here without stuff attached, right? And I want to see if we have problems without even adding stuff in there yet. And then we'll see what that's like. And then I'm going to start adding stuff in there. That's why I made this an instance, right? So that way we can just open up that one thing and we can start adding a couple things in here. Add a couple more, and then have that multiply. So that was my intention. As for what Thoughty is saying, but look how much more ugly it makes my game. Performance issue isn't specifically caused by one thing, but rather by several smaller factors. That makes sense. So, the reason why I have this turned on is because it makes everything look better. I mean, just look, I think we'll be able to see it here. Look at those blacks. Looks like OLED. Look at that. Look how beautiful that is. I think we'll be able to see it here if I turn this off. Look how much worse that got. Better, worse, better, worse, better, worse, better, worse. But like, so I hear you, it could be safely turned off, but then it's gonna look worse. And maybe I could approximate these same effects without turning this on, right? But that's like a whole other task that I have to do. And I definitely am not going to interrupt what we're doing to do that. So here's what I will do, Thoughty, is I will add a task to my ever-ballooning task manager. And I will say, consider replacing world, or we'll say SDFGI. Check the FPS difference several times in the game. Okay. Okay. But see, here's the thing, is the spike is happening regardless of that, right? And so I'm not disagreeing with you that it will make it better or worse. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I just, like, I feel like it's not the problem that we're trying to solve right now, you know? Okay. So I don't know if that's programming, design, art. I don't even know what you call that. So we'll say consider replacing SDFGI. World environment SDFGI is currently making the visual appearance a particular way that Lise likes. But Thoughty brought to her attention that it may be causing unnecessary performance issues. Consider replacing the visual effects that SDFGI adds, e.g. darker shadows, more saturated colors, in a way that doesn't require it being enabled. Okay. There is a history of it being something to work on. It has been done. And I thank you. And I thank you. I think you could probably rebuild some parts of your object script to one central controller script. I don't know how much it'll help, but having each object run the code that creates the arrow is less efficient than having a flag on the object that tells the camera or whatever to make the flag there. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Juan wrote about this issue, and in version 4.3, they're replacing the SDFGI with the HDD AGI, which doesn't cause lag spikes. Whoa, interesting. Is that what he was talking about? I remember seeing tweets about something they were changing in that regard. Is that what that was about? Interesting. So this is going to get replaced anyway, so I really need to get it dealt with. Interesting. Maybe. That's interesting. All right. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Dungeon Martian. That's a great... I should do that. I absolutely should do that. That's a really, really good suggestion. That's a super good suggestion. I mean, look, you know... Again, I don't know that that's the problem that we're having right now, but that is an optimization that could be done that would help. So it goes on the task list. All right, here we go. Another task. I feel like there needs to be like a different category for optimization or something. Is that a bug? I don't even know. I guess I'm gonna create a new category for optimization. Optimization. Let's make that yellow. Like the sun, which is obviously very optimized. What could be more optimized than the sun? Give me a sun icon. Hell yeah. Okay, optimization. Come back to the board. And I'll move this in here. Thank you guys. Y'all are helping me so much. Truly. And you know, a part of me, if I seem like frustrated or hostile, it's just because it's like, you know, there's like, we have like a task and we're going down that path. And then like, there's like all these new things that come up. Like, what about this? What about this? What about that? And it's like, oh, right. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. This. Oh, right. Oh my God. And then it's like, wait, where was I? What were we doing? You know? And so it's like, I want to try to manage all of that and do everything possible and take all the notes possible, but also somehow not lose track because I'm ADHD as hell. And so, you know, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my darn best. Okay, so a new one for replace hover arrow instances with a teleporting arrow via Dungeon Martian suggestion. Instead of the arrows being separately on each object, have one arrow that teleports to the object it needs to be on. Got it, done. Optimization. It'll be a marginal improvement down the line. Yeah. Optimization is a tricky thing. Fixing a bunch of minor things. Yeah, right. And so here's the thing: is we're not like experiencing like we are, but like, you know, there's lots of optimization that we can fix, but there's like one big bad thing that's happening, right? There's like some bad things that are happening and raising our baseline in a way that, like you say, down the line will cause a lot of problems, potentially. But then there's that one big thing that keeps happening. And so I'm looking at that one big thing, and I'm like, how do we fix that one big thing? And then it's also cool to look at all the other little things, which is also important and useful. But I'm also trying to stay focused on that one big thing. And not to say that those little things can't contribute to that big thing, which is part of the test that I'm trying to run, right? With instancing the orb, that's a debug orb. I want to see, well, if I just start adding a bunch of random crap in there, will it cause this to happen again? Or do I need to add the arrow or whatever, you know? Yeah. I'm lost, but I'm trying to follow, learning a lot. Oh, I'm sorry you're lost. Yeah, I guess let me know if you have questions. I've linked a video relating to my point in the live chat. Okay, it's a tutorial on how to get a raycast from the camera position in 3D space. Okay, we have a raycast from the camera position. But okay. Heard. Storm run, ran on in. Storm run, ran on in. I said storm run, ran on in to the stream, and now you're here. Storm run, ran on in. Storm run, ran on in. Storm run, ran on in, and is gifted a membership, and so you get a song. Yeah, welcome Storm Run. Thanks for running on in. Everyone, remember to turn on your gift membership receivings. I think there's some ways you can do that. Like there's like a drop down on the chat window somewhere. Make sure you opt in to gift memberships. That way you can receive them and get a song for yourself, among other things. Yeah, so you can check out the camera script, the camera 3D script to find all the raycasts. There's actually a lot of raycasts. There's like multiple raycasts. It's kind of a lot. But yeah. Yeah. I don't know who did it. It could have been me. It could have been Tincho. It could have been Olaf. It's hard to know who did what. But yeah, whoever did on their behalf, I will say you're welcome. All right. So, and also hello, Stormrun. So, I'm gonna go back to trying to complexify this orb situation to see if we can tell at what point that big spike happens. So I've added about 20 of these on here. All right, and these are just instance scenes. The only thing that's in there is one mesh instance so far. Okay, I'm gonna add more stuff, but we're starting here. I might not need to add more stuff because we might find that this is enough to reproduce it, but we're gonna find out. So there's 20 of these orbs on here. When I just put one on here, it didn't really cause anything that we noticed. So let's run this. Let me make sure this is actually loading. I think it is. I think, maybe? Yes, all right, so we've got all the orbs in here. Immediately, I'm not seeing any staggered loading. So I think everything is fine, but let's check it out and see if we can find. Really what I wanna see if I can find is if there's any spikes that when I click on them, it points to that function, the progress terrain function. I will say, it does look a little choppy to me. Not like too bad, but a little bit. And to be honest, like this is not that much, right? We haven't put much on here. Look at that. I haven't put much on here. Like, I would say, but maybe they're not it. If only 20 orbs on here are causing this issue, I mean, I have to think that there's gotta be a better way to load these things on here. You know? Because that's not much going on. That's not a whole lot that we're doing here, if I'm being honest. Okay, so let me see what these lag spikes are, and if they're related to the progress terrain. So I'm gonna search around on here to go to one of these higher lag spikes and see what the number is. So it looks like 13.94 is one of the higher points that we got. 13.94. If we come down here, it is not that. There is the physics frame time, but that terrain isn't even in there. The terrain progress isn't even loading in there. It's not even one of the things. All right, Stormrun. Also, where did everything go over here? Where's the profile? Why is it invisible? Godot, what's happening? Did it glitch? Oh, because I unchecked it. Alright, that's on me. I admit it, that's on me. Alright, let me try a different one. This one's at 10. What's the sphere field for? The sphere field is a way to try to test what is causing some lag spikes that I'm experiencing during the gameplay. To put it simply, again, it's just not even appearing in here. There are spikes though, but it's not. I don't think these matter. I don't think these are important. So as much as I wanted to think something was happening, I don't think anything is happening here of any significance. I thought maybe, but I was wrong. So yeah, so here's the situation. I don't quite understand what the red line is. This is like a constant. Basically, this is like the constant, like, physics frame rate that's always running. And that's the best that I understand what that is. If anyone in the chat wants to re-explain that better, please do. But I believe... I think we just looked it up. I don't remember what we typed. So, look, I don't really know how to explain it, but it's something. It's something. Okay? How about that? So... okay, so anyway, so the situation... I'm not gonna explain the situation. I'm gonna keep working. I'm not explaining it this time! I don't have the patience right now. So I'm gonna duplicate. I'm gonna add some more stuff in here. Okay? We're testing how... we're testing how to reproduce a lag spike that's happening when terrain blocks spawn in the game. We've already gone through a lot of some of the most obvious possibilities, alright? And now I am trying one by one to add new things that could stress the game into there to see if I can reproduce it. Could you show the loaded terrain pieces where and how look in the scene hierarchy during runtime? Sure. You can always rewind, by the way. I do want to let you know that rewinding is an option, and we've done that. I will do it because I like you guys. But really, in remote scene tree, that's very interesting. Okay, hold on. So you're saying, so let me just make sure I understand what you're saying. So what you're saying is take what I already have set up, right? What's already set up, that is to say, this. Hit play and do the remote scene tree. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying something else? Okay, I can do that. Okay, I can do that. That I can do. Easy peasy. So I'm going to make sure I expand the terrain controller, because that's where it's adding these in, is the terrain controller. I can't keep these expanded because they're going to destroy themselves. But this is what has all 20 of these in here. So I guess I don't see a lag spike. I thought I did, but I didn't. We don't. So there you can see it's doing the thing where it adds one in and then it removes it. And it adds one in and it removes it. You can tell especially because it's renaming it to Mesh Instance 3D. Number 56, number 57, number 58, number 59, 60, 61, 62. And then it actually does the next one and it moves through. It's actually very interesting. I'm glad you asked that because this is actually incredibly interesting. You can't rewind to find that. This is the first time I've done that. You had to carry 2,000 pounds? 25, 80 pound, not at the same time. That's still a lot. That's still a lot. What are in the scene blocks when lag spikes exist? Okay, well this is where you can rewind it. So, again, I'm trying to reproduce that. Earlier, we had a different scene that was loading that causes a lot more issues. You can definitely rewind to find that. But I will do it because now we have a new thing that you can't rewind and find, which is the remote thing. So fine, I will do this. You are helping me, and I appreciate it. And I am thankful, and I am lucky to be helped by someone as wonderful as you. And I mean that. Okay, so I'm afraid that I'll never get back to the task that I'm trying to do. And that is my fear. And I don't have to let myself be distracted. But I want you to have the information that while I believe you can get some of it from rewinding, I suppose you can't quite with the remote aspect. So I'm gonna grab the scene that causes issues, which I'm trying to reproduce from scratch. I assure you, the communication would be a million times more challenging if it was voice-based. I assure you. So let me drag this in here. Into this. You're not communicating yourself badly at all. I don't think that has anything to do with this. But I hear you. But I disagree that that has anything to do with this. Alright, so here's the... it could be other ones too, Stormrun. It can be other ones too. This one just most reliably reproduces it. So here you can see that it staggers when a new one loads in. Okay? Again, guys, rewind is your friend. Rewind is your friend. Okay, so I'm gonna get... I'm gonna start the profiler. And then you're gonna see, these are the huge lag spikes that I'm talking about. Massive. So probably these little ones are the ones that I see in the sphere, right? These ones that go above the red line there, but they're not really a big deal. Those aren't the ones that I'm focusing on, it's these. And those happen every time a new one loads in, okay? That's what these big lag spikes are. And yes, I can do it with a different one, potentially, but that's what I'm also trying to test. And I may get to it today. There's a small chance that I actually get there. But there's a chance. You guys are trying to help me, and I appreciate that. So here you can see terrain controller, specifically the progressed terrain function, is what causes these spikes. This is what adds a new one. I don't know what that means. LOQD time? I don't know what that means. Alright, so let's do it again, and let's look at the remote scene. Speed versus load time. Okay. I hear you. I don't know what you mean, but I hear you. Okay, so let's put this in here. Now, I don't know what Thoughty wants to see that's different, because it looks the same to me. Right? It's loading in one, and then the next one. Same thing. Now, if I were to try to expand this, there's a lot of stuff in here, which is what I'm trying to reproduce. Okay? So let me reproduce it. And I'm gonna do that, and I hope this showed you what you need to see. I'm gonna put it back, and I'm gonna try to do what I'm trying to do. So I'm gonna take the cow farm scene. I'm gonna unload it, and I'm gonna bring in our debug scene, which has the orbs on it, and we're gonna bring that in. Okay, so now the orbs are the one that's loading in. Now, we don't get those lag spikes with this one. No lag spikes. There's some little spikes, but they're not related to the problem that we're trying to solve. It's not causing issues that are a big deal. You can maybe hopefully see that it's much smoother when it loads. The red line we're just going to use as a nice little baseline. Don't ask what it is, just let it go. It's there, everything is fine. So it's not these huge, big, tall ones, right? It's a pretty stable situation, right? It might be beneficial to preload the occurring terrain pieces in advance and simply move them from a hidden location forward, then discard them where they're not visible. Maybe. I feel like that would do the same thing. So there's a couple reasons why I don't see how that makes sense. Whenever you add or remove an element at a given position, Godot has to resize the array and move all its elements. This may produce stuttering. Whenever you add or remove an element to a given position, Godot has to resize the array and move all its elements. Right. Yeah, maybe that's part of it. That's interesting. So, like, I mean, that would be implying that that's interesting. So you're implying, based on what you've looked up, that we're going to have problems as long as we're loading in scenes through an array. Therefore, you're saying the array is the problem. Are you using the print function? No, we're not using the print function. Absolutely not. That is definitely not causing what we're dealing with, even if it was running. But it is not running. As for what you're saying, Thoughty, so these are already loaded in the ready function, number one. Number two, if you think about it, they're already loaded. I mean, but like, when would it I feel like it would be the same so not really, if you think about it, they're already loaded. But wouldn't that be the same problem? It would just be loading, like, it would, I don't really see how that solves anything. Because we would still see the spike. We just wouldn't see the thing that's causing the spike until it gets moved into position. Can I shout out your channel? Fuck no. I'm thinking that it might be get spikes because you're placing a lot of elements into the scene tree all at once. I think so too. I think that might be the issue as well. So I'm going to attempt once again to do the thing I'm trying to do, which is expand the number of objects that are in here. That is the test that I've been trying to run for a good amount of time now. And so that's why I have this scene with orbs on it, and I'm gonna try to add more orbs, except I'm not. So right now there's 20 orbs on here, and these orbs have nothing in them. There is an instanced scene right here. These elements are already in the scene tree. You don't need to add them during runtime. Okay, so you're talking about sort of what Dungeon Martian was saying earlier, was instead of instantiating them, teleporting them. So, that doesn't make sense to me either, because, I mean, okay. That's interesting. That's, like, very interesting. So, okay. So let's say, okay, I will stop doing the thing that I'm trying to do, despite me trying to be doing it for a long time and desperately wanting to continue it. I must stop it because I want to puzzle this out with you all. I am interested in puzzling this all out with you all. You all are interested in helping me, and I want to get to the bottom of it too. So I will stop this test. Goodbye, test. Goodbye, test. I know someday we'll get to you. And it will be interesting. Today is not that day. Maybe this will circumvent needing to do the test. Maybe my test isn't all that. We may never know. But for right now, let me make sure I understand what Thoughty is saying. Because I think that it makes some sense. The only question is, do I have to do that? Should I have to do that? Maybe I should. Maybe for this game that makes sense. Alright, so let's look at one of the blocks that causes issues, right? So on this one, we have multiple versions of the same tree, right? So what you'd be saying is, let's throw up a loading screen at the beginning of the game. And that loading screen will load all of these trees, multiple copies. Let's say we just put 40 trees somewhere off camera, and they're just chilling over there, right? The generating infinite variations might be challenging to put together. Yeah, I think so. Now, here's the thing, is well, yeah, right. That's a good point. Like, so yeah, right. So if we have 30, 40 of these set aside over here, right? Just chilling. Loaded at the beginning of the game, right? And then they get spawned in here on the terrain block. They don't get spawned in. They're already spawned in. They're gonna get moved. So let's say every time a terrain block appears, something says to those 40 trees, hey, 10 of you go onto this block in these positions, right? That's very complicated. And I'm not saying that that isn't gonna be the best solution, but that's very complicated, because I not only need to come up with a procedural generation, a series of procedural generation algorithms that are different for every object type, and that somehow put together a level that makes sense. But that needs to be implemented all over the place. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it needs to be implemented on multiple terrain blocks. Which, you know, I guess I would need more than 40. Let's say I have 20 trees on here. I'm gonna need, and we're loading 7 blocks at a time, you know? I'm gonna need a bunch of stuff instantiated. And then so it would just pull from, kind of like what we're already doing with the blocks, where there's blocks loaded over here and they're putting them in. Instead of that, we would be loading a bunch of assets and putting them in. Anyway, I guess the complication part comes in with the algorithm of sorting those things onto the terrain blocks and having that constantly happen with different things. And I think that gets even more complicated. So, like, let's say, you know, instead of deleting them when they get passed, they need to go back. Like, we could do that. But man, it's like, it's so much more complicated to do that. Totally doable in theory, right? If I could figure out that magical proc-gen code of what's going to be appropriate for every different object type, for every cow, right? So every cow would be preloaded and would be sitting over there. To me, this is so tremendously tedious to code, and maybe I just need to open my mind to the beauties of code and think about how I could possibly do that. But I will say this, I want to avoid that as much as possible. If I could avoid having to do that, I will die happy. But that makes sense that would save a lot of time. All you need to do is to move the main node of the terrain blocks, which you're currently adding as children, using a function, and will take all the elements on it with it. All you need to do is move the main node of the terrain blocks. What? So you're not saying load a bunch of stuff over here and have it procedurally generate in a bunch of different positions, which sounds awesome. That sounds really cool, but so complex. I couldn't even explain to you how complex it is, because there just seems to be a lot of things, which, you know, maybe that's what we have to do. That's an option. But it's an option that I want to avoid at all costs, if possible. Move the main node of the terrain block That is an option. And we're adding this as children, right? And instead of adding it as children, what would we do? Like, what would be the alternative? Instead of adding this block as a child, what would the alternative be? Exactly. I guess I don't understand how that results in different... So this is just one block, right? Let's say I have 100 blocks, maybe 200 blocks, right? Or whatever. You're saying in the main scene, have all of those blocks. Okay, you know what? I kind of see what you're saying. You know what? I kind of see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So instead of instantiating the same blocks over and over again, we would have one version of every block. And if I have 200 different blocks, we just say 2 of the same block is never there at the same time. I like this option. I like this. I don't like the option that I was describing. The option I was describing a second ago is terrifying. Deeply terrifying. But what you're saying here, I like a lot. You thought it was already done that way? It is not. So the way that it's done right now, well, it's actually a little hard to explain what's done right now. It's not, but it is. And I could be wrong about it. So somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But right now, it is loading load path with blocks. That's what's happening right now. So that's over here chilling in theoretical code space. And then it is taking blocks from that and adding them into the scene. Right, so there's our scene that we see, and they get added in there from this theoretical load space. Do they load and destroy at the same time? Yes, kind of. Yes. Sort of, I think. Alright, so that's what's happening right now. And what Thoughty is describing, which I have to say is actually a very compelling idea, is instead of doing it like that, yeah, we've explored that, Gab, and I think it's already so it's not, so that's why I say it's not quite at the same time. They're not quite at the same time. Yeah, that's true. That is a common thing. So what, it's a great idea. So what Thoughty is suggesting is we have in the scene, right? The blocks are already loaded in there. Yeah, I got you. The blocks are already loaded in the scene, but they're out of view. So let's add a camera into the mix, right? Let's pretend this is a camera, okay? In this case, what we'd be doing is something like this. And we'd take these that are already in the scene and put them in front of the camera, right? And then we'd also move them out of the camera when it's time. Whereas this is doing, like, actually it's not even doing that. It's actually destroying these entirely into a trash can. Which you can kind of see how this is more resource intensive. This is a trash can. You trust me that that's a trash can. All right? That's what that is. Bam, trash can. So Thonti is saying, do this instead of that. So that way they're already loaded in the scene, literally. Right now, they're like, the path is loaded, right? The path is loaded here. And this is saying, actually take the blocks themselves and put them in there. This is actually a really good idea. I like this a lot. Upside down top hat. Isn't that what your trash can is? An upside down top hat? You're still going to get the same freezes when you need to generate more blocks, unless you want to go with a fixed size game, or do a lot more fiddling with replenishing the blocks. Right. So that is so there is a bit of a question there, right? Like, let's say there's 1,000 blocks in the entire, you know, 3-4 hour experience of playing the game. There's 1,000 blocks that you'll see as the player, potentially, right? Would all 1,000 of those be in the scene somewhere? I don't know. Maybe they would all already be there. And they would just be in the background. Therefore, nothing is being generated. There's no more generation happening. Nothing is generated, right? Everything is already there. And instead, the thing would be loading in or moving in and moving out. Moving in, moving out. Nothing would be generated. And so basically, if there's only like 7 at a time here, we would just make sure there's never 2 at the same time. And there's only 1 at a time that you can see. Or at least 1. They're always unique. All of them would be unique all the time, which is doable. The other option would be to divide that 1,000. Let's say we break that into a few different levels, right? If it's outside of the camera frustum culling of the engine will not calculate with them at render pass. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Does that mean that we'll still get lag spikes when it comes into view? Or are you saying that it'll be better? It's a built-in optimization. You're saying it's a little more memory using, but not CPU using every time. So we could say, if there's 1,000 blocks total, we could divide that into sections and say, okay, I'm only going to load 200 blocks for level 1, right? And then we can throw up a loading screen before you get to level 2, and that has another 200 blocks, right? And after the loading screen ends, it will get rid of, you know, level 1 blocks, and it'll add in level 2 blocks. And then for level 3, it'll get rid of those 200, add another 200, and so on and so forth. Then you're only getting lag spikes during loading, which makes sense. And it's not like loading along the way, right? Replace them between levels. Yeah. Different levels, 100 blocks. Yeah. So I think, I gotta say, I think that's a really good idea. Which also means my little test that I wanted to do with the orbs, I kind of don't need to do it. I kind of don't need to do it. Because this is a good idea. I like this idea. And I think this is why tutorials kind of suck. I'm coming for you, tutorials. Because I got this code right here from a tutorial, and that tutorial looked great and cool and set up something that I've been using and it works, but it's not scalable. And it doesn't work for my specific use case, again, at scale. And so a tutorial can make a cool video. Dude, I think tutorials kind of suck. Like, this showed off a cool thing in the tutorial that got me through this part of development. And that's great. But it isn't actually giving me something that I can use in the long term because it's not specific to the game that I'm making. Just a longer loading screen instead of lag. Yeah. I am becoming less and less and less enamored with tutorials. What I like about tutorials is I feel like I'll pick up tricks that I wouldn't have known. Like, oh, I like that function that you used. Or that's a cool, like, you know, way to do something that I've never thought of. But rarely is the problem that the tutorial is trying to solve something that I end up needing in the long run. Tutorials are a beginning thing. They teach you a little and then you figure out most yourself, I find. There's that, but that's not even what I mean. Yes, but also, yeah, what Thoughty's saying. They show the easiest way, but not the industrial standard. Yeah, or like, it's not a tailored, right? It's like asking ChatGPT to, like, you know, give you code for your game. But ChatGPT doesn't understand what your game is. It doesn't understand what your game is going to be. It doesn't understand what all of the code will be for it to contextualize it. And neither does the tutorial person. They don't know what your entire project is going to be, what your ambition is, what you're going to need later down the line. And in fact, most of the time in a tutorial, they're teaching you a disembodied thing, right? It's totally disembodied from a full project. And even if it's not disembodied from a full project, you aren't learning the whole project in that tutorial. You're just learning this one piece. And so that one piece, if you're going to try to graft that into your own project, I mean, that's going to be subpar. And if there isn't even a whole project that it has, you're still left without context of what makes that piece most useful. Yumi keeps updating, so old tutorials don't work from even 6 months ago. I have done a 3-hour tutorial for nothing before. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. Yeah, tutorials, man, are pretty overrated. But they sure do get clicks. They get those views, though, don't they? And I think in a lot of ways, that's kind of what they're good for. They're good for content creation. And they're interesting. But if you're like literally trying to build a Frankenstein with tutorials, I feel like that tends to cause issues. Not always, but usually. First go to the comments and see if it says don't work. Yeah, same. Alright. This has been, wow. I mean, honestly, Thoughty, I don't know that I need to bother running any tests. Other than trying to set this up. Because I don't even need to worry about identifying where the lag spikes are occurring. You know? If I don't even bother with this, who cares? This should just give us an initial load, and then we can play. So I know Dungeon Martian, you put like videos in the live text. I don't remember what those were for. Or if they're still relevant, considering I'm looking at just axing this. But I think I'm gonna just try to set this up. I think I'm gonna try to set this up right here. Making a rake. Oh, okay. So yeah, we already got that. We've got raycasts galore. Yeah. I see. I thought you said you put like slides together or something. Okay. So I'm gonna set this up then. Thank you, Dungeon. I'm gonna set this up. Before I do that, let me distribute some credits. People have been helpful. People have been coming through, helping, giving ideas. I appreciate all that. I appreciate all that. Made a presentation about multi-threading. Oh, I see. Okay. So interesting, but not necessarily relevant to what we're doing here. But interesting. So we're talking about optimization stuff here. I think Gab threw out some ideas. I appreciate it. One day, if there's enough of you guys in chat, I won't be able to keep all these anymore. And it'll only be people who, like, help me enough. Today I also had to swim through insulation in an attic. Isn't there, like, fiberglass in there? That rich house sprayed the attic from top to bottom, so I had to make a tunnel. Not the itchy kind. Okay, cool. That's good. Oh, Tincho is in the house. Oh, Tincho is in the house. Tincho is in the house. Oh, 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 Tincho is in the house. Welcome, Tincho. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. You get a song. You're welcome. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. It was warm in the insulation, of course. Okay, so we also had some. We think we've already got Gravitas marked on here. Dungeon Martian, we got marked on there. I feel like Medgard gave some thoughts earlier. You know what? Everyone gets a point. We had some thoughts from Stormrun. Drop Stormrun in there. We had some thoughts from Thoughty, of course. Thoughty saving my entire life right now. I'm even gonna have to give you a different one. For terrain spawning. I don't think we got anything about that in here. You're gonna kick off that whole new thing. Because that is it. That is the way this will be done. Terrain spawning. You have won today. You are the winner. I mean, the game is the winner. But you are the collaborator winner. Thoughty, where are you on here? God, this list is getting long. There we are. Alright. Jeebus came through and gave some thoughts. If I missed anybody, let me know. I don't remember if Dragonblade really gave any thoughts. I think so. Kinda not really. Progigon did. Dragonblade has enough points. I feel like these... Psychonic and Dragonblade were here chatting. Actually, Psychonic was. I feel like Dragonblade poked in. I don't fully remember, though. Radoslav Albeska. I did sing Albeska a song, didn't I? I think Albeska just said hello. Thoughty Pepe, Insane Alpha Beta, Frank, Killa, Knuckle Blaster, Marion, Marie, Psycho, Blender Battle Dissident. Yeah, I think we got everybody. Let me know if I missed you, and I apologize. I'm in the house, actually. Thanks for the song. Let's go. I just got home and have not been helpful. No, you were helpful, because you were sharing tech support stuff that you looked up. You only want your points to matter. Nope, you were helpful. Because you were saying stuff that you found on GitHub that was backing up other things. That's helpful. Deal with it. Otherwise, when you add these objects to the scene, they may cause lag spikes. Because those are not only mesh nodes, but also physical colliders, etc., which need to be suddenly calculated. Wait, did I miss a message? Did a message get deleted or something? Sometimes if you have certain words that it thinks are cuss words, it'll not include your chat message. Let me see. You say otherwise. But what was that continuing from? My suggestion was to offset the spawning of each object by a frame for each type to minimize the hit all at once. Right, but that's not even relevant anymore. Oh, okay. You're just saying otherwise. So how do I move the list? Just asking for a friend. Just be here. Just be here. You know? Just be here and help out. You know? That's it. You know, one day I won't be able to keep track of everybody. And it's only going to be people who help the most who get included. But for now, I can put everybody who even gives suggestions that we don't use. But yeah, you're pretty up there. You got one. That's a start. You gotta start somewhere. Otherwise, from the previous way. Oh, I see. When you add these objects to the scene, they may cause lag spikes, because those are not. Whoops. Those are not only mesh nodes, but also right. So here's okay. So hopefully, yeah. So here's the way this is gonna work. Does everybody understand what we're doing now? The way this is gonna work is, and let's even be more specific here. The way this is gonna work. So we've got level 1. And actually, let's just do it all in one. Level 1. Oh, come on. Paint. Why you suck? Level 1. I pressed tab and it got angry. Level 2. Level 3. Level 4. There's actually going to be a lot more levels than this. But we're just going to... Let's just do 3. We're just going to pretend for now. There's only 3 levels. Okay? So. I'm just thinking that when adding not only meshes, but also colliders, a calculation of these colliders at runtime could impact performance. So are you saying... Okay. Are you saying that we should just... I mean, that's pretty easy. We could just turn off... I'm a little confused about what you're talking about. Are you saying... Okay, since you understand this... Right. So I want you to know, I'm fully convinced to do this. I'm done with this. I put a red X on it. All right, that is gone. Forget this method. I'm going back. I'm going to your idea, which is that these are already preloaded. So everything, collisions and all, will be sitting off camera, right back there. I see. Gotcha. Yeah. Right. So like, right. And so that's what my orb test was going to be for, was to just keep adding more stuff in there, like collisions and whatnot, and see at what point it started like getting much slower. But right, exactly. The way that this is set up is causing a lot of loading all at once, and it was just like too much. So what I'm going to do, so now that I know you understand, well, we're still going to talk about it. It's good. It'll be good to have this. Well, actually, I don't want to do it like that. It's a little hard to explain. I could even have these be separate scenes, honestly. Let's just say it's all the same scene, alright? It's all the same scene. We got a camera that's looking out into the game, alright? Here's what the camera sees. Okay, just bear with me here. Here's what the camera sees. The frustrum if you will. And, oh, you made my line weaker. How dare you? How dare you? Here's what the camera sees. At level 1, I'm gonna say, load blocks, load whatever, 200 blocks. I don't know that it's gonna be 200. We can have weak lines. There's a lot of things we can have here. Nice things, right? Blocks, lots of blocks. Credits for ways that you helped me make this game. But weak lines? No, that is not one of those things. Load 200 blocks. So we have like a loading screen at the start of level 1 that loads 200 blocks. And those 200 blocks are going to get loaded off screen, off the view of the camera, somewhere out here in the middle of no place. Do you need 200 variation? Probably not. I'm just kind of guessing. That seems like a lot, doesn't it? I'm just kind of being extreme. But maybe not. Probably not. That does seem like a lot, doesn't it? I could lower that. 1 block it more times. Yeah. So, I mean, I am being ridiculous. But the reason why I'm being ridiculous is just so the sky's the limit. But okay, let's be more realistic. Let's be realistic. So instead of 200, what's more realistic? Maybe like 30? 30 or less? Let's be realistic. The limit is the memory. Right. Load, I don't know, 10 to 30 blocks. Something like that. But it's not C64. Commodore 64? Is that what you're saying? It's better than that? You're right. It's not Commodore 64. So these would all be loading out of the view of the camera, right? We have a little more power than the Commodore 64. So these would all be there, right? So let's just imagine these are the blocks sitting here. This is all 10 to 30 of them sitting there chilling off camera, minding their own business. Hey Rio, welcome, good to see you. Hope you're doing okay. Thanks for stopping in and saying hello. Bunch of different blocks chilling off screen, waiting to be brought in. And so level 1 will load 10 to 30 of them. And maybe at certain times, we'd only want like 7 or so to be showing. Right? So some will load in, most will not. Most will not. And then once they go past, they will come back to this. They will unload back in here. So I don't think we need 2 arrows. We can just say 1 arrow. They go in and they go back. And this is already loaded into the scene itself. Right? And then when level 2 starts, same thing. We load 10 to 30 blocks. So there'd be a loading screen, right? When this happens. So we could put that in here too, just so that's known. Right? In between these points, we see a loading screen. we'd see that here as well. In between these. Yeah, couldn't have done it without Thoughty. Thoughty, thank you. Thank you for pushing through, despite all my frustrations and unsurenesses. So loading screens will be right there. Same thing here. So helpful. Honestly, Thoughty, you are always so helpful when you come through. I appreciate it. Right, so we get the loading screen, and the same thing would happen, right? We'd have these sitting off screen. Right here. And then these would unload, too. So the loading screen would happen, and for the loading screen, it would kill this one, right? So it had removed these, and it would load these, right? Is how this would work. This is a game document? Yeah, it kind of is. Sort of is. I mean, I think of it more of me just outlining right now as I try to set this up. I mean, I've only got like a little over an hour or so. So we'll see how much I can implement before this is up. But I think we can get at least a little bit of it set up. So same thing. That kills this. Absolutely, Thoughty. Same thing. We're just gonna map it all out here. And then it loads these. Same kind of thing though. These come in. This is wild, but it's true. It's all true. And these go there. I think this is probably the most efficient system. You guys will help implement it? I'm sure somebody will. Oh, I didn't mean to put it there. We want to say it's in the scene. Alright, so hopefully that kind of makes sense. What we're doing here. The green represents the entire scene, things that we see, kind of. Or the game, the loaded in game. When you press play, some of this loads in at a time, right? Level 1 first, level 2 second, level 3 third, right? That makes sense. And there actually would be a loading screen. There's even one more loading screen, right? We would say before it starts, the game would load, right? Think that makes some sense. And that would be setting up this. We're being very thorough. So at the beginning of the game, it's going to load 10 to 30 blocks when the game starts. During the gameplay, those blocks are going to get added into the terrain belt and then removed from the terrain belt. Added into the terrain belt, removed from the terrain belt. But they're not really getting instantiated and deleted. They're just being moved from this place to there, from this place back to here. And they're just being moved constantly. And so there's never the same one there at the same time, right? It's always a unique one that we see. Okay. So then, after you beat that level, you're going to get hit with another loading screen. And when that loading screen happens, it's going to then delete all of the ones that we loaded in here. And it's going to instantiate all of these, also off camera. And then for level 2, it's going to take blocks that have already been loaded in, add them in to the belt that's moving forward, put them back off the camera. And that's going to keep going until you beat level 2. You beat level 2, you get another loading screen. It gets rid of the ones that were loaded in off camera, and it adds new ones off camera during this loading screen. And then as you're playing through the level, it's taking the blocks that it loaded in, adding them into the terrain belt that's constantly moving, removing them when they get past the player, adding them back here. And again, they're just being moved from there back to there, from there back to there. This is a suggestion Thought T has made, and I think this is absolutely the way we should do it. So now I don't have a lot of time tonight, so I don't know how much I can implement it. Especially considering that I somehow have to modify the existing terrain modifier code for this to work. I'm gonna save this indeed as a dev document. We will save it, hang on to it, so we can explain it later on as well. This will be new terrain loader. All right. You can use a collector node 3D behind the camera to store these blocks. What is that? And you can turn off the calculations. Pause mode. It turns off the physics colliders on this node and all the children below it. What? That's a thing? Whoa. Okay, that sounds really useful. A collector node 3D. So we just literally move, so reparenting. So you're talking about reparenting them from the main scene to a node 3D, and then making sure that node 3D has pause mode. Whoa. All right, let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You can just reparent them. Wow. Wow. Okay. Wow, but where do I even start though? It's like... here's what I'm gonna do before I start working on this, because I don't know how I can possibly implement this all tonight. And I'm not gonna be working on this next week. So I will after that, but not next week. So let me just at least take a note here. Rebuild terrain controller. To have everything in scene already. Oh yeah. We actually just started using reparenting yesterday as part of a mechanic. It was amazing how powerful it was. It was like one line of code and it just reparents it. Super useful. Yeah. Yeah, I might know about that. It may be just yesterday I learned about it. And now I'm like, oh yeah, I know what that is. Oh yeah, I know what that is. Okay, but what I want to remember is just the implementation idea. Super nice. Okay. So I've created this task. I'm gonna say this is high priority. Let's create this task. I'm gonna move it right up here. What other stuff did I say? Look into replacing obstacle areas with static bodies. Oh yeah, that's not that important. Creatures spawn in more procedurally. Well, that's kind of what we actually kind of already set this up. We don't really need this. This is kind of deletable. If I were to rename it, we're gonna say creatures spawn in more procedurally. I'm gonna say, no, I'm just updating my project manager. I feel like you can add, let's add a comment to it. Let's add a comment to it. What's a work log? Let me add a work log. How long did it take? I don't know, 4 hours? 3 hours? Something like that? We'll say 3.5. Ended up reparenting creatures on grab and after they drop, leading them to no longer be associated with deleted spawns. I will say, this is even gonna be rendered unnecessary, if you think about it. We don't even need to reparent those things anymore, because we're not spawning or deleting them in the same way. So this is gonna fundamentally change a lot about this game. Oh, it was gonna give me the comment anyway. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, no, this isn't complete. Sorry, this is complete. Okay. There we go. Alright, so I've got that note written down so I can remember that. This is really gonna, like, I don't know if the game's gonna work the same by the time the stream is done. We might be giving ourselves a broken game by the end of it. So, dude, how do I even begin to implement this? I think I need to... Let me look at the GitHub commits. So we upgraded to Godot 4.2 was the last thing. Got rid of that. Right, and so we're gonna need to set up something still that determines what order, that randomizes how they go in there and gives us some control over that too. So that's gonna be interesting to set up. In terms of the changes we've made, I mean, I added that debug thing. All right, let's just say this. Let me make a few changes. So right now it's set up just to spawn that debug one. Right, that's all it spawns. It's not spawning a bunch of them. We don't care about it only spawning 2. Create a script that creates an array on load. Yeah, something like that. I think I'm just gonna like duplicate this script and just make changes to it that generally do the thing good enough. Alright, so that's with 7 of them loading in. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it back to the old version. I'm just gonna make a commit that kind of has this good enough. Actually, let's keep the debug in the debug folder. This is getting a little chaotic here. I need to clean this up a bit. I'm trying to like set my stage to do this without messing everything up. Oh, there's the debug block. Put it back in here. And then the terrain blocks folder currently has a bunch of stuff that I don't really want. Let's get that out of here. And we want to put... We don't even need cow farm. We're going to do houses, cows, person. This one actually worked pretty well. We didn't really have a lot of issues with this one, truth be told. And then I'm going to change this to terrain blocks. So we can at least have a version that lets us see what the game should look like. The arrows aren't appearing. I kind of got to replace that system anyway. But there's what the game looks like. Look at it now, before I change it, and we may never see a working version for at least a week or 2. Oh, before I do that, let me update the cow. Let me update the cow. I just want to admire what we've done. for like a second. Okay? This is like a eulogy. We're saying goodbye to this version of the game. Obviously, this is not all the assets that might load in. Still looks good. Yeah, it is. It is. Other than those lag problems, which here you don't notice them because this isn't loading in a bunch of things. But this is not the most complex things that I want to load in. So this is why we need to upgrade the system. But yeah, thanks. It is pretty nice. I'm super proud of it. Yeah, there's no lag here, because this isn't loading in as many objects. Because remember all those trees that were in the other one? This isn't nearly as much. Each block has like, what, 9 houses, 6 meat objects, not that much. Whereas the other scene had like, you know, 20 trees of one type, 20 trees of another type, 20 trees of yet another type, 20 cows, and 5 buildings. You know, something like that. I'm exaggerating, but something like that. So it was loading a lot more than this is. And this is not what things would really look like. So the LODs are a thing, but I mean, that's not really, it still has to load in all the objects. It's not like the visual appearance of things that's the problem. It's the nodes, the logic that's attached to it, right? So the LODs in Godot would just affect the quality of the mesh and how visually complex it is. But that's not the issue. The issue is the nodes that are in there. But anyway, this is the version of the game that works nicely. It's just debug setup. It's not the ideal setup, so it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work for the long-term goals. But it's fun, it's nice, it works, we can keep running. And it's time to let go and to move on to the new terrain loading system that I assure you will not be working this well before the end of the stream. This is where we use the reparenting, by the way, because remember, these strips are loading in separately, right? There's multiple strips here. So every time you see like these group of cows, that's a new strip that's loading in. And so where we use the reparenting is when these cows load in, they're parented to the strip that is here. When I grab it, no longer is it parented to that strip. It just got reparented to the main scene. And then when I drop it, a raycast is checking to see if it's colliding with something underneath it. And then whatever it's colliding with underneath it, it reparents itself to that. So then it will move along with it. Which I think was a really cool system that we set up to work with this. But unfortunately, due to the amount of complexity that I want to add in here, it's clever, right? And you don't even notice it, right? It just looks like it makes sense. It's like movie magic. But I was wondering how that worked if your character never moved. Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool, like, way to do it. But we won't even need to do that anymore because these will actually be in space. It'll be interesting because it's like, when do we run the pause on it? Like, if I move the entire thing, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to try to figure out. But I won't need to do the reparenting as much. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it kind of works, right? It looks good. So yeah, so now we won't need to worry about that reparenting. This is going to be very interesting, and we'll see how far we get. Alright, so I'm going to save this. I'm going to make a GitHub commit so we can immortalize this wherever my GitHub is. Where's my GitHub? Oh, it's... wow. It's down here. It's behind the taskbar. Got it. Okay. So I'm going to say, after debug tests, or we're going to say final version before reworking terrain controller. After many debug tests, I'm going to remake the terrain controller to have scenes, or to have blocks actually in the scene ahead of time. This version is the last one with the old way of instantiating the blocks instead. Added some debug stuff, experimented with collisions and updated collisions. Yeah, that's pretty much what we did here. Oh, turned off helicopter spawns. Oh, we'll turn those back on. Hold on, let me turn those back on before we make this commit. I just realized the helicopters aren't there anymore. That doesn't give you a full view of the game. We also have enemies. They don't do anything other than get wrecked. That's what they exist for at this point, is getting wrecked. But let me put those back in. So it's really just the regular game, as much as possible. So we also have these helicopters that, by the way, if you didn't know, we have these helicopters that fly in, and you can smack them out of the air, and they'll hurt you if they run into you. They also explode if they hit the ground. And they go faster when you speed up, which is also kind of cool. Considering, again, the terrain isn't actually moving, but they have to then catch up with the terrain. Alright, anyway. I had to commit for the first time yesterday in Unreal Engine Fortnite. Every major change or save it makes you commit the changes to their server, and it wouldn't let me commit without commenting what I did. Good. Good. You should have to comment it. I can't imagine why you wouldn't want to comment things, honestly. I understand, like, you know, being lazy or whatever, but, like, it's worth it. I've always really appreciated it. Or, you know, there's been times where I really am glad that I did it. I'm just thinking I've never tried reparenting thousands of nodes. We'll see. It's an experiment. But theoretically, in the background, it's just an array operation, vertex transformation, which isn't computationally intensive. It should be fine. Maybe. Okay, heard. There's doubts here. Psychonic says, I've been someone studying CI/CD, don't know what that is, past few days, so I'm curious of a setup that automatically publishes a build to itch whenever you push changes to your GitHub repo using GitHub Actions. What is CI/CD? That's really cool. It just, bam, pushes an update. That's pretty cool. Makes me feel more professional when it made me comment. Hell yeah! It's just helpful. It's just so helpful for everybody. Alright, now I don't have a lot of time to do much here today. I got a couple hours. I said earlier I said I only have an hour. I have a couple hours. I don't know why I said an hour. So let's see what we can do. So right now, on the terrain controller, everything is spawning in via a path folder. We don't need any of this anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to duplicate this node. This will be terrain controller 2.0 No, it doesn't like .0. Okay. Terrain controller. I'll say in scene. Let's rename it like that. Terrain controller in scene. That's what I'm calling it. As for the old one, I kind of don't want it to work at all. I want it to be like off. Like don't do anything. V2? That's true. We could do V2. Continuous integration, continuous deployment. It's a software practice of automating the steps that go between coding to actually delivering the project. Things like testing, building, deploying, etc. That's interesting. Less steps, more money. Right? Okay. I don't want this script doing nothing no more. I guess I could just detach it. Just detach it. Because this scene, I mean, this scene is nothing. There's nothing in here. I'm just going to detach the script. It's empty. All right? Show me the empty game. Ah, yes. Errors galore. Invalid index terrain velocity. Yes, right. Ooh, so we do need to set terrain velocity because that is being checked. Ooh, some issues with my code are starting to show. So here we have terrain controller being set separately in multiple places in the code. Let's improve it. Here we go. This is how it starts. So this is on the player. I'm gonna set up an onReady here for the terrain controller. OnReady variable terrain controller. And for that, we're gonna come to the main scene. I'm gonna drag in our new terrain controller and reference it right there. And then gonna come through here. We're gonna search. Honestly, we could do replace in files, but for now we're just gonna do it here. Replace % terrain controller. We actually don't want to replace it because that's right here. That's not ideal, is it? So actually, let me do this. I'm gonna just set this to nothing for now, and we'll update this later. Okay? So I'm gonna set it like that. We want to replace everything that says terrain controller, % terrain controller. So I'm gonna say, oh, sorry. We want to find % terrain controller. My mistake. And we want to replace it with terrain underscore controller. Okay. So we've got 5 matches throughout here. That should be just fine. Right? Those are all of them. 4. Where's the 5th one? Where's the 5th one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yep. Replace them all with terrain controller. Done. Come up here. Paste this back in. That should be fulfilled. I'm sure there's going to be other places, like the copter is also going to be checking for it, so we'll get an error there as well. Henry is here. Henry is here. Henry is here. Welcome, Henry, who is here. I'm a little exhausted and can't sing a good song, but Henry is here. I'm so sorry for this terrible song. Henry is here. Henry is here. Welcome, Henry, to the stream. I'm so sorry for that terrible song, but you're welcome. But I'm really sorry. Every time the members come in, we sing them a song. Good to see you, Henry. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so why is this an error? Invalid get index terrain velocity. Oh, because there's no script on here. Oh, because it's an instant scene. Okay, I feel silly. Right, we have to actually... Okay, I didn't duplicate the script. It duplicated this. So I'm actually going to say, on this, I'm going to make it local. And then I'm going to save it as a scene. Do do do. We love your songs. Some people don't. I appreciate that. Terrain. We got a new terrain controller. In scene. Save it. Come to the instance. And we're gonna actually create a new script. So we do have the old terrain controller script. I'm gonna duplicate that script. This is terrain controller in scene. Duplicate it. And then we're gonna attach that script on here, which means we shouldn't get that error anymore. It only needs instrumental accompaniment. You know, that's something that I've been looking into. There's one problem with that. It's that my microphone goes out of sync. That is to say, you can't tell that it's out of sync. You don't know that it's out of sync, but I know that it's out of sync because I listen to my voice while I'm streaming. And so if I try to sing a song to music, what I'm singing is going to be out of sync from the music. Unless I unplug the microphone like this. Oh, it's plugged back in. Now you can hear what I'm saying. And now it's in sync for me, which means if I'm playing music, it should be relatively in sync with the music. So that would mean every time someone comes in, I have to unplug my microphone, plug it back in, wait for it to set back up, and then I could do it with musical accompaniment. So it's like, it's kind of impractical, unfortunately. But I wish we could do that. She's gonna wrap them when we get more members. Something like that. Something like that. I like your optimism, Stormrun. I like your optimism. Alright, so right now, the game is running, which is great. Everything's the same. The only difference is I changed the script. We should have a problem when I start going faster, would be my guess. There it is. And when I smack the helicopters reference the terrain controller script. And so since we've updated that, I need to change that here as well. So let's do that. Looks like I called this terrain instead of terrain controller on this. I say we stay consistent, and instead of calling it terrain, we rename this to terrain controller. That's what I'm gonna say. So we're gonna rename this to terrain controller just to keep it simple. We also need to change where it goes. So I'm gonna search for, let's replace terrain. And that's not going to be great because there's multiple instances. So we're just going to do it like this. Terrain controller. Let's look for the next one. That was it. That's the only spot. Beautiful. No problem. Oh, wait. Terrain velocity. Terrain underscore velocity. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. So then we just need to update this to be underscore in scene. And now that should be done. So I'm just updating all of the connections that our terrain controller has. All right. I think that is all the things that are connected to the terrain controller velocity. So we should be good. I'll do one more pass and let's do a find in files for terrain controller and just see if there's anywhere else that this was used that I missed. In scene, this should be fine. Terrain controller, that looks good. No problem. Yep, we're good. All right, terrain controller references have been updated to the new one. Now we can get to making changes, and we're gonna break it all over again. Oh, we're about to break it. I could make a GitHub commit. I think I'm gonna make a GitHub commit now. Yeah, I'm doing another GitHub commit. Yeah, because we haven't broken it yet. We're just beginning to break it. I'm setting up the pre-breaking it part of the stream. I'm about to break it. So I'm gonna say, created or duplicated terrain controller updated references. That's too long. They don't like it that long. How about an ampersand? All right. So, new terrain controller scene and script created / duplicated from original. Script and scene are called, or script and node are called terrain. Well, I mean, we'll say this. Script, or, okay. Node is called terrain controller. In scene, script is terrain controller. Terrain underscore controller in scene. And scene is, I believe it, yeah. Terrain controller underscore, okay. And scene is terrain controller in scene. All right, committed. Here we go. Great. Done. Now we've done the pre-break. It's time for the break. So I'm going to come into this new terrain controller script and scene that we've made here and make sure I'm in the new one. I don't think I am here. I'm a little confused about this script. Why is the name of it? There we go. This one. We don't want this one. I'm gonna close this one even. Close this one. Okay. There's our terrain controller script. Now, what we don't need anymore is for it to be generating them. We don't need it to do that. We don't need the path. We don't even need to look at this. Well, actually we do, right? Because we want it to load in via a loading screen. Not sure exactly how we're gonna set that up yet, but in theory, I do want it to load in a folder 10 to 30 blocks at the beginning. So actually we do want it to load a folder at the beginning. We're gonna wanna set up multiple folders. So this would be like level 1 blocks, right? You just ordered groceries. Good news, food is getting cheaper. Cheese went from $2.22 to $1.50. That's a big difference. That's a huge difference. Yeah, our groceries constitute a massive part of our budget. We don't eat that much. Okay, so if I want all of these to load at once, I guess I do want it to be a folder. I guess I want to pull files. I don't know if I want to pull. How do I do this? I don't really know how to do this. How to take files from a folder and then instantiate them all as nodes. I don't know how to do that. Something I'm gonna need is a folder that has everything in it. This is gonna be a little tricky. So I'm gonna have to make some new blocks. Okay, we're not breaking it yet, folks. How do I want to do this? So yeah, if anybody knows how to add files as nodes, I'd be keen. I guess we would want to instantiate it. Can you call different folders? That way only 100 or so can be stored in each? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we have terrain blocks, terrain blank, terrain unload, terrain debug, terrain military. I'm gonna say, let's create a new folder called terrain level 0. Alright, this will be our level 1, except it's gonna be level 0, i.e. not really a real level. But whatever, a debug level, a dev level. And in our dev level, I will add in some new things. So let's do that. In level 0, whoops. I want to copy this, let's duplicate the blank one here. I'm gonna call this block houses. Block houses. It's just gonna have houses on it. I don't know. I'm not thinking too hard about this. I should really maybe put them with levels. I don't know. We'll see. We're just gonna say block houses. I'm actually going to rename it a little bit. I want to think a little bit about this. I'm going to say grass houses. Let's duplicate that, and I'll call this grass barns, cow barns, whatever. Grass barns, because we need a bunch of them, right? I need a bunch of tiles that we set aside. 10 to 30, we said. Let's just start with 10. I'm gonna call this one, grass trees. Let's duplicate this one. What other things do I have? Grass buildings. I haven't set up the buildings quite yet, and they wouldn't even be here. Those are part of the city, so I don't know why we're doing this, but it's a test level, so who cares? Grass buildings, grass military. Who cares? Just add them in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's duplicate another. We need twice as many. What other obstacles do I have? Grass. You know, I could add other things too. We don't have to use new ones. What other things have I made? Have I made anything else? I don't even know. Let's just say houses 2. Houses 2. And then, so that's 6. I could add our pit in there. Let's add the pit in there as one of them. It's gonna be a little risky. The problem with the pit is you might spawn on top of the pit. So that's always really annoying. So I don't know how badly I really want to test that one. Not much, not too badly. So alright, let's just keep making more. Houses 2. Let's duplicate buildings. Did you finish the one with the hangars? I didn't quite. A little bit. That's the military one. Buildings 2. Barns 2. Whatever, it doesn't have to be complex. We're just setting it up for test purposes. How many do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need 2 more. I guess military 2. We'll have a couple variants on everything. That kind of makes the most sense, doesn't it? Trees 2. I lost count. I feel like it's 10. I'm sorry for counting again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, great. There's 10. I probably could have set this up ahead of time, but here we are. Alright, let's add some barns on here. I'm gonna come to our cow barns. This is the new cow barn. I am not going to design these very nicely, okay? That's not the purpose. We are just trying to add variants on here for the sake of doing it. Alright, there's one, and yet I still kind of design it. What, am I gonna help myself? Come on. That'd be too easy. I've been trying to get my river to work with the water in Unreal Engine Fortnite. Turns out the water bounds are the size of the level, but the map I made is 10 times the size of the playable area. But I can somehow escape the bounds and go as far as I want. That's cool. It's kind of fun. Breaking boundaries. We don't need to put much on here. There's some barns. Done. I gotta not overthink this. Couple things on there. Done. Grass barns added. Let's make the other one. The other barns one. Let me get this out of the way so it's easier to get to things. Barns 2. I'll put the other barn type on this one. Here's the old cow barn. Duplicate that. Move one over here. Sure, why not? Duplicate that. Let's rotate it around. Duplicate it. I like how similar it is to the other one. I ended up doing like the same thing. Let's see if I can give it a touch of variety, maybe. Okay, great. Grass barns 2, done. And then the next one, buildings. Let's put some buildings on here. I only have one building type for now, so these will just be different arrangements of the same building. And that'll have to be okay. Is the cliff edge on each block for randomness of the blocks? For randomness of the blocks. So the reason why the cliff edge is on there is for the pit. So the pit, and in case we need, I want to do like levels. So as far as that goes, let me show you how that works. So there's this pit, unfortunately, and this is why I say get a good look at the game already, because I'm not going to be able to test things as much as I want to anymore. But so this, when you're coming up on it, right, it has a big gap in it. It has a big hole, which means you can see the terrain block behind it, right? And so if you look at this when you're playing the game, it just looks like the ground is floating. And so the reason why there's the cliff on the front is so that way that gap is filled in and it looks like there's a cliff behind it. Does that make sense? And then any other configuration, let's say if one is higher or lower than the other, that background will just allow it to be visible and not like a floating plane, basically. I think the blocks may have been too deep, but needed. Yeah, it is needed. Yeah, because the player falls down, and actually in that block pit scene, you can see there's like this bottom area. This is actually quite a bit further. This was like my original idea. I actually don't even know if I need this red block here anymore. But originally the player was gonna collide with this and then you die. But now it's just if you fall to a certain distance, you die. So that's why I originally made it that deep, was because you were gonna fall that far. You might fall about that far anyway. So it's that deep so you can see yourself falling. I could show you. It wouldn't be that hard right now. Here, I'll show you. All right, we haven't broken it yet. Raise the lava. Yeah, luckily it's just a number. So we can just see that. This is why I don't load it right now, is because you will spawn on top of it and you'll just die infinitely, which is just great. Please God, do not give me suggestions on how to fix that. I beg you. There are things that we've already talked about. There are things that kind of work and kind of don't. All right, so there you go. So here you can see the block, that cliff that you're talking about right there, right? And then you saw us fall multiple times there. But so that's why the block is there. Yeah, the fog effect is nice, right? It looks good. So it looks like you're kind of falling into infinity, but that's why that's there for stuff like that. And then if we fall, you can see it goes pretty much all the way. Oh, that's what the red is for. The red is for also demarcating where the fog was supposed to kind of be. So you pretty much do fall like that entire distance. I'm curious what the lore explanation is going to be for said pits. No lore explanation, it's just the way it is. It just is that way. Honestly, it was just because someone came through the chat one day and was like, what if there's something that kills the player instantly? And I was like, how about death pits? And so now there's death pit. Think of it like if you live on the edge of a mountain or a hill or a cliff or something. That's what it is. Right? It just is what it is. Earthlings digging for lava. No lore, it just is. It's just there. We don't know how it got there. We just built around it. So ideally there would be some kind of algorithm that can actually check to make sure that they spawn in more reasonably and they're not just like that. So it would be like a long stretch of an area, right? Yeah, the game jam is tomorrow. Game jam is, and it's more a proof of concept, right? So like it might make more sense actually if like instead of there being a strip, like half of this is all gone, right? So half, like maybe one side you'd have to move to the left, you move to the right, and it's like different cliffs, you know? So it's really a proof of concept more than anything. Yes, the game jam is tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern time, right here on Hyper Game Dev. All right, so I'm gonna build this building scene here. Hey, oh, this cat found some foam. Hold on, the cat likes to chew on foam, and it's not good for him. Hey, where do you find all this foam? He loves chewing on foam. I don't even know where he finds all his foam. Now, I used to not mind that he chewed on the foam. I was like, live your life, chew on my packing materials that I've left behind. Go for it. But then we started to find it in his puke. And we were like, okay, I don't think you're allowed to chew on this anymore. I can already think of multiple explanations. Maybe it's a construction area, maybe a cliff. Yeah, right, like totally. We could put little construction things. Absolutely, 100%. 2 pitfalls, half of the big one. One maybe hidden behind a house, or the cows randomly walk into them, increasing your karma because you didn't save them in time. That's hilarious. That's so funny. You have to like grab them before they fall. That is hilarious. I love it. Not enough to put it in the game, but who knows? Who knows? I wish I was at a part of development where I could just be adding stuff in for funsies. But there's too much to do. There's too much else to do. Alright, building out these buildings ones. You know, there's not really much going on here. It doesn't need to be. We just need them to be different for the sake of it being different. You know? That's all. No, move them as a unit, damn you. Wish I could like type in a number here like in Blender and it would just move them both where I need them. As a YouTuber on Shorts all the time, made a game called Hardbound, I think, Pirate Software or something. He knows a lot and can do things in seconds. Oh, Stormrun, I'm sorry. That is... He can do things in seconds! I've heard Thor described in many ways. That is one of the funniest. He can do things in seconds! No comment. I hope someday my reputation is she can do things in seconds. Oh man. You made me realize yesterday that the mouse cursor point does not line up with the bottom of it. It's not a straight arrow. Okay. All right. No, Pirate Software is very, he's very charismatic, he's very charming, he's so wise, he knows so many things. He's very entertaining and he does a great job and I have a lot of admiration and respect for him. I don't know about he can do things in seconds. He does not have a ferret. He has many ferrets. And it's not even his, it's like his like rescue, his like ferret rescue. But yes, Pirate Software is cool. Pirate Software is extremely cool. He's one of the coolest people that exist. for sure. The reason why he's all over your shorts feed is because he's been racking up shorts for a long, long time. Twitch started allowing multi-streaming. He got up on YouTube, and he started gaining an audience. Well, his audience from Twitch comes to YouTube. He's building up an audience on YouTube itself because his content, he's been working on it and delivering himself in a really consumable way. Very admirable what he's built. And then YouTube saw that he has all these shorts, and they started pushing those shorts that he had been building up for so long. And suddenly they went from getting a couple thousand views to getting tens, hundreds, and more thousands of views. Thousands of views. It's really cool to see. But it was recently that he kind of became the shorts guy. We used to raid him on Twitch a couple times. When I streamed on Twitch. Definitely a cool guy. Okay, so we're gonna come to the second one here. We'll add some more buildings. Buildings 2. But I'm sure you don't need me to tell you about who Thor is. He'll tell you. I don't know how to even... Maybe I'll just make this one different because they're all like... I don't know. I don't need to think too hard about this. But then I just like can't help myself. And I'm like, what if I do think too hard about it? But what if I did think too hard about it? They are very big, I assure you. They don't look big, but they are. Trust me. They're really big. So, like, I mean, even take into consideration those barns. Alright, so let me pull up. Look how small these are. Yeah, if the character's there, the scale is huge. So here, I'll even drag in a building for you. It's a huge block. I just overcompensated the size of it just to be safe. Very large. Very big buildings. Alright. So that looks good enough. Here we got our different buildings. Houses. It's a little, you know, it's some effort. It's some effort doing this, but I think it's worth it. You could argue that I'm procrastinating setting up the code part. But, you know, the reason why I'm doing it this way too is A, so I can definitely tell the difference between the things that are loading. I want them to be genuinely different. And I want to make sure that I'm making scenes that have working stuff on it. So I have a lot of old scenes, like terrain blocks, that don't necessarily have things that are functional right now. And I don't really want to put those on here for the risk that we just have to then deal with all of those errors. So we'll just make a bunch of new ones and call it a day. I think I'm getting my centering wrong. I keep forgetting to center it around the blue. I might not have centered some of these correctly. That's okay. Oh no, this one's fine. Let me get rid of this. Let me close some of these here. Clean up my area. Close it. Close it, close it, close it. Okay, that's centered fine. Maybe it's just the houses I didn't center right. Let's add more houses. I mean, I might as well give it some stress test it a bit as well. All right, there's houses 1. Houses 2, I would add the old house model, but I think the old house model might cause errors. So it's probably best if I don't. Oh, I don't know. Let's say 90 degrees. Just make it a little bit different. You know, I guess I'm also thinking about the visual appearance just a little bit because, you know, on stream, we're going to be using this a lot. So I'm probably going to be looking at this for months on stream. And I'll probably end up making changes to it anyway, but I know I'm not going to want to set these up much again. So if I don't care a little bit about how it looks now, because I'm making freaking 10 of them, like, I better get this sorted out. Move him over here. It's a neighborhood. Alright, that's houses 2. Military. We're gonna make 2 different military ones. Okay, we don't have a lot of military. Well, actually, I have a lot of different versions of the same hangar. So that'll be fun. Oh, wow, there's even doubles already on there. This hangar is incomplete, but that's okay. It doesn't need to be complete just yet. Yeah, it turned out pretty good. I mean, it's not done yet. I want to make big doors on this side. And then I also, this should be like a sliding door that opens and closes. I also might want to add like building wings on here. It's not. It's so incomplete. It's like 60% done. Maybe even less if I really think about it. But yeah, I mean, it looks good enough for now, you know? Gets the job done for now. Oh, Henry, thanks for the love. That was a quick and easy one. This is so gigantic. Let me close this. This is distracting me. Military 2. I might be able to put some of these old ones on here. So this was the old one. It has a lot of problems with the mesh, but this is more like what it would look like. And then it does have like, it will have like doors that open and close. So we could like animate these to have like enemies pour out. Or the player could like go inside for some reason. So these doors can move independently. Stuff like that. Stuff like that. And then I want to add these wings onto the other one too and make these like separate building pieces on their own. You're gonna make an emoji thing for your cat so we can get his attention. We do have cat emojis. You have access to them. I don't know if that'll get his attention though. Is that what you mean? Just like member emotes? Somebody already did that, if that's what you mean. You guys think alike. Like a bird or a squirrel. An emoji. Oh, something that's like on the screen that the cat will want to look at. That's interesting. Yeah, I wonder if that'd work. I haven't tried digital toys with him before. I've tried it with our other cat. but I haven't tried any with him. I don't know, he'll be pretty hard to get to pay attention because he really likes, he just wants attention from humans. That'll be tough. But go for it. See what you can do. Alright, just making it a little different. Why am I carrying so much? I don't know. Why not? Because it takes up time. That's a good reason why not, actually. You make a good point. Thank you, me. You're welcome. You have a spare small TV and you played a YouTube video of birds in a feeder for them for 8 hours? They do. Yeah, they do love that. Yep. Same. They like, and if you put the screen like flat on the ground, they'll like jump on top of it. It's like the cutest thing ever. I know, it's a little torturous. I had a cat, or my partner, someone else had a cat, and it actually got very angry about it. And when you would set up the screen and it would go and see that the toy wasn't there, the cat would go out of its way to come and swipe you. It would be like playing with it, and then like go around, look around the other end, see it's not there, turn around, and come at you and swipe you. And it was at that moment that I realized there's something slightly cruel about that toy. I mean, different cats respond differently, but this cat was like, how dare you? How dare you trick me? And it wasn't just one time. It was multiple times. All right, we're on the last two. We're loading in multiple blocks ahead of time and moving them. I honestly, there's just no way I'm gonna be able to do this by the end of today. This is gonna take me like weeks to implement this. I don't use lasers because I have a cat that gets so hyper trying to catch it that I'm afraid she's gonna have a heart attack. Oh yeah, I remember you saying that. Why are my glasses in front of my ear? Okay, there we go. It's driving me wild. She starts puffing looking for it, so I gave it away. Dang. They try so hard to get that little red dot. We'll even climb the wall. If we could have a big cat, I would love to have one. Like a Maine Coon. They make big cats. There's some big cats. Oh, you mean wait. No. You talking about like a mountain lion? Like a jaguar? Oh, I kind of understand, except, you know, it's a little death wishy. Not a tiger. Okay. You mean just like a regular house cat. That is a Black Panther? What is a Scottish wildcat? You have one? 2 feet long? Is that safe? You gotta be careful with, if that's really a wild, undomesticated animal. Be careful. Do I know Luna on YouTube? No. I don't know. I mean, not by that description. It doesn't ring any bells. Foliage, tree. I saw a video of this woman who had like a tiger or lion as a pet, and she raised it as a baby, and she's like, oh, cute big kitty. Look, man, if someone is like a nature reserve, if you have like a nature reserve or something and you're like a professional zoologist or big catologist, fine. But in general, I'm gonna go ahead and say that you have a death wish. Like, there is no convincing me that it is okay to have a wild animal as a pet that is capable of killing you. No. Death wishy stuff. You're asking to die. If that's what you're signing up for, go for it. Luna Panther, search it. The cutest panther. Yeah, cute and deadly. I got her as a kit, no bigger than the palm of my hand. Funny enough, her name is Luna. What? In this case, they aren't truly wild. Dude, you guys... No, they are. They're not domesticated. That is wild. Wild doesn't mean that they didn't grow up in domestication. Wild means that they haven't been bred for generations as domesticated creatures. Gentle like a house cat. Guys, that's not how it works. Okay? It's not how evolution works. Okay? Look, just because they have behaviors on the surface that are similar to a house cat or a domesticated cat, or a pet, whatever kind of animal it is, it doesn't mean that their wild instincts aren't still in there and they can't be unlocked at an unanticipated time. And then they will kill you and you will die. Or they'll kill someone else and you'll be in trouble because you had an illegal pet. Like, dude, wild animals are not pets. Don't do it. Don't let the content creation trick you. Big kitty go purr, it's fine. I hear you. I too wish it was possible, except they're too dangerous. They're too dangerous. It would be cool because they're big and it's neat. But there's a reason why our house cats look the way they do. Because they're different. It's not the way nature intends it to be. And nature will let you the frick know. Alright, so I'm spamming a bunch of these trees everywhere. I'm just gonna do one type on this one. I don't know why not, just so it's like unique. And then the other one we'll put more trees. So what you're saying is we must domesticate all the kitties. Yeah, but then it's just gonna be a normal cat by the time you do that. And the thing is like, you can't really do that. Like, it takes hundreds, if not thousands of years for that to happen, you know? Like, how are you gonna do that? And by the time you do, they're probably just gonna look like freaking house cats anyway. You know? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think you can do it. Too easy time machine. What could be more possible and easy than a time machine? One of the most possible and easy things. A time machine. No dip. Gentle Panther. I'm not gonna search for it. I bet it's a great video. I bet it's a great video. But a video, of course, and not that you're saying this, but just to be clear, a video is gonna look like it goes against what I'm saying. Because it's gonna be like, oh yeah, that cat looks harmless. Yeah, except that you're just looking at it in a small window of its life. You're not looking at it in all of its moments. Despite how many videos there may be. Will you ever see the one where it has its animal instincts unlocked and it eats a freaking human child? Probably the freak not. I started with Luna, and now I have Luna, Stormy, Aerith, Cloud, Shadow, Max, Ash, Lucy, Puff, 2 teenage kittens, and 4 new kittens. It's a lot of cats. I like how you can name them all so easily. Don't trust the videos. I would never, Henry. I would never. 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 It's a freaking human child! Dude, it might. It just might eat a freaking human child. Like, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. They don't know. It's not safe. It's not safe. There's a tiny little tree. This is gonna take me a while because these trees are so small. See, I'd want as many terrain blocks as possible to give some illusion of randomness. That's why I was saying like up to 100 at a time. Because ideally there would be like five or six different blocks that just have trees on them for a certain level or something. And they would be in a different arrangement slightly. So it would have some sense of randomness and not like seeing the same thing over and over again. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. We're just going to put it at 10 blocks for right now to see even how it handles that, and then we can try increasing it. But look, honestly, today I'm not even going to be able to get all these spawning in. It's... couldn't tell you how to even do that. But I certainly can't do it if we don't have the blocks in the first place. So... alright, and then the other tree type, tree 3, even tinier, even tinier. Oh, it's so many little trees. Honestly, this might be one of the more difficult things for it to load because of how many there are. And all the stuff going on inside of them. After you're done, you should try to replicate this game in Unreal Engine. Hell no. Absolutely not. -% chance I try to do that. I would, because if I did that, I would be like 78 years old before I ever got to make something different. I'd have to relearn Unreal Engine. I don't want to do blueprints. I'm over visual scripting. So that means I'd have to learn C++, which I hear is just not that fun. Yeah, I mean, I've learned Unreal Engine to some extent, to a very rudimentary extent. But at this point, I know Godot so much better. And then what, I'd still be doing things in Godot? Like, it would just, I would burn myself out into a little nubbin and die. It would eat me alive. The stress and sadness would eat me. Do you want that for me, Stormrun? Do you want me to just, like, become a sad little shell of who I am? Godot and never turning back. I mean, look, if something bad goes wrong with Godot someday, I'll leave it if I have to. I will. But, like, at the end of the day, like, this is the one that I'm putting the most effort in right now. You know? And I would like to build on that. When I finish this game, if Godot is still kicking, doing well, and it serves my needs, then I'm gonna work on making games here, because I already learned how to do stuff here. If for whatever reason, I need to stop using Godot, alright, you know, I'll learn something else. But as long as it does what I need, I can't imagine why I would bother using anything else. Personally. Oh my gosh. This even could look better, but man, I've been doing this for a long time. So we're just gonna call it here. 10 new terrain block scenes, all here in our level 00 folder. You like Unity though, Gab? That's cool. I tried Unity. It was alright. It was alright. And then the whole Unity runtime feed debacle happened, and I was like, you know what? I'm too early in my Unity experience not to just say, how about no? There's a foliage painter for Godot, so it can randomly place rocks, trees, and buildings. Mm-hmm. Yup. Yup. I don't like plugins. I stand by that. Okay. So, now I gotta figure out how to do something with these. Great, I've made them. How do we do things with them? So I'm gonna come to the terrain controller. Let's close all these. So many beautiful, beautiful terrain blocks. Terrain controller script. So we're gonna wanna load this folder that I just created, which is level 00. Now we this is, dude, what happens if we just run this? It's just gonna do it. I mean, it's just gonna be, we can just, now look, this is with the old terrain controller, right? Looks pretty bad. But there it all is. Wait, why is my thing turned off? I just realized. This got turned off. The thing that I like is turned off. Alright, there it is. So there we go. That's what these all look like. Not designed very thoughtfully, but they're there. I haven't put any meat objects in here or anything. I should probably do that, actually. I probably should add some of those in, if I'm being honest. That would probably be a good idea. You know, since those are pretty important. Alright, let me do that. Which ones do I add them to? I don't know. It looks hardcore. Some of those houses were facing the wrong way. One of my kittens is trying to get the helicopters. That's pretty funny. That's pretty cute. You must have a big screen. Okay, let's put some of these humans in here. Because we need to have meat objects spawning as well. Humans don't do anything, but they will. Idle attacks and things, or idle animations. Kind of Mars Attack vibes. Nice. Love it. It's a 55 4K I fixed for free. Nice, smart. Whoa, you like got it on like Facebook Marketplace or something like that? That's dope. Well done. Yeah, you're so handy like that. I wish I was that's hardcore. I wish I was that hardcore. Alright, bunch of people standing around waiting to get abducted. They're ready to be abducted today. Today we die. We die with honor. I'm just gonna copy and paste them into the other house scene. I realize these are facing the wrong way, and now I have to change it, because it's bothering me. It's different. Look, they're like moved in different spots. It's totally different. Found it by a dumpster. Wow. Screen wasn't broken, so I took it. The ribbon cable was just falling loose. Oh my gosh, that's so easy. Someone must have dropped it, but it's fine. That's amazing! They couldn't be bothered. That's such an easy fix. Yeah, it's the screen that's the most valuable part. Not valuable, but like, you know, irreplaceable. I mean, not irreplaceable, but a lot of effort. That's pretty cool, Storm Run. Alright. Now there's some humans in that one. Whatever, let's come to the barns. Add some cows in there. Alright, I gotta have meat. It's not a proper setup. I like how I'm still avoiding the code. It's not a proper setup if we don't have all the meat objects. The most expensive... If the screen breaks, it costs as much as a whole TV nowadays. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. That doesn't seem worth it at all. That doesn't seem worth it at all. Duplicate these cows, move them around. It's different. It's different. They're just random. It's random. What are you talking about? That's random. That's what that is. Come to the other cow barn scene. And then I'll faff around with code for an hour. Usually the 25% capacitor that blew from being on the max hours without being off. Whoa. That's a lot of TV watching. You've repaired a lot of TVs, I presume. This is very different. The cows, I rotated them differently. So it's different. Alright, now there's meat objects, obstacles, all kinds of crap. Kind of things that our game has for now. Wait, why couldn't I grab them? Were they too far away? The arrows aren't appearing, which is always frustrating. Okay, we can grab them. Good. It works. Wait, why aren't they... Did I put the wrong cows? Oh, I think I put the wrong cows in there. Dang it, I put the old cows. That's why I can't grab them. Okay, I gotta change the cows. I gotta change the cows. It's fine. I spent all that time adding the cows. I added the wrong cows. I gotta add the right cows. You add the wrong cows, you gotta put the cows back in there again. Because the wrong cows aren't the right cows. You can't put the wrong cows in there. I should really just get rid of the wrong cows. Why am I still keeping them? It's a terrible mistake to have to make over and over again. My goodness. Duplicate it. Duplicate it. Even more cows this time. Cows. Cows everywhere. Duplicate them, move them over here, spin them around, do stuff with it. Give me more cows. I demand more cows. Okay, and then the other cow barn scene. We gotta get rid of the wrong cows. We gotta add the correct cows. It's the right thing to do. Spin them around, totally random. Can't you tell? Grab a bunch, duplicate it, move them somewhere else, duplicate it, spin it around. It's a lot of cows. They're just loose. The cows are loose. Okay, great. We got humans standing around. We got cows standing around. The trees, they're blocking us too much. Shouldn't have put them so close together. That's okay. Alright, everything works. Beautiful. Let's make a commit. Added 10 new terrain blocks. New terrain scenes are pretty generic and just have the assets that work for now. Setting them up to be used for the new terrain controller, which will require a bunch of blocks already loaded in. So I made them. Okay. They're in a folder called what? Terrain underscore level 00. Alright, commit it. Push it. Let's go. Alright, a little more time left. So, that's the folder that we load. Now I'm gonna break it. Now I'm really gonna break it, probably. So we do want to load the terrain scenes in the ready function. That's true. I do want to do that. Oh god, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So what this is doing is it's taking every file that's within there, and it's just loading them in an array. That's all this is doing. I do still want it in an array, but the difference is I want them all to spawn at the same time, and we don't need that array to come and go. Joey said in Friends. Dude, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this. I don't know what I'm doing. I need a way to take all of these files and just tell them to be in the scene off camera. In a node, in a collector node. So let's say we leave this as it is. It loads them. And then the next thing is it initializes the blocks. This checks every block and it randomizes one to instantiate. Or it randomly instantiates them all. Well, it does as a variable. So we have block. The internet may have just skipped for a second. I don't know why. My internet just skipped a beat. It said, I don't know, everything's fine, we're here. Sorry about that. If you noticed a weird skip. If you didn't, good. We can't just instantiate on base array. Why not? So I guess I'd want to say, see, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So this is an array, right? And so we have pick random happening. So instead of pick random, I just wanted to take them all and do them all. Right? How the hell do I do that? Yeah, we're still here. Sorry, my internet just skipped a beat. Insert? That's an integer. We need variant. Not that I really understand what variant is. Guys, I have no idea what I'm doing. And I know the sleepiest among us are here right now. Reduce max min. I don't know how to do any of this. Just instantiate all of them in a for cycle and add them as child of the collector node, right? But how? I know, right? I know that that's what we need to do. I just don't know how to do that. That's the problem. I don't know how to do that. I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to arrays, especially when it comes to instantiating things. So, I mean, if I just say instantiate, right, it's going to say, well, I can't run instantiate on an array. So somehow I need to tell it all the things that are in that array. Please instantiate all of those things at one moment. How do I do that? I mean, why am I even creating the array? I don't know, because this is what this code already does. I'm so out of my depth with this task. I just have no idea how to do this. Genuinely, completely don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this. Block index instantiate. All right, I'll try that. But wait, oh, block index. Oh, I see what you're saying. So that would be the for loop itself. But the for loop isn't an array. Wait, it does say it's... That doesn't make sense. Yeah, you're gonna have to... You have to be really specific with me, because I don't know anything. Oh, you're saying not terrain blocks. Do block index? Instantiate? But then what... That's an integer. Yeah, see, you have to tell me. You just, like, otherwise, I don't know what to do. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I feel like I just need, like, a blank script. Terrain blocks as an array. It is. Why am I using this? I'm just gonna make a brand new script. Not that I even know what to do with it. Yeah, it's an array. Again, look, you can find all this code in the GitHub repo below. I literally just pushed it. I'm confused too because I don't know your code. You do! GitHub repo. Boop, boop, boop. In the description box, you can literally see the code right in front of you. Oh, it'll be right there, right before your eyes. You could even download it and load it into Godot. And there it'll be right in front of you. You could even do a pull request, make a change. You know, just all kinds of, you know, stuff like that. But, you know, a part of me is thinking, just forget this code. Like, what am I doing with this code? I just don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Yeah, you can download the whole thing. Like, you have to have Godot to run it, but yeah. Yeah, absolutely. GitHub repo link in every description of that you know, for these videos. Absolutely. For terrain block and terrain blocks, terrain block instantiate. Oh, that's a good idea. Look, I'm very ignorant when it comes to these kinds of things. So wait, what's terrain block? Oh, I see. We're naming it. I see. Terrain block in terrain blocks. And then terrain block instantiate. And then we want to say, well, I don't know if we need this if anymore. That's cool, but I'm scared the next gen of ChatGPT is gonna get your game and try to say it made it. I don't think that's a realistic thing to worry about. Because, like, so what? Like, so what? You know what I mean? And I don't think it would be ChatGPT, it would be Copilot. Like, GitHub is already using Copilot to, you know, recommend suggestions. It gets already indexed in GitHub's Copilot. But they're not gonna remake the game. And even if they do, like, it's not, first of all, it's not a finished game. Second of all, I have thousands of hours of, hundreds of hours showing that I made it. So, like, I just feel like that just really doesn't make a lot of sense. And collector node add child block. Whoa. So we would just say forget all of this stuff. Like, literally, I just comment all this out or something. Okay. All right. So let's establish a collector node. Dang, you got some skills. Thank you for helping me. So in the main scene, I'll create a node 3D. This will be the terrain collector. Sounds like a weird villain. The terrain collector. So at this point, the game's gonna be very broken. It's already been broken at this point. So I'm just gonna put it right here for the giggles and poops of it. I'm gonna say access is unique name. Come back into the terrain controller. And I'm going to on ready. Terrain collector. As this. And we come on down here. Terrain collector. Add child. Terrain block. Or block. Just block. What's gonna happen? First of all, we might get other errors. I probably should... I'm gonna comment out the physics process. We don't want that running right now. Load train scenes. Okay, so this should be pretty... This should be something interesting. Okay, let's see what happens. So the player is loading on nothing. Whoa! Oh, it's totally working. What? Okay, awesome. I actually have a backup ground. Well, I used to. Yeah, it worked. I used to have a backup ground in here, but I guess I don't anymore. But I used to. Why do I have a random mesh instance? I think that must be a mistake. I'm gonna delete that random mesh instance. So there's no ground, so we just fall through, which isn't good. I'll tell you what, why don't we put the terrain collector on the player, so that way we just fall on top of it. It should be wild. There we go. All 10 of them right there. It looks awesome. Dude, and the load time? Lickety-splickety. That doesn't take that long to load them all in. It's not that bad. Nice job, Thoughty. Oh, frick yeah, dude. Let's go. It's pretty hard. It's just everything. It looks so beautiful. Oh yeah, Henry, we got points. The points were good. Now I'm breaking the endless runner of it all. This is good progress, Thoughty. So now that we have all 10 of these loaded, right? So this is the part of our diagram where at the second step, you need to pick up random children's from this collector. Right. So we've gotten these to load in. They're not off camera. They're like right here. But they're loading somewhere. And so now we need to indeed pick ones to add in here. And so not only do we need to pick random ones, but we also need to place them. I mean, at least right here. And then we're gonna also need them to be added in constantly and moved forward. So for that, we kind of need an array of some kind that moves and adjusts itself. So we'll have to figure that out too. At the second step, you need to pick up random childs from this collector. Okay, all right. Can I figure that out in any extent? Let's find out. Let's find out! So what we've set up is the initial blocks that all get loaded, which is great and good and very useful. I guess we want that in the progressed terrain, right? Or did I comment? Oh, I commented that out here. If terrain block is set to 0, push the first block forward. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we do want that in here. I don't know. I don't even know where to put that. So it needs to pick. So we do want that pick random from the array. We do want it in progress. Okay. So I'll comment that back in, which I'm sure will cause tons of errors. What's even happening with the terrain belt anymore? Terrain belt is an array. Yes. But where do we... add things? Maybe just replace terrain belt? With what? So the terrain belt is just looking for a mesh instance, which is what the scenes are at their top level. What is this terrain belt? The terrain belt, so if you think about it, there's two arrays. There's an array that holds all of the blocks that aren't yet in the scene. The belt is the blocks that are in the scene, that are constantly moving. So we got the terrain blocks over here, and we got the belt over here. And so the idea is the blocks come from this array and go into here, come from here and go into here. And this is constantly moving, and it's removing one and then adding one onto that belt. So that's what this is. And then what was happening in the initial scene, in the initiator, or the initial function, the initiate blocks, is it's appending, which is another function. I guess this is what is adding. If terrain block is set to 0, this is kind of where I'm just a little ignorant about arrays in general. Like, an array can be set to 0. Maybe in the for loop is what it's saying. If in the for loop. So I guess this is... I don't really... I'm a little... This is kind of where I get a little, like, ignorant about arrays and for loops and how it's numbered. If I'm being honest. And so the terrain controller is where it would end up in there. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't really know where to go from here. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm stumped again. No idea how to do it. I will need someone to hold my hand. It's like... I don't know nothing about arrays. Diddly squiddly. Oh, take your time. Take your time. Thank you for letting me know. Because maybe you need to remake the script. Yeah, I think so. I think that maybe not right. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Maybe not. Exactly. Precisely. I mean, because it's like, we need to pick one and do something with it. So if we have a bunch of stuff sitting there, if you have a bunch of stuff sitting there, off camera somewhere, right now it's on camera, one of these needs to be chosen. Actually, 7 of them need to be chosen at a time. Randomly. And added to the terrain belt. So from this array that smashes them all on here, we want to take 7 of those 10 and arrange them randomly within the new array that is terrain belt. I just haven't worked with arrays, and I don't know how to do that. Now, what you've already set up is that we're saying for every terrain block in terrain blocks, if a block is the terrain block instantiated, add a child to the terrain collector node as a block. So maybe I'd not only want it to add a child as a block, I'd want it to pick a random one. But I only need 7. And so we actually have that number. Okay, so then up in this code, we say number of terrain blocks, right? Oh, that init blocks is calling with that. That's very interesting. Number of blocks. Where does that get used in here? I don't think did I delete something? Let me go look at the old script. The original script. I'm actually gonna attach it onto here. We're gonna put it back where it belonged. Where you get random blocks for the belt. So this is the old script. So if you want to look at the GitHub repo, you have to look in the terrain folder on the left. And in the terrain folder, there's terraincontroller.gd. And that's the original script. And so, and this is what I have pulled up here, is the original script. Yeah. So, terraincontroller.gd. Here, I'll pull it up in the repo so you can see. Where's the GitHub page? Which one is the, I don't have a shortcut? Why wouldn't I have a shortcut to it? It must be created. So in the repo, you're gonna come down to the terrain folder. And in the terrain folder, you're gonna find terraincontroller.gd right here. This is the original terrain controller script. And in here, you'll find this. So this actually takes in the number of blocks. There's a line of progress terrain variable block instantiate. Progress terrain variable block instantiate. Oh yeah, here it's picking. Yes. I see. Yes. I see this. Indeed. And this is actually very similar to this here. You need just block equals. Alright, the internet hiccuped again, but we're here. Sorry about that. Internet hiccuped, refresh if the stream isn't back. And not add child, reparent. Right, right. Yeah, this music is awesome, right? This one is Dub Gun by Track Tribe. That's what that is. You had to re-like it? Whoa, that's wild. So you're saying that I want to add in terrain blocks pick random. So you're saying we do this, and so then the append to far edge script, we can leave this as is, and we can go ahead and call this normally. Also, some of this is in here already, in the init function. Variable block collector get children pick random. Whoa. Oh. And does this go in the physics process? Yes, I think it does. I think you said that. I'm gonna get all this code out of here. I'm just gonna throw this in the garbage. We have other references to this, so I'm not gonna worry about it. We can always add stuff back in if we need to. Block equals terrain collector. Get children, that makes sense to me. Pick random. Wow, that's cool. I didn't know you could even run pick random on that. I guess because get children returns an array. Nice. Nice thinking. So then block we would want to say reparent, and we want to make sure it's 7 times as well. So number of blocks, we want to make sure that it does it 7 times. Num terrain blocks. Somehow, I don't really know how to implement that in there. So we say block reparent to terrain collector. Maybe you need a terrain belt as a child node 3D on the level. Instead of an array. Isn't that what our terrain collector... Oh, I see. We want to reparent it from the terrain collector. Oh, I see what you're saying. That makes sense. Well, that can, honestly, that could just be the terrain controller itself. We could just make that the terrain controller. Because a terrain controller is already a node 3D. Right? It's already in there. It's right there, and the reason why it's right there is so that way it's a little bit past the player. And this was for the old code, But the idea was that if we move past the player, it'll do that. Yeah, my internet went out too for a second, actually. Sometimes that means you have to like refresh the stream or something. But I don't know, maybe you're saying literally both of our internets went out. Okay, so we'll use the terrain controller. So reparent, can we just say reparent to self? Reparent to itself. We'd also want it to move to the position of itself. And we still need that, and that's maybe self, yeah. And still, isn't this just gonna do all of them instead of, which then what's the point of the collector? If it just puts every single block. I mean, this isn't a for loop. So it just picks one. So this is just picking one. Right, so if I wanted this to run 7 times. Oh, there's like a travel thing happening in your area? Millions? Jeez. Oh, it's in process? It doesn't have to be. This is in physics process, yeah. It doesn't have to be. I don't know what I'm doing, but currently it's there. The eclipse. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. On Monday, I'm a person who's going to an area to go look at the eclipse. Not your area though. Yeah, we're gonna drive a couple hours to go see it actually on Monday. So I'm doing the member stream on Tuesday so we can go see it. We got to. It only happens like every so many decades. What determines how often you put a random block on the belt? So looking at the old script, a shadow's gonna be in your backyard according to the path. Nice. So we define how many blocks here. In the physics process, it runs the progress terrain function. The progress terrain function it checks what the last block in the array is based on distance. Yes. So it's the position. It's based on the position. If the terrain belt, if the 0 position, if the 0 slot in the array, if its position Z is greater than or equal to the half of the mesh size, then it assigns, hey, what's up, Drinks Party Pack? Welcome, good to see you. If you zoom way in, the front of my house is in sunlight, and the back of my house is totality. Whoa. I don't know why the screen just flashed blue. I have no idea. You can use this terrain controller node as the terrain belt. It's an array too, the method is the same. Okay. Okay. I don't know what to do since you've told me that, but I hear you. I absolutely hear you. So are you saying set the terrain belt to being the node itself? So instead of, so we would replace terrain belt with self, but we can't, that doesn't work. That doesn't make sense. We'd also not want to say it's a mesh instance. Yes? This is wild. So you're saying take all of this that's already in here, copy it, paste it into the process function, now what about the block for loop? I don't see how we as humans can calculate exactly to the second where the moon and sun will be. It seems a little odd, and I guess math is everywhere, and we may be in a simulation. It's hard to say, you know? It's like a possibility. It's like a possibility. It is a possibility. It is quite amazing. The Matrix. At first, just see this line 55 in repo. Okay. So this is line 55 right here. If terrain belt... And that's what you're saying. Okay, I see what you're saying. Right. One at a time. One line at a time. Smart, 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 smart. So we add this back in here. And instead of terrain belt, we're saying self.child. Right, because that's an array. What? Because the children list is an array. Wow. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. That's amazing. Oh, so we might want to do get child? Well, get child. What we should do, we think we should do it. You said self child. Get child? Oh. So we would just, oh, okay. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Get child 0. Get child 0. Cool. You are smart. You are a smart cookie. Trying to get children, pick random block, reparent self. If one of the children within oneself, because it's been reparented, right? So it's going to reparent one thing. This should only reparent one. I could be wrong, but I think this is only going to pick one random. What, can we put arguments in here? No. Returns a random value. Hey Henry, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it, and thanks for supporting Hyper Game Dev and stuff. Take care. Hope you get some good sleep. I'll see you tomorrow or next time. Goodbye, Henry. You need to reparent in the 4 cycle at first. With the num terrain blocks equals 7. I knew we needed to do that. Oh, up here. Oh. You don't want Henry to go? Henry's going first. I'm not going quite yet. Okay, so you're saying... Not yet, Gab. Not yet. We're still here. So what you're saying is something is missing from my init blocks function. Sounds like what you're saying. Something is missing there. Because in the process, we have We're picking a random one, and we're reparenting the block to self. But you're saying that we need some reparenting to be happening over here in our initialization. And then we also use that to define the number of blocks. And specifically, I think you need to reparent them in ready at first to make the initial level. Right. Right. So we need the same code up here somewhere. I mean, we already... Oh. We're already creating block. Drain collector, get children, pick random. So, so all we need is the reparent here. Rename it. Random block. Oh. I see. God, you're smart. Thank you for holding my hand through this, truly. And it is in a 4 cycle. True. Oh, right. And then we have to say the 7 times. Oh, because that's already here? It's already gonna do that? How does it know to do it 7 times? Like, I don't see, and even in the original one, I don't see this being referenced anywhere. So how does it know to do it 7 times? But how does it know to use the export variable? Because even in the original one, for I in range num terrain blocks. Oh, it's right here. Number of blocks. Oh, I see. I see. So we don't want to say in terrain blocks. We want to change this to number of blocks. Not that. Oh, okay. Never mind. Random blocks. Oh, so we create a separate for loop. I see. For random block. Wow, I'm learning so much. For random block in number of blocks. Wow. And we want to specifically say range number of blocks. Assignment is not allowed inside expression. Oh, because I need a colon? Like this? You said Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. How much Control Zing? Just a little or like a lot? Back to all of its modification. Just put all of these 2 lines. variable block, etc. This should be random though, right? In a for cycle. Oh, and then I can even just leave block in here. Oh, I see. We create a new one for I in range. Wow. Gotcha. Oh, I do need to rename it. I thought maybe since it's in a for cycle, it wouldn't matter. Like this. Let's go. Let's go. Right, so this for loop is making sure that the terrain blocks are all added to the terrain collector when the game starts. So all of those blocks are being loaded in this first line, in these first few lines. In here, it's checking, it's making sure it's adding 7 of those that we set up off camera. So it's taking 7 of these and it's picking them randomly and reparenting them to our belt or our terrain controller instead of the collector. Nice. Nice, nice. So it's not moving them, technically. They're not moving yet. They're just reparented. Right, we have to offset them. Yes. Yes. That'll be fun. I mean, to be fair, a lot of that is kind of already set up in the existing code somehow. And I guess this is where we come back to the physics process function. Progress terrain. Somehow. Somehow. If I look at the original, this is what moves it. In progress terrain, you need to just move them and replace them. That's all you gotta do. Just move them and replace them. That's it. So we need this movement part. For block in terrain belt. Somehow. So we would say for block in... Oh, Jesus. The original code will be good for moving. Yeah, right. Except instead of terrain belt, we would say, like, self get children or something. And then we say block position Z plus equals terrain velocity times delta, and that should move them. And then I'm lost again. So we would just kind of replace the wording, right? Hear that block repair. I didn't think so, but I just I just was like, not sure. Okay, I see. So we've just replaced this. Okay, I see. So we would just pretty much want the same code then. Oh, okay, okay, okay. And then we're just like renaming things at this point. I see. So if it goes past a certain point, we create a variable last terrain. Instead of terrain belt, I mean, we could even define terrain belt here instead of constantly saying get child, right? I could say variable terrain belt. Hell, I could even come up here. Then we could keep it all super similar. We could say terrain belt equals I don't know if that'll work. Too few arguments for get child. Maybe I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Okay, hold on. Maybe I shouldn't do that. No, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't do that. Because it's not going to be get child 0. Right, okay, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I've changed my mind. I'm not going to do that. Get children. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to do that. Because then how do I put in the number? I feel like it doesn't make sense. Or could we just do like get children and then we do like get child? Anyway, you know what? You know what? Well, we're just gonna type get child. I feel like that's fine. Get child -1, right? We do that. First terrain will be get children, like you were saying. Get children. Pop front. First terrain, queue free. Rail block, terrain blocks, pick random. What is terrain blocks? We don't want it to actually go there. Well, actually, wait. Because this would need to be reparenting things here. If this is picking a new one. So I think what this is doing, right, is this is grabbing a new one from here. Collector.pickRandom. Right. Right. Okay. So it's grabbing a new one from the collector. Not instantiating. I don't think we want to instantiate. I'm actually 100% sure. We don't want to instantiate. We want this right here, right? This. Starting to make a little sense, maybe. Like that? Okay. So we'll get a new one, pick one randomly, and then reparent it to itself. Add child isn't needed. Right. Of course, because we're not instantiating. Instead of terrain belt, append block, which I guess we need that. We'll just say self append block? No. Don't even need it. Because that's probably happening with the reparenting. So then append to far edge, but I don't know where you use this terrain belt array. Nowhere. I mean, it's just in this code. It only exists in this code. I don't use it anywhere else in the game. It's just here. And then append to far edge. We shouldn't have any problem. This should be the same. Wait, is it done? Will it work? Nuh-uh. It's not gonna work. I mean, I think I need to move the collector. There's no way we just did this. I don't think so. Okay, fair. But it's testing time, right? It's time to see what doesn't work. At least. I want to see what happens. Testing at least. I'm curious too. It is interesting. So look, it is setting them up. I think it's working pretty well. Now the speed up isn't working when I try to go faster. Let's gather the army. Come, we attack. But look, it's setting them up all along the way. I don't know why the pit is there. I'm a little confused. What the hell's happening? You can check it at remote scene tree what it's doing. Oh, true. Real quick, though, it's loading in the wrong thing. Somehow. And I don't know how it's loading that in. Where is it getting that folder from? I said do the terrain level 0 folder. But it's getting meshes that I didn't tell it. Where is it getting those from? Because that pit, right? I didn't put that in the level 0 folder. Where is it getting it from? It's creeping me out a little bit. And actually, maybe the 2 terrain controller works at the same time. Oh, yes, that is what's happening. Yes. Okay, I need to detach the script. Yes, you're right. That is what's happening. That's what's happening. Okay. There we go. Okay, there we go. You're right. Okay. Alright, so now let's look at what's happening. Now that this makes a lot more sense, let's see what's happening. Offset the reparented blocks. Right. We're not doing that. That's something we're not doing. It got so silent? Because there's like nothing here. It is 7. You're right. So that's working. Yeah, the music is nice. The music helps, right? So far, so good. But what isn't happening is putting the positions in there. I'm a little surprised that it's not moving them to the positions. I don't know why. Maybe in the 4th cycle, you need to put an offset. Up here? Index times a value? Index? Where? The power of blue. At 4 in range 7. Oh, in the initializing? Wait, where is that? Where did we put that? Why am I lost in this code? Oh, this is the wrong code. Oh, for crying out loud. I'm looking at the wrong code. Okay. Hours lost. Okay, up here. Somewhere up here we're multiplying something by any value. Z-axis. Correct. Yes. Absolutely. Oh, guys, look. Wait, look. The physics process isn't calling it. Look. It's commented out. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. It's not being called in the physics process. The function isn't being called. It's not being called. Whoa, okay. So it arranged everything. That's good. Non-existent function reparent in base nil. So it seems like it's saying that the children, so this is the error here. It's saying that the child that it picks at random can't have a reparent applied to it. I don't think there's anything. Oh, maybe it's because nothing is in there. It's empty. The array might be empty. So we need to say first make sure something is in there and then try to run it. So those nodes haven't been added in there from the collector yet, right? So we have to make sure something actually goes in there. Why is the collector empty? That's a great question. So in the ready function, it's supposed to be adding terrain blocks. How much blocks are in it at initial? It should be adding all of 10. There should be 10 in there. In theory, there should be 10. Let's look and see in remote, I guess, to see what's actually inside. Oh, there's none. It's empty. But there's in the folder. So if I come up here. Oh, terrain blocks path. Wait. Oh, it is empty. It is empty. Terrain blocks path isn't being defined anywhere. I see the problem. Terrain blocks path. We're not actually setting up terrain blocks path. So, okay. So I'm just gonna comment this out. I'm gonna copy this. I don't know what this was for. I don't care. Comment it out. I'm gonna say terrain blocks is this. This is what terrain blocks is. Nope. That's not good. Thought he knew. Thought he knew that was not good. Oh, so it is. It's here in load terrain scene. Oh, we forgot about that. Okay, hold up. Comment that back in. Down here. Oh, maybe this function needs updating here. So target path is the terrain block path. It's okay. It's okay. Everything's fine. Try with 2 or 3 instead of 7. Really? But it doesn't even... Oh, what? What? Here it's empty because you need to put them back. Non-existent function repair. Oh, then we get the same thing. Oh. We need to put it back when we don't need that block. I'm gonna see if I can look at what's happening remotely. Oh, nice. If we stop, then we can observe. So here, we're only loading 2 or 3 at a time. We're only loading 2 at a time in here. The terrain collector, we're emptying it out. Right, so when it loads a new one in, it's removing it from the terrain collector, adding it into here, and then it's just destroying it. We don't want to queue free. We're queue freeing them. We don't want to queue free them. We want to move them back. I see. I gotcha. I get it. I think I get it. I see! Okay, cool, cool. So we want to say first terrain reparent to terrain collector. We needed to move as well. I fell asleep for like 3 hours. I am still streaming. Hello. Good morning. I hope you feel refreshed. We're also going to have to change their position. We reparent it. But that's not necessarily going to move them, which is kind of like a separate thing. So let me make sure there's no other queue freeing happening. That's it. That's the only queue free. Try it? Okay. All right, let's see what happens. We're only loading 2 right now at a time. I am, along with ThoughtT, completely rebuilding the terrain controller. We're actually changing it to, instead of deleting everything. What are they doing lined up like that? Instead of having everything load in and delete every terrain block, now every terrain block is loading ahead of time. Hey, Mohammed. Everything is loading ahead of time and then being moved to in front of the player. Wait, why don't we need to move them? Also, why are all of the meat objects getting gathered up? What is that? Why? I guess we need to turn off the physics colliders, as ThoughtT said. Yeah, this looks really good. You can put a fog or mist in front of the way so the player can't see the block out input. Well, yeah. So that's why we would do 7, because there is a fog in the distance. So we can do 7 now, right? Try with 5. ThoughtT, I said, let's do 7. ThoughtT said 5. I'm like, no, 7. Wow. Let's go. So there we see they're disappearing in the fog. And that's 7 of them being loaded at a time. Damn, it works. You can actually see a little bit of it getting hung up behind us sometimes. Look at them all built up. You have sparks? What does that mean? I have sparks? Look at this one tree just sitting here. We're getting there. Lag sparks? Oh, spikes. I don't know. Let me try. It's okay. Let me try. So, I wasn't really getting lag spikes with those scenes that I created. So let me try adding in the one that we were having the issue with. Let me try adding that in there. Yeah. I think what that might be is I need to move it further out of the way. I think it's not moved out of the way far enough. I think might be the situation. Yeah, it's a little snug. Or the collector. Actually, it's here. Actually, I don't know. Oh, yeah, look. So this is the terrain collector. I need to just move it further back. I think that'll resolve that problem. Probably. So, what was I gonna do? What was I gonna do? It was a huge building. Shoot, I forgot what I was gonna do. What was I doing? Oh, lag spikes. Yes. So I'm gonna add the lag spiky one. That's gonna be a little tricky because there's only one of those. So actually, let's do it like this. Well, I'm gonna put that. Okay. Let's try this. let's go back to the debug scenes, right? This is the one that was super... Oops, I put it in the wrong place. Where did I put it? Here. This is the one that was super buggy. New Invincible episode dropped today. Gotta go. Okay, goodbye. I don't know what that means. I'm sure that's very exciting. Enjoy, J-Wiz. Thank you for stopping back in. So, okay. I'm gonna switch to this folder. I'll add a couple extra debug things in here. I'm just gonna duplicate this debug 02, just so it has some room to breathe. Debug 03. Okay. We're gonna switch it to the terrain debug folder. And then we're gonna lower it from 7 down to 2. And we'll see if we get the lag spikes. I can't imagine we do. But you're right, that's the whole reason we did this. So we have to commemorate it with showing that they don't happen. Alright, here we go. I don't see any spikes! I don't see any spikes! These aren't spikes. These don't count. Remember, it went way, way, way above the red line. It doesn't, because it's when the non-orb scene comes in. That's when it should be lagging. And it doesn't! We're spawning it in with no problem. Much better. Perfect. Perfect. The only thing left is to make sure that that collector, you know, there's some funny things, like the cows are moving. The cows are moving, which is really bizarre. But yes, performance-wise, this is fabulous. Because remember, the spikes were really high. Like, everything would get super tiny, and the spikes were, like, ginormous. And then whenever this barn scene would come in, the game would stagger a bit. Doesn't happen now. It's lickety-splickety. No more problems. We're cruising. We're cruising. It's great. It's freaking great. I left like 2 hours ago because you said you were wrapping up, but this has come along. Yeah. Did I say I was wrapping up 2 hours ago? I think 2 hours ago I might have said I was wrapping up in an hour. But I looked at the clock wrong, and it was actually 2 hours. When did I start developing? In my entire life. I started doing game development. That's okay. So I made games, but not in a professional engine. And that's kind of tough, because I did like ROM hacking when I was a child. I did like mods for Fallout when I was, you know, in my 20s. And in the last couple years, I've started doing, oh no, there is still a building behind us. We still got a problem there with that. I would say, it's a really vague question, Mohammed. Can you be more specific? I started using Godot about 6-7 months ago. And before that, I was learning Unreal Engine and Unity and stuff like that. So like maybe a year. I think to the question that you're asking, maybe about a year. But like I've been trying to make games in other platforms for a long time. But I never started learning the professional tools until the last year or so. I hope that answers your question. But yeah. It's not bad. Yeah, so we don't get the lag spikes at all anymore, Dungeon Martian. We basically employed this idea from Thoughty. That instead of instantiating the scenes or loading the scenes at the start outside of the main scene, right? So what it would do before is it would load a path, and then it would pull blocks from that path, and it would actually instantiate those blocks. And then it would delete those blocks. That's a trash can. So it would instantiate the blocks and delete them. Instantiate the blocks and delete them. And so this new method is that the blocks are already in the scene. They're behind the camera, so you can't see them, although we can still see some of them, so we got to figure that out. But in general, you're not supposed to be able to see them. And then they're going to appear in front of the camera and then move off the camera, appear in front of the camera and then move off the camera. And this is a much more complex description of the same thing. It's loading them in. So this is like off camera, our collector, and it adds them in and pulls them off, adds them in and pulls them off. And so that's what we've got. And this method is free of lag when we put these in here. There's some issues. So first of all, which is fine, you know, we solved the issue that we set out to solve. And for that, I'm going to go ahead and call it. I think we have achieved many of the things we needed to achieve here. So there's a couple problems. Number one, sometimes you'll see like a building or something kind of lagging behind. The other problem is all of the meat objects move and get gathered up. So a suggestion that ThoughtT had made was turning off the collisions when they're not on screen. So that's something we'll probably want to explore. And then the other thing to think about is that, oh, see right there, you can kind of see it. See? Look. It's just right there, and then it goes away. So I don't know what that is. There's some things we need to look into. But that's okay, because we solved the main problem of today's stream, which is the optimization, right? Oh, you mean move the collector further away? You know, I did try moving it, and it didn't seem to help. Like, I feel like the collector is, I think, look how far away I put it. I'll move it more. I'll move it more. Like, is its position changing? All right, it's way, way back. That's gotta be far enough. Look, okay, it's all the way over there. That's gotta be far enough, right? Right? ThoughtT, how do we get it? The island is big. Yeah, you're right, it is. How do we get it to... No, look! Look! I moved it far away, and look! It's still chasing us. Are you sure about that? Okay, alright. I'll move it further. Even further. So far. So far. A bubble around the character that works as a collider activator, maybe. Oh! I think I moved it too far. It is comically far away. But wait, now it's too far. Is it like destroying it because it's so far away? At least we know when you start. Maybe you start at the collector somehow. Oh. Maybe. So then nothing loads in and we just die. Insta-death. So there's some things to figure out. We can figure this out next time. I think right now is not a good time to figure it out. That's what I think. Yeah. I mean, we could also try moving it, you know, over this way or something. Yeah, I think somehow it must be like moving or something like that, right? Oh, there's not working. That's okay, Mohammed. I gotta go too. Put it lower. I think it's just gonna, I'll try it. There's something, I think, more obvious that we're missing here. I think there's something else that we're missing. Put it right there, no problem. So look, I say we revisit this another time. We can't do it all. We can't do it all right now. Of course, the GitHub repo link is in the description box, so you're welcome to tinker with this. I'm gonna do a GitHub push right after I end this stream, and that's pretty useful. You can make a pull request. I've upgraded to 4.2, so now you can actually just use the latest version of Godot and do pull requests. Yes, I will. I will, Thoughtsy, please let me know. I will check pull requests and all that stuff. A big shout out to the patrons who help support this channel. It's the best way to support this channel. If you want those finances to go directly to us, that is the best way to do it. You'll get access to the Monday member streams, and I'll sing you songs and stuff like that. You can also join up on YouTube, and you'll get access to those same things. And if you are not yet opted into the gift memberships, make sure you do that. There should be a drop down on the chat window somewhere where you can make sure that you opt in to receive gift memberships, because sometimes people or myself give out random gift memberships, and that way you'll be able to get a song sung to you or whatever. So yeah, now you know about that. Thank you all so very much. I gotta go. I'm not streaming next Wednesday or Thursday. I am streaming tomorrow for the game jam, and then I'm gonna do the Monday member stream on Tuesday next week. So it's a little weird, but don't worry, as long as you keep an eye on the channel page or the Discord events area, you will know when the next live streams are happening. If you're watching it after the live stream, hello there, welcome. Thank you for making it this far. That's amazing. You can tap or click in the bottom left to see the last Godot devlog that we did. You can tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one, which isn't gonna be out for a while, but a couple weeks. But that's okay, I'll see you there. Thank you guys so much. Goodbye, remember to subscribe. I can't believe you didn't. Why not? Just hit subscribe. Okay, goodbye.